It's time to settle the scores in the UIM MotoSurf World Championships 2025 in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. We're on the shoreline at Hansar Beach on Coloane Island in the beautiful Chinese Special Administrative Region of Macau. And with the support of some incredible partners, the adrenaline and charisma of some fantastic racers in elite, women, masters, stock and junior, and some fantastic 20-kilogram machines that can reach 70 kilometers an hour, you won't see a better show on the waves today. Jake Sanson here, reporting from the edge of the South China Sea. It's time to go racing for the heats, starting with the juniors. A fantastic qualifying brigade of competition yesterday, and now we get to see these riders go to the water once again. There's going to be 11 of them in total in the junior category, 4 ladies and 7 gentlemen, and it's going to be a fantastic battle on the course. Now in the junior category, they will race together until we get to the finals. Then there will be a separate final for the junior boys and a separate final for the junior girls. But in the heats, they will race together on the water. Pole position for Matthias Barvik, the Czech superstar, on the crest of the rise to become the junior boy champion for 2025. Ellen Bardova, the unbelievable 12-year-old who has just been immaculate over the course of this season. She is on course to get the title won in the junior girl category as well. 39 points clear of her closest rival, Bozhnikova, who of course is not here for this particular competition. So she is in effect the champion in the ladies category of the juniors. Stanislav Kohut lining up third on the grid from Maximilian Hruška, Oliver Wolf, Adela Pokorova, Maja Žilevinska, Ringo Remer of Sweden, the 2 Macanese riders, Hintang and Sanhoy, and then Melanie Janubova, who sadly didn't get a single run in yesterday after the waves really bit back against the juniors. They did say going into it that the rider who ended up on pole position would be the rider that didn't fall in. Well, both of the front runners did fall in one of their laps. They had to put together an immaculate, perfect lap for their second run. Unfortunately for both Matthias Barvik and Ellen Bardova, they were able to do so. There is Matthias Barvik, number 1 shorts. They're running in the formation together, ready to get the command signal to go racing. They will run in formation and then they will join the force together. They wait for the command signal from the flag marshal on the jet ski, and it looks like we could be racing for the first time of asking. We are, as they get the revs up rising, and the riders are pushing early doors to charge for the first buoy. They will run round the right-hand side and then join in at the slalom, but it's a great start already out of the blocks for Matthias Barvik. A bit of a slow one for Ellen Bardova under the circumstances of it, but as they run through the slalom for the first time, everybody's starting to get the hang of how things will work. But a very solid start to proceedings then for the juniors. That is, of course, the start of the opening run. And as they come through at the end of the first tour, a fantastic start to proceedings then, as out in front, no problems at all for our race leader. Great start through the first part of the slalom, as everybody now runs in close proximity. So a fantastic run out of the starting blocks, and it is the 6 that actually runs at the sharp end of the field. Bit of a problem there initially for Matthias Barvik on the timer, but at least we know that it is definitely Matthias Barvik who leads the way. We've had somebody fall in the first couple of buoys, trying to make out who that is that's in the drink. Already a couple of riders down, 2 of them gone down. That's the 5 of Wolf. So Oliver Wolf has got himself in amongst the mix of it. We've had 2 fallers in the opening part of proceedings. So everybody trying their best to run forward. That is, of course, the first part of the race run. That's the practice start. Everybody getting a practice start in the first port of call. So everybody, of course, getting a chance to practice the start. That's the demo run for our riders. And then they peel off to go for the actual start procedure. So that first run is, of course, the practice start. Matthias Barvik then lining up at the front end of the field. You can tell which number each rider is by their shorts, not by the number that they've actually decided to enter with, because not every rider can run with a number. They don't have to. It's not mandatory. There is Ellen Bardova, 12 years of age, from the Czech Republic. Quite an incredible competitor, Ellen Bardova. Amazing for her tender years. Already faster than everybody else in the competition, and she has outclassed Nela Bozhnikova this year. second in the championship, the Jet Surf Pardubice rider, who sadly isn't here in Macau for this one, which effectively makes Ellen Berdova the junior girl champion, but she still wants to go through the motions. The riders all want to race, and they all want to put on a good show here for the MACAO Grand Prix. A fantastic calendar season. It's been the busiest year for MotoSurf. 2025 really has been a breakthrough year for the competition. Starting in Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates, a fantastic part of the world. Going into Çeşme in Turkey. And then they had their first appearance at the World Games, which is one down from the Olympic Games, of course. So great to see them get their start in Chengdu in China. And we had a fantastic Nations Cup race as well as an individual medals race for both the male and female categories. And then, of course, double headers at Manfredonia in Italy and Zadar in Croatia. And now we get to finish the season here in Macau. All the riders lined up then. This is going to be the actual start as the flag will drop from the jet ski marshal. We wait for the flag to drop in formation. Are we going to go racing this time? No, they're going to go round again. The flag waves rather than drops. So now they will wait around again and cue back in formation. When the flag waves, that's a false start and they've got to form up again. When it drops, then they can go racing. So obviously the grid not quite formed up here. There are the two jet ski marshals who make sure that everybody is in position and all correct, ready to go racing again. Their word is law. So let's check out the formation of our contenders once again, getting ready for a very exciting prospect out on the water to start the day's racing action. Matthias Barvik and Ellen Berdova, then Stanislav Kohut, Maximilian Hrushka, Oliver Wolf, Adela Pokorova, Maja Żurawinska, Ringo Remer, Him Tang, San Hoi and Melanie Janubova. The 11 riders that will take up the junior category. And it's going to be a fascinating start to competition. So Matthias Barvik holding the field. It's up to him to get everybody formed up in their rows of formation. Ellen Berdova is going to join him alongside. And then they'll run in number order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then A, B and C, because it's much easier to see single digits or single letters than it is to see double digits, 10, 11 and 12, so on. So we can tell who everybody is based on the numbers on their short leg. So the flag is in the air for the jet ski marshal. Are we going to go racing this time? It's about as good a formation as we can hope to have. No, it isn't. They'll go round again. Second false start in the juniors. So not the start that anybody wanted there. It looked pretty formed up in the top 5, but then everybody else was not quite in position. One thing we need to denote here is that it's very cold conditions out on the water to start things off with here. It's certainly nothing like it was out in Italy and Croatia a few weeks ago. Certainly very different to see how things currently stack up for all of the contenders. They know how difficult it's going to be. And certainly it'll be a very tricky battle for everybody to get used to. Up at the sharp end of the dais, it's very cold. The waves are very choppy because the wind is accelerated. And as a result of that, it's going to make things very difficult indeed for our riders to get some semblance of balance here. And so everybody knows exactly what the score is, but they will obviously have it very difficult at the start of the competition. So everybody now putting themselves into fine stead and putting everybody into a good position. So everybody is ready for the showcase. It's going to be very exciting to see how things all kick underway. I think we'll see some good duels out on the circuit, some good battles all around. And now we're in formation. Now we get the flag dropping. Now we're under race order conditions. And Matthias Barvik hits the front. No worries at all as he gets himself into a good position out in the first part. Ellen Berdova has been taken on already by Stanislav Kohut, who's got straight into business up to the slalom. Looks as though one has fallen but got back up again. So everybody now trying to work their way through the slalom and the leader's gone. Well, big moments there as the leader, Matthias Barvik, has fallen in. We know how difficult it's going to be. Everyone's really going to struggle in the white water. But it really is going to be tricky off the start as the riders work their way through up at the sharp end of the dais. It's the 3 that leads the way then. So Stanislav Kohut leads Ellen Berdova after the fall on the first lap for the pole sitter Matthias Barvik. So Berdova is closing in on Stanislav Kohut. And this is a great start from Kohut to come from 3rd position to the lead. Several riders still trying to recover after their initial drops into the water. But a very exciting start to proceedings then in the first of the junior heat. They get 5 laps, 2 of them are long laps, of course. So they've got to take them at various points. It looks like falls for Adela Pokorova and Ringo Rimer on the first lap as well. Matej Barvik recovering into 5th position. But there's still a lot of time to make up now. They go on the long lap to the left of the rest of the course, and that is obviously going to drop them out of position. Oliver Wolf and Matej Barvik both deciding to take their long lap early. That is Ellen Berdova. Berdova's gone in. So now that's the 2nd place rider. Ellen Berdova's gone in, and a big disaster for her as she had moved her way into 2nd position, was looking pretty confident after the performance yesterday in qualifying. But that's now both the first riders from qualifying yesterday falling in. First of all, Matej Barvik, and then Ellen Berdova. And look how tough it is for Stanislav Kohut at the front end of the field, being chased down now by Maximilian Hruška. So some great performances from the riders as they continue to give us plenty to get excited about. Certainly not easy going at the moment. Everybody right into the heart of the melee. But we should see some really exciting duels out on the course, as everybody is now determined to get themselves into a good position. That is Matej Barvik now on the long lap, certainly getting himself into a good position around the course, wanting to give himself the best chance of making progress and moving forward. So we should see some really strong duels from the contenders as the day continues to duel on. But certainly for Max Hruška, he's now taken over the lead thanks to Matej Barvik going on the long lap. They have to do 2 long laps to be eligible for a race result here. A lot of them will take it on the final of those 2 laps, but certainly a great start to proceedings. Max Hruška, leading the way from Stanislav Kohut, then Maja Žilevinska, Pokorova, Berdova, Wolf, Barvik, Sanhoy, Himtang, Rimer and Janubova. So Matej Barvik trying to follow in behind one of his opponents there as onto the long lap. A couple of riders have elected to go twice now. Oliver Wolf and Matej Barvik both dropping into the long lap on 2 occasions now. Big wayward moments from a couple of riders there. We've had a couple of wayward attacks off the far side. I think that's one of the MACAO riders going out wide. I think that's Sanhoy, who's had a little bit of a moment. So Sanhoy, unfortunately, dropping out of the melee on that particular part of the course. And dropping, oh, big moment there, big twitch from Matej Barvik as he completes the 2nd long lap. Nobody is immune from the dramas here, as that is Stanislav Kohut going on to the long lap for, I think, the 2nd time. Might only be the 1st time, actually, for Stanislav Kohut. And we've had another faller into the water. Up at buoy 7, I think that is, just on the approach to 8 and 9. So a couple of riders having a difficulty. That is one of the MACAO riders, I think. Just double checking. That's certainly a big moment there in the mix of it. Oh, 2 riders gone together then. The waves are very choppy this morning. Now that is the 567 rider. That is the fantastic Sanhoy Luc. So Sanhoy Luc recovering after his latest fall. Max Hruška leading the way and going on to the 2nd long lap to finish what should be a perfectly decent run out in the lead. But of course, we need to see where Stanislav Kohut rejoins it from the long lap. There is Stanislav Kohut, currently running in 3rd position as he completes the 4th lap behind Oliver Wolf. So going early for Oliver Wolf has actually really helped him. He's gone the long lap twice. I think Wolf might pick this one up. 2nd position, the 14-year-old. As down into the drink has gone the number 1 again, Matej Barvik, really struggling, having originally been in pole position, and we've got another collapse down into the water there in the mid-slalom. Trying to figure out who that is that's gone. I think that might be Melanie Janubova, who's had a big issue there and ended up not going any further. But there is Matej Barvik trying to get back on terms, as up in front that is the 5 of Oliver Wolf, the Czech rider, now going into the lead, I do believe. There is Stanislav Kohut, 2nd position, but we need to pick up the race winner. Across the line, it is going to be Oliver Wolf, who comes through for a fantastic victory, having taken his 2 long laps early. There is the man crossing the line in 2nd place, Stanislav Kohut, but it's Oliver Wolf on the 5 who gets it done. Look at that, a brilliant start from Oliver Wolf. Just kept it calm when everything was high pressure. Couple of riders actually coming across the line off the board. That's how tricky it is for some of them to make it to the flag. But what a fantastic start to the competition for Oliver Wolf. Started 5th position and worked his way forward to the lead, taking his 2 long laps early. a very smart method of getting this race completed. Excellent performance then from Oliver Wolf. He takes the win from Stanislav Kohut. Third place for Maja Julevinska. She's the leading lady home from down in 7th position on the start line. Ellen Berdova second, and then Max Ryška, Matthias Barvik, Adela Porogorova, Himtang Sanhoy, Melanie Janubova, and Ringo Remer, who only completed 2 of the laps. So the first 18 points of junior boy then go the way of Oliver Wolf, with the first 18 points from the ladies category going to Maja Julevinska. What a shake-up already in the start of this competition in the junior category. Some very unexpected results to start the ball rolling. And it's those high winds on the course that are really going to make or break these races, because the riders qualifying in the certain positions that they did, but the racing already proving that essentially qualifying means nothing. It's about your poise and your discipline in the individual races. But here at Macau, we've already had some fantastic starts to proceedings as Ringo Remer recovers after a very tricky start to the day for the Swede. Officially not classified as a finisher, unfortunately, after falling in at the second slalom. And so Ringo Remer retiring on the 3rd lap. But only 1 lap down, Melanie Janubova coming through for her full finish results. So 4 of the ladies came through and 6 of the men came through as well. So 18 points will go the way of Oliver Wolf. Stanislav Kohut is going to be classified as 2nd position, and that will give him 14. And then Maja Julevinska wins the ladies category, 18 points for her, 14 for Ellen Berdova, and it'll be 11 for Adela Bokorova. A fantastic start then in the proceedings here, as all of the riders know exactly how tricky things are going to get from here on out, but we certainly had a very big surprise there. Both Matthias Barvik and Ellen Berdova unable to take the victory from pole position in their class. So, interesting start to the day then in the juniors category. And now with Oliver Wolf and Maja Julevinska scoring big at the start of proceedings, it certainly gives us plenty to get excited about over the course of the day. So we know that there's going to be plenty of people tuning in to watch the coverage and see how things are currently going. So now that we've completed the run for the junior category, it's a good start to the day in terms of the race battles here in Juniors Heat 1. But now we get ourselves ready for the next battle out on the course. It is going to be a very hectic day in terms of the race battles that we will get over the course of the action here at Macau. A very busy schedule, starting it, of course, with the juniors. We'll now get the 2 groups of masters. They'll get 6 laps and 2 long laps for their heats. Group A will come out first of all for the masters category, and then we'll get the Group B riders after that. Then the elites will join us, the Formula 1 of our category for the very first time. They will hit the circuit and do a fantastic job. Then we'll get the stocks and stock rookies for 3 groups. Yes, 3 groups, 30 riders in total, which means that they've got to be separated into 3 different groups. Then we'll have a technical break. Then the juniors will come out for their second heat. Then the masters, the elite, and the women's category. And then we'll have the lunch break, followed by stocks, juniors, elite, women, stocks and masters to finish us off for a fantastic day of racing here at Macau. Out onto the water go the riders in Masters Heat 1 Group A. And it's going to be Kim Down from Kim Yong-bum, Yeri Blaha, Stanislav Ganichkin, Yun Chun, Che Huan, Anja Cho-hong, Paul Torrey, Park Jin-young. Matoska is in the A shorts. Pavel Matoska, 10th position on the starting lineup. So all the riders in the Masters category getting themselves ready to go. We already have a Masters champion confirmed. That is Kim Down, the Korean rider. Fantastic display from him all the way through this season. Represented his country, of course, in the World Games at Chengdu in the summer. And a very able competitor. An amazing athlete as well, considering 41 years of age. The Masters champion last year and this year. The 41-year-old from Seoul in Korea. And he is just unstoppable at the moment, doing a fantastic job in the Masters category in the qualifying yesterday. Unbeatable. But he's going to have some pressure at the start here from Kim Yong-bum and Yeri Blaha, the Czech rider, with the number 3 shorts, along with Stanislav Ganichkin, Yun Chun, Che Huan, Anja Chohong, Paul Tori, Park Jin-young and Pavel Matoska making up the 10-rider field here in the Masters category for Heat 1 Group A. It's going to be fascinating to see how it all kicks off. And certainly for Kim Down, this will be another interesting challenge to add another chalk to his incredible tally in 2025. He's had an amazing year in the competition. Took the biggest point score at the United Arab Emirates in Fujairah, then got the perfect score in Turkey. Also got the most points in Italy and did so again in Croatia to put the championship beyond doubt. He's 41 points ahead of David Poźnik and even more ahead of Petr Poźnik. But with Arkadiusz Janora, the Polish rider, 73 points back and only 72 points available, there's no doubt that Kim Down is already the Masters champion, but that's not why everybody's going to be watching. The battle is still going to be very intense indeed in the Masters category. Arkadiusz Janora for Poland is going to be out in the second group. Hello to Rosalia Janora, who is not here this weekend, unfortunately. I'm guessing that studies have taken over, but I know that she is watching very well indeed and will be absolutely glued to her screens this weekend. The medalist at the World Games, one of the youngest medalists in aquatic sport in 2025. Doing a fantastic job over this campaign, and we miss her. And no worries, Rosalia, I'm sure you'll be back to full-time competition again in 2026. Right, let's get ourselves underway then for the Masters category. There is Jae-hyun, getting himself dialed in and lined up, the Korean rider. Just looking for a competitive and fiery start to the contest. So let's see how our riders will go. So all of the competitors now in the line, and we're going to see how it will all shake up. This is the demo start. I think all of the heats at the very first heat will have a demo start. They've all got to practice their starts before they go into race trim. The flag drops, and we'll get to see what the riders will give us for their practice start. Each of the heats gets a warm-up start because they will not have had a chance to practice their starts prior to today. So everybody just getting warmed up and learning what the course is like in racing conditions. The wind is strong here today, so it's not going to be easy to predict how it's going to work out for all of our riders here. So everybody obviously keeping very tight-knit as they run through the course, and Kim Down giving us a sneak preview of how dominant he is likely to be. Comes right off the power again after the line, and we will start to set the formation once again. So they basically do half a lap to start the ball rolling here as a practice start, and then they dial it all in again. The riders get to learn their boards and get to learn the course as well. We're not in race trim just yet, as we're still warming things up. We go through quite a lot of motions here to warm the boards up. 20 kilograms these boards weigh, carbon fiber, and with the very small engines they have in them, with the throttle handle that they hold on to, they will still do, if completely unreleased into the straight line, a top speed of about 70 kilometers an hour. That doesn't sound like much, but trust me, doing that on a surfboard is lunacy. If you go into the water at that speed, you are losing teeth. So all of our contenders ready to go as we get ourselves dialed up and lined in once again. Day 2 of the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau for the UIM MotoSurf World Championship finale. So everybody geared up and ready, led by Kim Down, the new Masters champion for Korea, 41 years of age from Seoul. And he is joined in the formation, of course, ready for an exciting bout by Kim Young-bum, as the Korean rider is ready for another exciting prospect out in front of him. So Kim Young-bum in second position, the Korean rider. And Yeri Blahar, of course, is going to be watching brief from third position as well. So plenty for our riders here to get excited about. Yeri Blahar, 8th in the standings coming into this weekend, could still walk away with a potential top 5. So there's plenty of reasons for Yeri Blahar to be excited about the prospects as we get ourselves into race formation once again. We wait for the flag to drop from the jet ski on the far side near the shoreline. When it drops, we will be racing for the second time today and the first time in the Masters category, and we're going round again. A couple of riders fell. We just slowed to a crawl, and unfortunately a couple of the riders ended up falling in as a result of the slow pace. That's Portori, the Japanese rider, and also in as well has gone, I think, one of the Macanese riders. That might even be Alan and G. That might be Alan and G who's had the moment there. Alan, a very talented competitor from Macau. He also has the fairy tale story of the 2025 season, of course, when he proposed to his now fiancée Irene on the shoreline in Fujairah back in March. Fabulous story, and all chronicled beautifully on our YouTube channel. You can go back and watch it for yourself. But that's the first time in my career as a commentator that I've ever had to broadcast a proposal, and thank goodness it was a successful one. Their wedding will be the first MotoSurf wedding that I know of, certainly. So Kim Down, Kum Yongbum, Yeri Blahar, Stanislav Ganichkin, Yunchun, Chae-Hwan, Anja Chihong, Paul Tori, Park Jin-young and Pavel Matoska in the top 10 positions, getting ready for the start. As Yeri Blahar, the Czech rider, looking fairly poised in third position, looking forward to a very exciting start as everybody is gearing up for an exciting charge forward. So we all get together in the lineup. Let's see how everybody is going to be prepared for this one. The sun glistening off the South China Sea as we get ourselves ready to turn the buoy and then charge towards the first buoy in the race itself, which will be the start at buoy 7. That's when they'll make the turn. But everybody's got to be in the lineup fairly nicely. The last 5 have got to get into unison. They are doing so now. Hopefully we'll be up to starters' orders. We can't afford to drop too much. Now we go to race trim as everybody charges forward. Great start from the launch from Kim Down. No worries at all, but I'm not sure he's going to be the first one to the buoy as we work our way forward. Kim Down seems to have had a bit of a slow start, and that looks to me like Kum Yongbum who's hit the front. Yes, indeed, the Korean is out in first position in front of Yeri Blahar as they work their way through the slalom. It is the number 2 that leads the way here. So Kum Yongbum is the leader. There he is. So Kum doing a fantastic job as he runs through, and he will hit the first buoy to finish the lap in the lead. Fantastic start from Kum Yongbum. Second position though for Kim Down. He's got himself back into P2. Whoa, wayward moment for the leader. What a recovery though from Bum. He manages to get that going again without dropping into the waves before Kim Down gets there, and that's had to slow him up on that part of the white water. Well, I tell you what, Kum Yongbum is really struggling to hold off Kim Down, who's putting him under immense pressure nice and early. Oh, and into the drink. Who is that that's gone? I think that might be, I'm trying to make out if that is Stanislav Ganichkin potentially, the 4. Trying to double check on that one, but certainly the 2 Koreans out in front in the slalom, not going for the long lap just yet. They've got 6 laps and 2 long laps to go for. Well, it's certainly not according to plan for everybody, as a couple of the riders are still struggling to recover, but it is Kum Yongbum who leads the way here through the slalom. And at the end of the second lap, they have not taken their long laps. The only one who has, by the way, is Anja Chihong. So Anja Chihong has come through to take the first long lap. And it looks like we've got major problems on one of the boards here. I think that is Chae-Hun who's got a big problem. You can see out through the long lap, that is Anja Chihong now rejoining the fray. 2 riders down in the water now. One has not got going for quite some time and the other has only just fallen in. So let's just double check and see who's where. But that is a big disaster for one of our competitors there. I think that was the 4 of Stanislav Ganichkin. I'm able to focus in on the riders long enough to catch out who it is. But now on the long lap, that is Kim Down going on to the long lap. So Kum Yongbum has decided to keep going. There is the A shorts, that is Pavel Matoska getting back in right at the same time as Kim Down rejoins the course. That's how tight it gets up at the sharp end. So out in front, no worries at all for this man. Kum Yongbum, the Korean rider, doing a fantastic job out in the sharp end of the fray here. 43 years of age from Busan, riding for Team Fuller Cell. and certainly having a very solid run. He's the first to complete 3 laps, half distance, 2 long laps for each rider, don't forget. And there is Kim Down, the new Masters champion. He also won the Masters title last year. Great performance from him so far. 3rd position at the moment, I believe, is Jiri Blahar, the Czech rider currently running. Oh no, now, sorry, in 3rd position. It is actually now, no, it is. It was difficult to tell, but it looked like the 8 rider just getting out of the fray there. So Paul Torre has already gone on to his long lap on 2 occasions. So it was confusing me there because Jiri Blahar was causing a bit of a roadblock at that time. So it is actually Jae Hyun and Park Jin Young who have had problems to start their races off. They are now no longer circulating, having only completed the 1st lap. So that's 2 riders out of the contest already. Park Jin Young and Jae Hyun. Everybody else still going. As Kim Down goes on to the long lap for the 2nd time. That puts Jiri Blahar and Kim Young-bum into the top 2. Although, of course, Kim Young-bum is running in 1st position, having taken the 1st long lap and into the water. Who is that that's gone at the medium buoy? I think that might be Stanislav Gnichkin going a 2nd time. Oh no, that's the 2. That's Kim Young-bum. So the leader for such a long time going in. That's a big disaster for the Korean. So Kim Young-bum has actually gone in from the lead. Big disaster there. And so now that's the chance for Kim Down to close up on him. And of course, Kim Down has already completed both of the long laps. So Kim Young-bum has only done 1 of them. So that's disastrous for Kim Young-bum, who's going to now have to take the 2nd long lap and just watch Kim Down disappear into the distance after that fall. So for Kim Down, he doesn't even need to push here, he just needs to stay upright through these slalom turns. As on to the long lap for the 2nd time then goes Kim Young-bum, goes through, and as he hits the long lap into the lead then goes Kim Down, and it's going to be uncontested as he completes the 5th lap. No worries at all then for the Korean. There he is, back in pursuit of the victory, back in the lead. There is Jiri Blahar, who currently leads the race, but of course he is on to the final lap, but he's got to take the long lap on his final lap, so that's why he finds himself in the lead. Kim Down crossing the line now, goes into the final lap, but he's done both of his long laps. So too has Kim Young-bum, but the Korean finds himself now in 3rd position as a result of the earlier fall. So as on to the long lap goes Jiri Blahar. He leads the way until he is overtaken by Kim Down, who passes his position onto the slalom for the last time. There is Jiri Blahar rejoining after his long lap. But it's going to be Kim Down who crosses the line with a victorious charge forward as he completes the final lap. He's in the slalom now, enjoying life in this one. After a sluggish start, he is going to get back to winning form. And so he will come through after a fantastic charge forward. There is Kim Down into the last run, having to avoid a competitor that's fallen in the slalom, but he doesn't need to rush things here. Checkered flag. It's the call. Oh, it's Jiri Blahar who's come through first. My apologies. Jiri Blahar has come through, but it only looks like he's done 1 long lap. That's why there's confusion. So I think Jiri Blahar, it's only noted that he's done 1 long lap. He should have done 2. So that's disastrous for Jiri Blahar. It's easy to lose count of the laps here when you've got to do 6 of them and you're focusing on so many things at once. The adrenaline is pushing your brain to the limit here, and it looks like he's miscounted, so he's only done 1 long lap. So I'm afraid that's going to be a penalty for Jiri Blahar, and that will give Kim Down the victory. That's natural after 6 laps completed in 2 long laps. If Jiri Blahar's only done 1, then that's going to be a penalty for the Czech rider. Very unfortunate for Jiri Blahar. So Kim Down is going to be the victor ahead of Kim Young-bum, and it looks like Stanislav Gnichkin will come through in 3rd position. And well, to prove the point, some riders losing count of how many long laps they've done. Yun Chun has actually done 3. Well, that's going to be a very unhappy Kim Young-bum, who's had that mistake out on the course, and that's really frustrating for him. So just 1 retirement in the end. That was Park Jin Young. But Jiri Blahar crossing the line in first, but as you can see from the graphic, he only has 1 long lap next to the amount of laps he's completed. 6 over 1 means he's completed 6 laps and done 1 long lap. You have to complete 2 as a mandatory. So Kim Down is going to be the winner despite finishing 12 seconds back. He's done 2 long laps. Yuri Blahar appears to have only done 1. Now, I don't know whether there's an error in the timing screen, but it usually isn't. So Yuri Blahar looks like he's going to get penalised. What a shame. Takes the win, but with only 1 long lap completed, that's not going to be a victory. Kim Down is going to take the win from Kum Yong-bum, and then Stanislav Genichkin, Yun Chun, Anja Chio-hong, Pavel Matoska, and then Chae-hyun and Paul Tori do not quite complete the full distance, but they do finish the race, something that Park Jin-young sadly did not do. And that is the Masters race completed for Group A. Now for Group B, and the second set of riders will head out onto the course and give us another exciting race battle out on track here at Macau. Lovely combination of courses over the course of the year. We end up racing both on the sea and on the reservoirs. But what a fantastic battle we have here at Macau, as everybody enjoys returning to this part of the world. There is nowhere in the world quite like Macau. A beautiful combination of Chinese history and culture, along with the fabulous Portuguese fishing heritage and the international English commerce. 3 languages here in Macau: English, Chinese and Portuguese, and very much native speakers of all 3 over the course of the competition as well. Everybody enjoying themselves and putting on a great display for everybody. So everybody getting themselves dialed in then for the second of the Masters races in Group B. And really good to see everybody putting on an amazing battle. So there is the starting lineup for the Masters second group heat. Arkadiusz Janora of Poland, along with Jano Vankersbilk of Belgium. Then Michel Ular of the Czech Republic and Jaime Hunkace of China. Murat Yogachila, the Turk, along with the Hungarian Abraham Tibor. Then Andrei Atanasov, the Bulgarian, along with Yun Jin of Korea. Chung Tsewa of Macau, and then Lia Duk-dong of Korea takes up the A shorts. So 10 riders from all over the globe in this one. There's the pit lane, which of course is basically the beach run. Fantastic to see everybody getting themselves geared up and ready for the next bout of action here at the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. Fabulous place to come racing. It's so much nicer here than it was last year as well. The weather was not kind to us in 2025. Grey, sodden and overcast all the way through, with rain and wind and grey clouds very much part of the action. I can tell you that it isn't much warmer than it was last year. If anything, it feels slightly colder, but the sun definitely makes a big difference here, as everybody's really motivated and excited for the battles that will come through. So it really will be an exciting battle for all of the contenders. So a very exciting run for all of our contenders. Arkadiusz Janora will be the one to start. There is Kim Down, starting perfectly naturally for him out on the course. Unfortunately, that's not the nicest thing to witness, but you do get kind of flooded with your sinuses on these amazing machines. You think trying to go top speeds of anywhere between 50 to 60 kilometers an hour through these buoys 6 times with 2 long laps, and having to try and keep track of how many times you've done the long lap while battling, while staying upright, while trying to stay out of the white water, while trying to keep your apex turns and radiuses going through. There's so much going on. This is an absolute onslaught on the senses, and people who look at this going, well, that looks absolutely easy. How on earth do you think that this is easy? It's nothing but the most difficult form of sport, probably on the water. I would say that even jet ski racing is slightly easier than this. But it is a very tricky battle for everybody. They all want to put on a good showcase. And so far, so good for our riders as they get themselves up to starting positions. For the second of our Masters races, we've already had the juniors, junior girl and junior boy. Good performances in the first race from those fantastic contenders, with an early victory for Oliver Wolf in the junior boy, and for the very talented and very able and competitive female competitor Maja Zielewinska of Poland in the first of the junior girl heats. We've just had a dominant victory in the end for Kim Down. There's going to be plenty of those for him over the course of the contest, let me tell you. It's certainly going to be an exciting one for everybody to witness. But for Kim Down, it's now time to stand back and watch as everybody else enjoys the battle that we get to witness here. It's going to be fascinating for everybody, putting on a good display as we continue to move forward. So everybody dialing up and getting ready for more great battles out on the course. And we are ready for the start. Now, once again, all of the opening heats in all of the groups will have a practice start. So for those watching for the first time, you get to see what this sport is really like off the launch. There is Arkadiusz Janora, represented Poland in the World Games earlier this year in Chengdu, and did a fantastic job of doing so as well. They did a fantastic week of racing, and a very nice moment, of course, for the Polish pair, because Arkadiusz Janora got to represent Poland alongside his daughter, Rosalia Janora, 15 years of age, sadly not racing with us this week, focusing on her studies but watching along at home, I know. So it'll be fascinating to see what happens next as her father sets off for a Masters victory. But he's going to have big opposition from the superb Belgian Jano van Kessbilk, the Electric Challenge champion for 2025. Michel Hullard, the ever-present Czech. Jaime Hunkace, the Chinese rider based out of Orlando. And then Murat Yangonshila, the Turkish rider, along with Hungarian Ibrahim Tibor, who was in the top 3 of this year's Electric Challenge. The Bulgarian Andrei Atanasov, the Korean Yeonjin, the Macanese rider Chung Tse-wei, and the other Korean in this field, Lee Duk-dong. So Arkadiusz Janora just bringing them around. They run in formation and then we wait until the flag drops. This is going to be the practice start, so to all intents and purposes it's going to look like a legal start, but it's so that the riders get a chance to practice the start. You need to have a practice start on this course. They've only been riding this particular layout since yesterday morning. They've not had any time to prepare and practice other than going straight into the competition, so you need a practice start for the first heat of the day. That's why we've got a little bit more time in the schedule for heat 1 than for any other heat in the timetable. The flag drops, the racers race. This is just the practice start, don't forget, but it gives you an idea of how treacherous it is, and that's the biggest problem you have in these races, following in the wake of the white water of the race leader, because once you've gone through the white water, that's oxygen mixing with the top layer of the water, and it's slower to ride through. It's also more unpredictable, so riding through the white water of the rider in front makes things very unbalanced, and that's why that's the perfect advert for how tricky it can be. So this is the practice ride, don't forget, so fortunately that's not going to ruin Michel Hullard's day, but it's certainly a big upset, as if this was the proper race start, it would be Jano van Kessbilk that would be leading the way at the end of the first lap. Thank goodness it's only the practice start. But that shows you how easy it is to get crossed up. In fact, I think that was actually Arkadiusz Janora going in. My apologies. So Arkadiusz Janora, I think, was the one who went in. But you can see how easily it is, even from the lead, to stay balanced here. As we look at the Electric Challenge champion for 2025, Jano van Kessbilk, the Belgian rider. Let's have another look at that moment, because although it's not in race trim, you can see how quickly you can get thrown off. Just the slightest pitch of camber angle of the wave, and it throws you right off kilter. You've got no time to respond to it. We saw a few moments yesterday in qualifying when you're trying to steer the board at speed through the radius, you get a 45-degree angle, then the wave kicks you up to a 90-degree and actually spits you up out of the waves by about an inch. And you've got to land square, otherwise you're falling flat on your face at very high speeds into the water. And riders can get knocked out here very easily indeed. It's a very tricky competition, but the riders know obviously what to expect. We've got a little bit of a trouble off the start from Andrei Atanasov. The Bulgarian is slow to join in with the rest of the riders. So he's now back upright on the board. Hopefully he'll be able to join the rest of the riders who have gone out to the far side of the Red Bull boys. And that is so that they can get themselves back into position. I say boys, the Americans say buoys, of course. And now they're going to take it round to the far side. The reason they've gone out that far to the shore, that far away from the shoreline, is to give Andrei Atanasov a little bit of time to get himself back into the line. There is fierce racing and fierce rivalry in this competition, but everybody is very much community spirit here. Everyone loves everyone. and we all want to see everybody join in with the races. Just coming up to 9:45 a.m. local time here in Macau. And boy, are we going to see some great racing now. If Arkadiusz Janota can go down on the practice start, then all bets are off. It could be a very interesting heat, this one. Janota, Vankersbilk, Ular, Hinkache, Jorgen Schiele, Tibor, Atanasov, Yun, Chung, and Lee. So Janota leads the field around. And it's up to him now, leading the craft forward, leading everybody into position as the pole sitter looks for a strong start. The 42-year-old from Kozi in Poland looking for a clean start. Everybody in the line. The flag drops and we're under starters' orders. We go racing in the Masters Group B. Great start from Arkadiusz Janota. This will start things off nicely for the pole. No worries at all as Jano Vankersbilk runs in second place. A very aggressive stance there off the starting line from the fourth rider. Jaime Hinkache trying to get underneath Michel Hulard and has to back out of it. So to the right goes Janota, to the left goes Vankersbilk, but he's already under pressure from Michel Hulard, who looks pretty strong in the slalom. So Janota's going to lead out of the slalom. Vankersbilk is just about going to pick out second place here as Hulard has lost a bit of ground in the slalom. So it's first and second as they were off the start. No problems at all for our race leader. Good start to proceedings then for Arkadiusz Janota, who leads away then in the Masters category, looking for his first 18 points of the competition. Vankersbilk, Ular, Hinkache, Jorgen Schiele, and Abraham Tibor in sixth place, the Hungarian. And that's a problem. Down goes Lee Duk-dong. So Lee Duk-dong, the Korean. Big error for him, unfortunately, as the 45-year-old from Gangsa-Bukduk is looking very tricky to rejoin there for the Bong Jet Surf team. There's Janota, there's Vankersbilk, and in the background you can see there Michel Hulard. Top three as you started. And Jaime Hinkache still doing a good job in fourth position. So Jano Vankersbilk just keeping it nice and planted. 6 laps of the race, 2 of which have to be long laps, of course, on this fairly short course. And it looks like Lee Duk-dong is not going to go any further. He's doing pirouettes just on the inside of the buoy at turn 4, trying to get himself back up. Now he's going to do so, but the leaders are coming up to him, so this could be a problem for the leader. Arkadiusz Janota has got to keep in mind, we've got a slow rider up in front trying to rejoin. He's got to take evasive action. Well, it's a bit late for the call to come there from Lee Duk-dong. Jano Vankersbilk has got to go to the right side of him. Nicely taken. Not a big drama in the end, but certainly a bit of a headache as Arkadiusz Janota sweeps through on the third lap. No long laps yet for the leaders. As there through comes the next rider in the tow. The first one to take the long lap is the Hungarian Abraham Tibor. So Abraham Tibor takes the long lap then. Looking comfortable at this point of proceedings and certainly fairly circumspect about things, leading after 3 laps. Jano Vankersbilk is 3.5 seconds back. Easy to lose that. So Arkadiusz Janota certainly doesn't want to be taking too many risks here. Out through turn 4, looking poised. 5, out through the right-hander, nearly losing it. 6 in the left-hander, up through 7 in the right, and looks fairly poised. Will he go for the long lap this time by, or will he stay on the course? He stays on course, so he's going to take his long laps for his final 2 laps. That gives him the decision to have a little bit of clear water in front of him. He now goes left on the slalom, which is a problem because he finds he's got a rider already to the far side. Jano Vankersbilk does the same thing because a rider's gone down there. They can put their hand up to acknowledge the fact that they have to miss a buoy there for the rider that's gone down into the water. So trying to make out who that is that went in. I think that might have been Yun Jin. The Koreans really struggling in this second of the Masters races. Arkadiusz Janota, though, leading the way, approaching some of the traffic, but they've both got to take long laps this time by. So as the riders try and pass the scene of another faller in the mix there, Arkadiusz Janota has got to pace himself. Look there to the right side, you can see another rider has gone down into the water, but Janota and Vankersbilk have both carried on without taking long laps. So now they've both got to go into the long laps, so they turn to the left side and they go round the outside of Yun Jin. Goodness me. That is brave work from Janota and Vankersbilk, who are now racing each other on the long lap. So round to the left side. The long lap takes about 30 seconds, Anthony Squire was telling me earlier on, the stock championship leader. So if you think that the lap itself is about 45 seconds in the elite, and then you've got 30 seconds for a long lap, that shows you how much time you lose on the long lap, but everybody's got to do it twice. There is Van Gersbilk closing up on Yanoda, trying his best to try and keep pace and try and keep tabs, but the white water is so difficult to follow through here for Jano Van Gersbilk. He's got to try and change lanes here, which he does. So while Arcadia Yanoda goes right, Van Gersbilk goes left. Can he get him in the slalom? That makes it easier to run through traffic. But Van Gersbilk just can't quite pick up pace here on Arcadia Yanoda. He's going to rejoin though Yanoda right behind a slower rider. That's going to be tricky as he almost clatters into the side of Abraham Tibor into the last lap. The white flag is there on the line. So Arcadia Yanoda and Jano Van Gersbilk trying to steer clear. But they've got some traffic in front of them here. They've got number 6 directly in front of them, Abraham Tibor. They've also got the 9 of Chung Tsa-wei, the Macanese rider. So Arcadia Yanoda acknowledging that Chung Tsa-wei has gone down. That's unfortunate for the Macanese. But certainly for the two leaders, Yanoda and Van Gersbilk, they're now struggling in white water, following in the path of Abraham Tibor. They now get to come off the racing line and go through the long lap. But Van Gersbilk is trying to chase down Arcadia Yanoda, so this is brave from Van Gersbilk. If he can get close enough to him, he's already made up a lot of time. He was 3.5 seconds back, so he's gained 2.5 seconds as we watch Jaime Hunkache, the Chinese rider based out of Orlando in Florida. And now they are just in a drag race to the boys here. Van Gersbilk trying to upset Arcadia Yanoda. These two are surely going to be first and second in this race. But as they come to the slalom for the last time, it's now going to be about who gets it. Van Gersbilk's gone down! Van Gersbilk's gone down, rejoining. Oh, well, someone was going to make the mistake there amongst the two leaders, and it's Van Gersbilk that drops it. So now Arcadia Yanoda can just keep it tidy for the last part of the slalom, and the pole is going to come up with 18 points out of the slalom. One final right-hander, and it will be the victory for Arcadia Yanoda. The checkered flag flies. Perfectly done in the end then for Arcadia Yanoda. A great victory to start the ball rolling for the Polish ace. Second place for Michel Hulard. And that's so gut-wrenchingly close for Jano Van Gersbilk. He so nearly got the win there. He manages to recover, and he will come through, I think, for he'll come through for third position. Cost him 10 seconds, that fall. What a shame for Jano Van Gersbilk. So nearly grabbing a chance of a victory at the end there, but it is Arcadia Yanoda, the Polish rider, who gets the victory and 18 points. And the MotoSurf Tenzi team will be very happy indeed about that one. Great start for Polska. And Arcadia Yanoda very happy indeed with the way that his competition has begun. Was very fast in qualifying yesterday, fastest of the group, and now continues by getting the first win of the competition. Michel Hulard coming through in second place under the tutelage of the Paddle Brno owner, Lukasz Zahorski, not just famous for his MotoSurf, but he also runs the paddle operation in Brno. Basically, any cool sports, just go to Lukasz Zahorski. He knows what to do. He's good at everything. I bet if you gave him a piano, he'd probably pick it up in about half an hour. So Arcadia Yanoda comes through, 3 seconds clear then of Jano Van Gersbilk after a fantastic start to the competition. But it is in fact Michel Hulard that comes through for second place in the end after a fall for the Belgian talent. So Michel Hulard is the one who is confirmed as second position after a fantastic charge forward. But it is Arcadia Yanoda there to the right of your screen. Jano Van Gersbilk, I almost had you. That's the international side language there for the Belgian. I was catching you, I almost had you, but I made the mistake. Nothing I could do. So Arcadia Yanoda comes through for the win in front of Michel Hulard, and Jano Van Gersbilk third place from Jaime Hunkache, Murat Yogachila and Abraham Tibor, the only other man to come through for 6 full laps. Chung Tsa-wei and Yun Jin only completed 4, Li Dong completed 3, and Andrei Atanasov had problems with the board, only completing 2. So that's done and dusted then for the Masters category. They've certainly given us plenty to get excited about here. The Macanese riders just recovering the board from the race and tipping it upside down because, of course, a couple of trips into the water there for Chung Tsa-wei will probably have flooded the engine a little bit there, so they have to turn it upside down, guided by Alan and G to tip the board upside down and basically empty it and drain it of all the water. Andrea Tanazov there being recovered as well. Water is obviously likely to get into the system, but if too much gets in, you're not going to go anywhere. There is a drainage filter, of course, to try and make it easier for everybody, but it's not easy, and it's certainly not clear-cut to see how everything is going to get done. But certainly the riders starting things off nicely in the Masters category. And the battle between Arkadiusz Janora and Kim Down will return to the water a little bit later on in the day. We've still got more great races to come. Next up, it's the Formula One of our sport. It's the elites that will come out onto the circuit. Only 7 of them in the competition this weekend, as the championship battle is what takes center stage. And there are still, mathematically, in the elite category, 4 riders that can be champion. Matthias Novotny, championship leader on 204 points. Alex Lukscheider, second on 196. Lukas Zahorski, the 6-time champion and gold medalist earlier this year, 195 points, just 1 behind Lukscheider and 9 behind Novotny. And then we've got Matej Kozicek with mathematical hopes of becoming champion, but in reality he knows that he's going to have to settle for 4th position on 156. In these competitions, it's the 4 heats that they race, and the top 3 that get ready to count, liking this to see the women getting themselves warmed up for their 2 races later on. Great to see them getting themselves dialed in for the action there. That looked like the 2 riders in the women's category from Macau. So we'll see them out on the course very shortly after the elites battle. I'm fairly sure that we just saw the warm-up there. Actually, I think that was the 2 Chinese riders. My apologies. I think that was Chai Xin and Gao Jiayin getting themselves ready. Here we go then, to the water for the elites. So the Grand Prix of Macau will see the Formula One-esque riders of our sport. We don't have a Formula One. If we did, it would be the elite category. These are the only boards that can actually be tuned and tweaked in terms of setup. We're going to see 8 laps of the course, 2 of which are long laps. And these are the gladiators of our sport. 7 competitors to go to battle. The 15-year-old Adam Kolar from Brno in the Czech Republic for La Cucina Nera. Miroslav Kub, the 37-year-old for the Jet Surf HK satellite team from Prznetin. Then Matej Kozicek, the 19-year-old from Petrovice of the FG Forest Racing team. Alex Lukscheider, 19 years of age, the captain of the Apex Pilots from Brno Jabroveski. Then Matthias Novotny, the championship leader, 17 years of age from Rocket Racing of the fantastic team. And he comes from Nekanice. And then the 2 riders from Brno, Jiri Wolf, who is the father of Oliver Wolf, Otto Centrum Viskov rider, and then the man himself, 24 years of age for Rocket Racing, the captain of the team, Lukas Zahorski, gold medalist in China in the summer, multiple world champion. He came into this season knowing that there was a chance to be gold medalist. He came out of retirement in order to do so. He is a 6-time world champion and he's on pole position. If he can make up 9 points over these qualifying heats in the final, he will take an unprecedented 7th World Championship title. So Lukas Zahorski from Matthias Novotny, Matej Kozicek, Alex Lukscheider, Adam Kolar, Miroslav Kub and Jiri Wolf. All 7 of the Czech riders in the elite category. Why are they all from the Czech Republic, you ask? Well, that's where the sport comes from, essentially. And the elite riders from the Czech Republic know more about these boards than anybody else on the planet. And they are the only ones brave enough to go into the tuning world. Most of these racers will buy the board, fresh out of the box, get on it and go racing. In the elite, you are allowed to tune the engines to get the most out of them and make slight settings on the aero fins and what have you. This makes these boards the F1 machines of their type. But 20 kilograms roughly these boards weigh, and with only a few horsepower in the engine on 20 kilos, you can still reach 70 kilometers an hour top speed. That's lunacy. These guys really do have sawdust where their brains should be, but that makes it such a fantastic sport. Now, in all of these disciplines, as I mentioned before, Heat 1 is a practice start, so this is the practice launch for our riders. They do all get a practice start. Let's see what a start looks like. This isn't the official race start, but you can see how tight it's going to be off the start line already between Zahorsky and Novotny chops across Lukas Zahorsky. That's the championship leader, showcasing how aggressive he's going to go off the start. And this is only the practice launch, don't forget. So that's psychology from Mateusz Novotny, who has already demonstrated to Lukas Zahorsky he is not going to mess around off the start here. So this is magnificent stuff as now we cruise over the line to reset. And now Lukas Zahorsky knows everything that Mateusz Novotny's about. 9 points need to be recovered here by Lukas Zahorsky. He is 9 points adrift in the championship fight. 8 points adrift in the championship fight is Alex Lukscheider, so literally anything could happen here. 18 points for a heat win, 14 for second, 11 for third, and 9 for fourth place. So anything could happen here, and it really will change the face of the championship. 72 points is the maximum score, 3 heat wins out of 4 to count, and then the final, which will count, of course. The winner of the final will be the winner of the Grand Prix, but the championship, well, that could be anybody's. And there's only 9 points between the top 3 riders. It could go either way. Mateusz Novotny, championship leader. Alex Lukscheider, Apex Pilots team captain, second place. And the 6-time world champion and World Games gold medalist, Lukas Zahorsky. What a battle between the 3 best elite riders in the world right now. Now we go into race trim. The competitors get ready for the best start you're going to see this morning. As the elite riders in position, we wait for the flag to drop. We go racing for the first time. Heat 1 gets underway. Look at Mateusz Novotny already trying to jump across Zahorsky and crowds him out. Zahorsky somehow stays upright, and Mateusz Novotny charges into the lead out of the whole shot. Fantastic from Mateusz Novotny. Lukas Zahorsky is going to be eating his waves for the first slalom. And everybody now trying to charge their way through. Watch out for Alex Lukscheider on the far side. He's got a decent start out of the blocks as well as Lukscheider falls into P3. But out in front, it is Novotny from Zahorsky. The 2 Lone Rangers are with a sharp end. Zahorsky nearly drops it in Boy 1. Somehow he keeps it upright. But Mateusz Novotny leads the way in the elite category. 8 laps to be completed, 2 of which are long laps. Out through 7. Boy 8 to the right side, 9 to the left side, and back into the slalom. Now Lukas Zahorsky goes for the long lap early. He's decided, right, Novotny's beaten me off the line. I'm going to take him on in the slalom and in the long lap. So Zahorsky gets clear water to go to the long lap. This man, Mateusz Novotny, knows that with Zahorsky nowhere to be seen, there is Lukas Zahorsky charging up to full chat and trying to get some time back in the long lap. So Lukas Zahorsky goes for broke early. Always best if you get beaten off the racing line to take that strategy to try and find your way back into the contest later. So Lukas Zahorsky will drop down the order, but of course he's taken his first long lap. There will be 2 long laps to take, don't forget. So Zahorsky now battling his way forward. It looks like we've also seen a bit of an early charge forward from Matej Kozicek, who's also taken an early long lap, as has Adam Kolar. So there goes the number 1, Lukas Zahorsky, 6 times world champion. So he comes through having already done his first long lap, dropping to the back of the field to do so. Adam Kolar having problems on the first lap. He's taken his first long lap already as a result of that. That's the only way back for him, really. So Novotny leads the way. Second place is Lukscheider. Third is Miroslav Kup. It looks as though Lukscheider's already giving pressure to the men around him. Lukscheider, who obviously got the victory in Fujairah for the finals that were cancelled due to some very unusual situations that we had in Fujairah. But the season really has had many peaks and troughs, from Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates to Cezme in Turkey to Manfredonia in Italy to Zadar in Croatia, and here we are in Macau as the riders charge their way forward. There is the hard-charging Alex Lukscheider, the winner in Fujairah at the start of the season, 8 points back in the championship fight. If he can find some more speed and get back on terms with Mateusz Novotny, he's got a chance. He's currently following in the wake of Miroslav Kup. So Miroslav Kup having an interesting ride of it. But on to the long lap for the second time, has already gone the 5 of Adam Collar. He's already decided to take the long lap on 2 occasions to make up for the deficits earlier on. Now he can focus on trying to get back into the contest. Out in front though, it is Novotny from Luke Scheider and Matej Kozicek. So Lukas Zahorski's already taken 1 of the long laps. Matthias Novotny completes lap number 5, having not taken either long lap yet. Luke Scheider likewise has stayed out on the natural rhythm of the course, and the gap between Novotny and Luke Scheider, by the way, is about 10 seconds. Yeah, 10.9. So we'll wait to see if Matthias Novotny is going to go on to the long lap this time by. Will he get out of the traffic? Yes, he does. So Matthias Novotny takes the first of his long laps, and this is going to be fascinating to see where he rejoins in relation to Zahorski. In fact, Lukas Zahorski has taken both of his long laps now, so he won't get alongside him just yet, because he's obviously taken 2 30-second long laps already. So we're going to need to see what happens when Novotny rejoins. He does so now. Back onto the natural flow of the course and in through the slalom comes Matthias Novotny now. So back into the action he goes. It'll all count on where he rejoins back in relation to Zahorski. If Zahorski's been faster through the long laps than Matthias Novotny, then he should be able to get back the lead. He dropped about 3 seconds to him on the first lap after that very aggressive stance from Novotny on the start. So Zahorski took 2 long laps early to basically get himself out of trouble. Now what can Novotny do to retaliate? He comes through at the end of lap 6 behind Matej Kozicek, who hasn't taken a single long lap yet. Now he's about to. So Matej Kozicek will turn to the left and take his first long lap. So Matej Kozicek doing a great job at the moment as he runs in close proximity of the sharp end. There is Matej Kozicek on the long lap. So he's going to fall back to position. What about Novotny? Is he coming in for his second long lap? Not yet. I think he's decided to complete this part of the course just to get himself balanced in for the last lap. So there is Novotny, championship leader, and currently ahead of Lukas Zahorski, sorry. Luke Scheider, he's ahead of as well, but Luke Scheider's also got to take a second long lap. So it looks like it's going to be Luke Scheider who's going to be playing catch-up. He's on the long lap. So Luke Scheider's on his second long lap, and he's already completed that. So now we wait to see what Matthias Novotny is going to do. He's got to take the long lap this time because he's only completed 1 of them. So here comes Novotny, arm in the air. He takes the second long lap. Now we need to see where he's going to get out in relation to Lukas Zahorski, who's managed to get ahead of Luke Scheider naturally. Now, of course, we'll find out where Lukas Zahorski is going to rejoin in the battle. Here he is, coming through the first buoy. He's actually got a little bit of close proximity in front of him because he's got the 3 of Matej Kozicek in front of him, who still needs to take his second long lap. There is Novotny. I think Zahorski is not going to have this. Out onto the course again. There is Novotny. He's beaten Zahorski through. So it is going to be Matthias Novotny who takes the first 18 points, and that is bad news for Zahorski and Luke Scheider, but the championship leader is in commanding form after a very aggressive start. This is exactly what Matthias Novotny needed to showcase his prowess as the elite champion-elect. Out of the final turn, the checkered flag flies. Matthias Novotny opens his account with a flamboyant victory. What a way to start for Matthias Novotny. He is not going to let Luke Scheider or Zahorski have even the slightest whiff of a chance if he's got any say in the matter. He checks out by just over 5 seconds to Lukas Zahorski. There was nothing between the 2 riders. And as they join each other on the shoreline, there's going to be a nice bit of banter, I'm sure, between the 2 of them. They know, of course, they're racing each other for the title. But there is a good friendship and a good rivalry between the riders here. Across the line then comes Matthias Novotny ahead of his opponents. What a fantastic end to a brilliant, brilliant race as Matthias Novotny psychs out his opposition on the starting charge forward. Absolutely amazing. Never would have thought we'd see that much aggression that early from Matthias Novotny, but he is determined he's going to win this championship. And he's going to do it without conceding points. He's going to pull away in the championship. So Lukas Zahorski concedes 4 points from this heat alone. Matis Novotny ahead of Lukas Zahorski. Alex Lukscheider third position in front of Matej Kozicek. Then Adam Kolar ahead of Miroslav Kurb and Jiri Wolf, who are both lapped on their way to 6th and 7th place. But the big news is that Matis Novotny is 4 points to the good of Lukas Zahorski and 7 points to the good of Alex Lukscheider. The championship is looking good. But that's just the opening heat. There are still 3 heats more to tally in. So it's going to be fascinating to see how the elite competition continues, because it's not easy to be perfect in this sport. In fact, it's very rare to get the full 3 heats followed by the final victory sewn up. It's very difficult to complete that. And so it will be tricky to know if anybody's going to have the chance of doing that. Right, next up, we've got the 2 women's races for Group A and Group B. And the Women's Championship is a pretty evenly contested one as well. It is currently Aneta Shtukalova ahead of Eliska Matushkova, the youngest ever female world champion a couple of years ago, and the gold medalist in the women's category in China earlier this summer, with Sara Zubarova with an outside shot. Now, there's 9 points between Aneta Shtukalova and Eliska Matushkova in the championship fight in the ladies category, but unlike in the elites, it's actually going to be much harder for Eliska Matushkova to take that 9-point deficit back to Aneta Shtukalova, because they'll be racing in separate groups. That means there's going to be 18 points on offer in Group A, 18 points on offer in Group B. So if they both score a victory, it basically means that it's even Stevens. It's a stalemate between the 2 riders. So it's going to be very hard for Eliska Matushkova to make her way back into this competition. 9 points is a lot to make up when it's not a field of 1. If it was a field of 1, then Eliska Matushkova would have a chance to take back some points by beating Aneta Shtukalova in a straight fight. But that is not how the game plays out for her on this occasion. She's going to find it very tough indeed to gain points back from the 21-year-old from Puchov in the Czech Republic for Matek Racing, Aneta Shtukalova, who is on the verge of becoming women's world champion here. Eliska Matushkova, 4 years her junior, the 17-year-old from Jelava for Rocket Racing, who is the maddest McLaren Formula 1 fan, would dearly love to be part of the Formula 1 paddock in years to come, whether that's just as a spectator or actually getting involved in some way. It's amazing how many of these riders are actually racing car junkies as well. They love watching the sport and certainly enjoy getting a chance to be part of it whenever the opportunity arises. But the women's category is getting ready for its first bout of the competition, and it's certainly going to be an interesting one when the ladies do take to the race course once again. Qualifying yesterday certainly gave us some great entertainment, and we're going to see some really good battles on the course for the women's category. 7 laps, 2 of which are long laps, and 2 races of course for them, and then we'll get an unbelievable 6 races, would you believe, from the stock category. They really are going to have the candle cut at both ends over the course of today, so it's going to be really intriguing to see how things continue to progress for everybody in the women's class as the riders are getting themselves ready. There is Lukas Zahorski just in the foreground there, talking his way around the course and how he enjoyed the race battle out there. There is the number 5, the 15-year-old Adam Kolar, who is actually in his first event in the elites, I believe, also racing in the stock category. Matej Kozicek coming over and having a chat there with Lukas Zahorski. One of the most passionate members of the MotoSurf community is Matej Kozicek. He just loves racing, loves life, loves the ability to get out there and put on a show. And he's certainly going to be able to do that over the course of this fantastic competition. So the women's category gearing themselves up and getting ready for another exciting showcase here for the UIM MACAO Grand Prix of Macau, the MotoSurf World Championship finale of 2025. A very busy calendar in what has been the most successful year of the sport in recent times. An opportunity to really soak up the tension and the drama through the season, from Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates to Čezme in Turkey to Manfredonia in Italy to Zadar in Croatia, and of course the championship split in the middle by the first ever appearance in the World Games at Chengdu in China. Their next appearance hopefully is going to be in 4 years' time at the World Games of 2029 in Germany. And a fabulous nice bit of debrief there from the riders. Adam Kolar just keeping up to date with everything that played out in that race with his rivals. I think he's deep in conversation there with young, I think that's with Matthias Novotny he's chatting away to there. And he's just come through and taken a victory in the first of the elite races. And certainly the 17-year-old determined to take the title away from his 24-year-old opponent. Here come the ladies riders in the women's category. It's going to be a fabulous competition between them, as the women's class has been very close in each individual race competition. It's not been plain sailing for them at all through the course of this season, and the women's category have enjoyed plenty of exciting races over the course of the year. Equal points in the UAE from Aneta Stukalova and Eliska Matuskova. Then Matuskova hit big in Turkey. Then the few weeks gap, and then we went to Italy, where the big score came from Sara Zuborova, the Slovakian. And then a perfect score from Aneta Stukalova last time out in Croatia has put her 9 points clear in the championship fight. So this is where it all comes to a fure at Macau, as the female riders get themselves ready for their first group. The riders just getting themselves into position once again for the first group. They will obviously have a practice start, and then we will go racing once again. So all of the contenders for the female category Group A. We'll have Group B as well, of course. 2 pairs of races in the women's category. And pole position for this one is the Czech rider, 21 years of age, Aneta Stukalova, for the Matec racing team. Really hungry to go for the victory this time. As there she is, getting herself dialed in. Oh, sorry, that is Eliska Matuskova, my apologies. So it is going to be Aneta Stukalova who takes the pole position for the adjacent group, Group B. So there is Eliska Matuskova, 17 years of age, gold medalist in Chengdu in her first ever appearance in the World Games. It's been quite a breakthrough year for MotoSurf as a sport, but also for the riders that have taken full advantage of the opportunity to grab their first gold medal. You should have seen the MotoSurf riders when they were in the arena for the World Games. They couldn't quite believe their luck. They couldn't believe that they were privileged enough to take part in such an amazing sporting competition, up against all of the athletes and the martial artists and all of the fantastic competitors in all of the various different sporting disciplines of the World Games. And they couldn't quite believe that they had got to that stage. Well, believe it they should, and worthy of that accolade they are. So it's going to be great to see the women's competitors race for the title here over the course of the next 2 days. And certainly the duel between Aneta Stukalova and Eliska Matuskova is going to be the talk of the town. Sara Zuborova has a mathematical chance of being involved in this title fight, but in reality, I think she's well aware of the fact that it's not going to be her title, as Eliska Matuskova brings the riders around for the practice start. And so everybody ready in position to get us up to a starter's orders procedure. So the women's category gearing themselves up ready for the first of our heats. Group A, the starting lineup is Sara Zuborova in pole position, in fact. So they're getting themselves into the first practice start. So just an indication of what the riders are going to give us. It's not full racing trim, they're just practicing the start. It is Sara Zuborova, who dominated in qualifying yesterday, who will start this first of the group races from the front end of the field, in front of Aneta Stukalova, and then Gauja Yin, Elizabeta Faitova from Mikitori, Leon Jin, Paulina Karpova, and Kim Min-young. So as the female riders get themselves out of the slalom, and they'll get themselves tucked in. Now, this is where things could be good for Eliska Matuskova. The thorn in the side for Aneta Stukalova here is Sara Zuborova, the Slovakian rider who is in her first year as a women's competitor, competing in juniors last year, stepping up to the Women's World Championship in 2025. And the Motoshop Zubor rider from Kostivjaska in Slovakia, Sara Zuborova, could actually be a real thorn in the side here for Aneta Stukalova. She beat her in qualifying, and she could take points off her here, which could be how Eliska Matuskova catches her up over the course of these heats. So Aneta Stukalova's under pressure here in the number 2, because she's got to beat the number 1, Sara Zuborova. all 3 times, or 3 times out of 4 at least, to stand any chance of making progress. So Eliska Matoskova would probably have slept better last night than Aneta Stukalova. 9 points back with time to gain, but she doesn't have to worry about the onslaught of Sada Zubadova. The riders are in position. We wait for the flag to drop for the first of the women's races. Group A will have to wait. So they'll go round again. So the competitors not quite in formation then off the start, so they will have to go round another time to get themselves ready for another crack at this. So it's Sada Zubadova, the Slovakian 15-year-old, who's come straight into the Women's World Championship in 2025 as a potential world champion. I think in reality she knows she's going to have to settle for 3rd position, but it's not impossible that she could go higher than that. And certainly she can be a real problem for Aneta Stukalova. If she takes 4 points off her more than once, then suddenly that's a big problem for Aneta Stukalova and a big opportunity for Eliska Matoskova in the 2nd group. So the riders get themselves into position, ready for another charge forward, as everybody is ready for a good start here. And it looks like we've only got 7 of them. I'm not sure what happened to Kim Min-kyung, but everybody's getting ready for the start as we go on to starters orders now. We're racing forward, and Aneta Stukalova trying to get one over on Sada Zubadova as they charge through the first buoy. She's ended up having to correct herself here and lose balance a little bit. Manages to correct, but now Gao Jiayin is going to be trying to push hard here to try and take her on. The Chinese rider trying to move further forward as they work their way through the slalom for the first time. But it is great news for Sada Zubadova in the lead, exactly where she wanted to be off the charge. So now it's Sada Zubadova pulling clear and looking good for 18 points. 7 laps, 2 of which have to be long laps, of course. And through they come at the end of the first lap, and it is Zubadova in front of Stukalova and Gao Jiayin. So with everybody settling into a good rhythm, Zubadova looks fairly comfortable in the lead of this race. She's got to try and stay upright here. And Aneta Stukalova is under pressure, trying to close her down, but the 21-year-old is not going to relent. She's got that 9-point cushion coming into the weekend, so let's see what she's capable of. She goes to the long lap first. So Aneta Stukalova decides, no, there's no point trying to close in on Sada Zubadova. I'm going on to the long lap. So she does. There is Aneta Stukalova, number 2 in this race, taking the long lap on the far side. Now that's to get her out of the white water and to give her a chance strategically of going quicker over the long laps than the race leader Sada Zubadova. That's her best chance of coming out with an 18-point advantage at the end of this heat. So there is your leader, Sada Zubadova, 15 years of age, from Slovakia, her first year as a women's senior world championship rider. As we now look at the number 2, Aneta Stukalova, 21, going for the World Championship, but does not want to be beaten by a 15-year-old in the competition. We've had somebody go down in the slalom. I think that's one of the Chinese riders. I wonder if that's Gao Jiayin, you know. It isn't. They managed to correct themselves, but it certainly wasn't Gao Jiayin. I think it might actually have been Polina Karpova. We'll double check as they come through. But certainly a good run so far, as now onto the long lap goes the number 1, Sada Zubadova, immediately responding to Aneta Stukalova. It was indeed Polina Karpova who dropped it on the far side. There is the 5 trying to stay upright. That is Miki Tori of Japan. So Miki Tori is now in 3rd position after Aneta Stukalova, Elizaveta Faitova and Leon Jin all decided to take the long lap on the far side. As there is Sada Zubadova rejoining after the long lap, and there is Gao Jiayin. So Gao Jiayin, the Chinese rider, tucks in right behind. I want to see where Zubadova is in relation to Aneta Stukalova. So Zubadova looks like she is rejoined in the lead, just in front of Aneta Stukalova. There's not much to choose between these two now as they cross the finish line. There is the 1 ahead of the 2. So Zubadova and Stukalova, 1.43 seconds. There is the 3rd place rider, Gao Jiayin of China. So now again, it'll come down to tactics. Who takes the long lap first and who leaves the other one flailing, trying to stay in contention in the white water. This is hard aggression from Aneta Stukalova, trying to charge in behind the 15-year-old Sada Zubadova. And Aneta Stukalova trying to stay with the race leader. Will she go for the long lap and get out of the white water here? No, she's going to follow in behind Sada Zubadova. So surely in the slalom, she will choose to... Oh, she goes to follow her. Well, normally you would think in the close proximity of the battle, she would choose the opposing side of the slalom. But no, she stays with her. And she's made the error there and dropped a second at least in the slalom. So Aneta Stukalova choosing to follow in behind Zara Zubodova, and she lost a bit of time there in the slalom. So she's clearly trying to pressure Zara Zubodova by following her in the white water. But this is also very daring from Aneta Stukalova. She's far enough back that it shouldn't cause her too much of an issue to follow so closely. But at the same time, she's trying to be intimidating and psych out the lead. And Zubarova's gone down! Zara Zubodova down from the lead. So Aneta Stukalova, it works as she challenges Zubodova and pushes the 15-year-old into the mistake. And Aneta Stukalova takes over the lead into the slalom. This is the champion in waiting. Aneta Stukalova puts the pressure on Zara Zubodova and now hits the front. So Aneta Stukalova will come out of the slalom to complete the 5th lap with 2 to go, 1 long lap still to complete, and Aneta Stukalova has bitten and charged hard to take the lead here with 2 to go. Aneta Stukalova forces Zara Zubodova into the error. So now Stukalova trying to stretch away from the 15-year-old from Slovakia. Out through boy 5, through 6, through to 7. She's got to take 1 more long lap, but so too does Zara Zubodova. So now there is the 15-year-old Slovakian back on the board in 2nd place. She didn't lose too much time. She's going on the long lap because Aneta Stukalova decided to stick with it. So Stukalova's in the slalom, Zubodova's in the long lap. This is the only way to get back at her now. Opposing strategies, undercut and overcut. Zuborova hoping the undercut tactic works. Stukalova going for the overcut, but she's got the confidence now. And the 21-year-old who leads the Women's Championship is looking so poised here. Through 2, through 3, and she's got clear water in front of her. She doesn't have to worry too much about the issues of traffic at this moment. So she goes into lap 7, the final lap, and she will take the long lap this time by. Her hand will go up at the end of this buoy, and she'll turn to the left side. There she goes. So Aneta Stukalova to the long lap for the last time. And this will be the perfect run, but will she be quicker than Zara Zubodova? She's got Gao Jin in front of her as they go on to the long lap. So this is not going to be easy to determine here. And Aneta Stukalova's got a little bit of traffic here. This could unsettle her. She comes out of the draft, trying to get on terms with Gao Jiayin, who was in 3rd position at one point, don't forget. So Gao Jiayin, who's lost a lap in all of this, charging past Aneta Stukalova, full of confidence, rejoins in the throw, and she is into the slalom first. So Aneta Stukalova has held on to the lead. The overcut strategy works perfectly, but now she's got the traffic in front of her. That is Elizabeta Fajtova just in front of her. She doesn't want to get tripped up by her in the slalom. It's going to get tricky. And Fajtova makes the mistake and drifts wide, so that's fine for Stukalova. She's got to be careful she doesn't miss a buoy. Zara Zubodova taking it carefully through the slalom, but it's going to be first blood to Aneta Stukalova. She needed to take the win. She needed to beat Zara Zubodova in a straight fight, and she's done so in the first heat of the competition. She really had to dig deep there. Aneta Stukalova looking good for the championship. If she can pull off 2 more heats like that, it's going to be unbeatable for Aneta Stukalova. Absolutely terrific run from the 21-year-old. Excellent work from the Matec Racing rider. And with the incredible, impeccable work in that first race, the young lady from Puchov has done exactly what she needed to kick-start this competition. She was behind Zara Zubodova. She was in danger of losing 4 points to Eliska Maruskova. She certainly won't for now, because at the moment she has 18 from the first heat. That's the maximum. And if Eliska Maruskova does the same thing, it's stalemate. An amazing ride from Aneta Stukalova. That's a champion ready to be crowned. They say in sport, if you behave like a world champion, you will become one. And Aneta Stukalova certainly pulls off a champion's ride to start the contest. She's got to do that at least twice more, but it's a great start. So Aneta Stukalova comes through for the victory in front of Zara Zubodova. A brilliant ride from Leon Chin of Korea. She comes through for 3rd place in the end, ahead of Miki Tori. Elizabeta Fajtova and Gao Jiayin lose a lap over the course of the race. Polina Karpova loses 2, and it looks like Kim Min Kyung is not going to be racing after all. entered into the competition, racing after qualifying, of course. But Aneta Stukalova, what a start to her championship assault. And after such a tough ride, Aneta Stukalova needed to be absolutely on her A game here. It was not going to be easy to beat Sada Zubarova after the immense pace that the Slovakian rider showed in qualifying yesterday. Stukalova was looking nervous at the end of qualifying. Not anymore. A fabulous victory and a great way to start the contest. That's a world champion waiting to be crowned. So now the second group is about to get underway, and that's going to be Eliska Matuskova, who's essentially got to do exactly the same thing to keep her chances of winning this championship alive. The worst thing that could happen now for Eliska Matuskova is to get beaten in the opening heat, because she's obviously got to try and maintain her points average. Aneta Stukalova took 18 points, so now she's got to do the same in order to keep the hopes of winning the championship title alive. But the pressure is on Eliska Matuskova now, not on Aneta Stukalova, who really fought her way to the victory. She's got to fight in all of her qualifying heats here to try and get some of these points back, or to at least, stop Eliska Matuskova getting those points back, I should say. But it's a great top three and a great start to proceedings so far then, as Aneta Stukalova takes the first win, Sada Zubarova in second, and a brilliant top three for Lee Eun-jin, the Korean rider, 38 years of age, from Seoul, putting herself into a good competition. She keeps joking, us slow riders need to have some opportunities in this competition as well. Well, third position is certainly not slow, Eun-jin. Great start to the competition for the Korean. So now the women's competition in Group B is going to see Eliska Matuskova start from the front of the field. She'll have a little bit of pressure on her from the start, from Emma Strochelova and the very impressive Chinese rider Cai Jin, along with Linda Lukscheider, Barbara Kotarova, Sara Volfova and Park In-hee. So there's a slight pause in the proceedings for the women's category while there's a little bit of a technical reset. There is occasionally a gap or two in between races just to take into account and into consideration the differences in the boys. Sometimes these boys tend to collapse and fall over, and when they do that, they obviously need to be reset back into race position. So it looks like a little bit of social media activity for Aneta Stukalova. Straight into the PR side of things for our champion in waiting. And here's the lineup for women's Heat 1 Group B. Eliska Matuskova, the youngest ever women's world champion, hoping to become world champion again. She was certainly the gold medalist in China in the World Games, but she's got to win if she's going to keep that faith alive. Emma Strochelova second from Cai Jin, Linda Lukscheider, Barbara Kotarova, Sara Volfova and Park In-hee of Korea. It's just gone 10:30 a.m. local time, and this year it's actually quite nice sitting on Hansar Beach in Macau. Last year it wasn't, because it was very grey, murky and cold. It's a little bit nippy, but then what beach isn't? Hansar Beach in 2025 here in Macau is absolutely stunning. Look at it. This beautiful beach on the Isle of Coleraine, not too far away from the Coleraine Grand Prix circuit that has seen so many fantastic kart racers cut their teeth in international competition, and even not far away from the Circuito de Guia that held the world famous Macau Grand Prix car race that was taking place last week, won in fantastic style by the Frenchman Théophile Nal, and has in previous years been won by the likes of Ayrton Senna and Michael Schumacher. So the competitors in the women's category getting ready for a good start. Look at that. I love that, between Aneta Stukalova and young Sada Zubarova. A hug between the two of them. Never mind, you did a great job. You really pushed me hard there. And considering that this is Sada Zubarova's first year as a senior competitor in the Women's Championship, she's going to be such a superstar. If she's pulling off races and qualifying performances like this at the age of 15, everybody in the Women's Championship should be terrified of what she's going to produce in her second season. Sada Zubarova already an early 2026 championship favourite. To the left of your screen, that is Gao Jie-yin, who had a very tough race out there, 6th position in the end behind Elizaveta Vaitova. But certainly great opportunities to move forward. Everybody enjoying the mix of it. There is Mikatori along with Leon Jin as they prepared for another race later on today. Third and fourth, those two. Leon Jin in third position ahead of Mikatori. Look at it. They're really giving the drone footage plenty to get excited about. Leon Jin and Mikatori getting their groove on. How have they still got energy? How are they still vertical? Brilliant stuff for Leon Jin and Mikatori, the Korean and the Japanese rider. We love MotoSurf. These guys have just so much more adrenaline than your average racer. They love this sport, they love life, and they are living it to the extreme. MotoSurf riders have only one motto: live every day like it's your last. It's a wonderful motto to live by, and it really is beautifully exerted and exponed by the MotoSurf racing they do. Fantastic. So pole position then for Eliska Matuskova as the women's riders get back up to speed. Look at the wave patterns though. There are some big choppy waves here. The riders were basically telling me that it's a bit like a barcode out on the circuit for the riders trying to get a little bit of a rhythm on these waves. It's big wave, little wave, big wave, little wave, little wave, big wave, little wave, big wave. You can't predict it because it's so unsettled with the high winds that we've got here. So essentially every lap is different, even though the layout is obviously familiar to everybody. The feel of each buoy, the feel of each turn is completely different. So the lap is pretty much non-identical every single lap around. They do 7 laps of the course, but each lap feels different because it depends on what angle you hit the wave, how high the wave is going to be, where the turning point's going to be. Are you in white water? Does that affect where you can position the board? Are you going to have to go right side of it or left side of it to cut back in for a tighter apex to set you up for the next buoy? There are so many questions you have to ask of yourself, and you're doing it at 40 to 50 kilometers an hour. You've got a split second to make these decisions. So there is Eliska Matuskova, the youngest ever women's world champion, getting herself ready to start the Group B battle in earnest. And it's certainly going to be a really exciting battle for all of the contenders here. Up at the sharp end, Eliska Matuskova from Emma Struchalova, Chai-Jin, Linda Lukscheider, Barbara Kolarova, Sara Wolfova and Park In-hee. And of course, all 7 of our riders are going into a practice start first. It's not going to be the official start the first time around. Only in Heat 1 that we do this. We have a practice start, so we've got a little bit longer in the timetable to give the riders the chance to have their first practice start. They only have a practice start in the first heat. After that, Heat 2, 3 and 4 is race start. But obviously the conditions are something they have to learn, so they go into a practice start. Very fast out of the blocks indeed there for the riders. Linda Lukscheider got a particularly good start there. So nothing to get too excited about yet, of course, because it's just a practice launch, but the riders will certainly feel very motivated after that. They slow down going into the slalom because they're not racing at this point. They're still just trying to get the board dialed in. But there's a lot to get excited about with this particular group. Some very competitive racers at this level. Emma Struchalova lining up in second position, of course, the 17-year-old from Lucinec in Slovakia. Countrywoman to Sara Zuborova, and certainly very hungry for success in this first of the races. Looks like everybody just running their race around the course, not under race trim yet, I don't think, because we should still be in practice mode. So I think everybody just getting themselves dialed and settled in. Not in race trim yet. They're going to bring it round again for a start. There we go. Eliska Matuskova looks over her shoulder, slows right down, and now she'll set the grid up again. Chai-Jin, third position, did a fantastic job in her qualifying run yesterday, the 23-year-old from China. And also in the mix there, fourth position, the very talented Linda Lukscheider, 19 years of age, from Rozhdevochi in the Czech Republic. Has spent a lot of time this year out in the United Arab Emirates setting up a new twin sea surfing school, MotoSurfing school for the people of the United Arab Emirates to basically learn the sport, get into it and maybe even go racing. One of many schools that's being set up around the world as this sport continues to accelerate in growth and anticipation, and more schools that are set up around the world to get more nations and more competitors into MotoSurf. The better, the championship will grow, it'll get bigger and it'll get better. So here come the riders to the starting position. Matuskova, Struchalova, Chai, Luke Scheider, Kotorova, Volfova and Park. And there's a problem. Down into the water has gone Park In-hee. So Park In-hee has gone into the water, so that's a false start. So Eliska Matuskova will lead them round again. Unfortunate for Park In-hee, but she'll still get her chance to start the race because they will flag it as a false start and we'll go back into race conditions again. The problem is getting a balance to run in formation of the start, but also to do so at slow speed, because all it takes is for one unpredictable wave to hit you at the wrong angle and it upsets you. It basically goes through on the balance. So a very interesting charge forward to see how it continues through. But a very interesting scenario for our contenders here as the balance runs through. A very tricky start to proceedings then, as everybody is gearing themselves up ready for an exciting charge forward. Well, fascinating stuff so far then, as all of the contenders are ready for another start, and the flag drops. We're under starters' orders. And let's see if there's going to be any opposition to Eliska Matuskova. Well, there's very nearly a challenge from Chai Jin onto the inside of Emma Struchalova as they work their way through the first couple of boys. That was a very close run thing there, as Linda Luke Scheider tries to settle into the rhythm and move up into third position, trying to take on Chai Jin. She goes the opposing way in the slalom to try and gain the ground. But out in front, Eliska Matuskova is trying to keep the balance. The wind has picked up though, so that could make things very tricky in terms of the balance. Struchalova's come through to second place though. Third is still Chai Jin and fourth is still Linda Luke Scheider. So it's as they started in the opening phase of this competition. Everybody still running in close proximity in the order that they started. Matuskova leading, Struchalova second, third place for Chai Jin and fourth position for Linda Luke Scheider. No major concerns as they run through on the far side of the course. And Eliska Matuskova, she's fascinating to watch on the board, to be fair, because she looks so unsettled all of the time, as Struchalova goes on to the long lap first of anybody and is joined in there by Barbara Kotorova. And Eliska Matuskova, look at her, she looks so unbalanced, looks so out of sorts all the way, and yet she's just got this natural air to be able to gather herself up. She's not the smoothest of riders. She's one of the most spectacular riders in MotoSurf to watch. But in terms of her discipline, she just somehow has this sixth sense of knowing where to place her body so that the center of gravity changes at exactly the right moment to keep her upright. It's fascinating. It's a very unique stance that she has compared to everybody else. She almost looks twitchy, almost looks like she's unbalanced, but she knows exactly what she's doing. It's her natural flair of riding. Her hand goes up in the air from the lead, almost tripping over Park In-hee as she goes onto the long lap, and so too does the Chinese rider Chai Jin, follows in behind then, and I think Linda Luke Scheider did the same thing. So Luke Scheider also goes onto the long lap. That means then that for the moment, the race lead is going to be picked up, I believe, by Barbara Kotorova. So Struchalova already went onto the long lap. Let's see if she can come out of the long lap ahead of the former race leader out of the final part of the slalom. Struchalova's going to try and outfox the competitor. Oh, so close between them. Goodness me. Matuskova just emerges from the long lap in front of Struchalova. There was nothing in it between the two of them. And Struchalova actually chooses to follow Eliska Matuskova, who leads the way, but she cannot afford a fall. If she's going to fight Aneta Struchalova for this championship fight, she needs to stay upright here. This is big pressure from Struchalova and Chai Jin. They've both really gone to work here. And to task, it's been very tricky to stay with our race leader, Eliska Matuskova, who is struggling to pull clear. Linda Luke Scheider seems to have lost the position, I think, to Barbara Kotorova. So Kotorova's got through into fourth position through the long lap ahead of Luke Scheider. So there's still chances to move forward, but Eliska Matuskova under pressure here from Struchalova and Chai Jin. They've kept this very close indeed. And this time Matuskova decides to continue on the main course. So does Emma Struchalova. Struchalova goes in! Struchalova's gone down! Oh, that's disastrous for Emma Struchalova. She's going to recover, but she's lost so much time, and that takes the pressure off this lady in the lead of the race. Eliska Matuskova watches as now Emma Struchalova disappears from behind her. A big upset in this race then as Emma Struchalova goes into the drink, and that's very unfortunate indeed for her. So Eliska Matuskova now takes over the lead with 1 long lap completed and 4 full laps completed. She's got 3 to go, 1 long lap remaining, and it's Chai Jin who now picks up the charge in second. There is Struchalova having recovered, and she's rejoined in 4th, just ahead of Linda Lukscheider. But that was a potential victory, and she knows it. What a disappointment for Emma Struchalova, trying her best to stay with the race leader and the reigning world champion. But reigning world champion isn't good enough for Eliska Matuskova. She wants to be the new world champion, and she's got to pick up the pace over the course of these 4 heats. This is only heat number 1, but leading and winning it will obviously be the first point of objectivity for her. Out of the slalom, out of the final buoy, and then across the finish line. 2 to go for Eliska Matuskova. So Eliska Matuskova riding beautifully here out in front. There is Chai Jin, second place, only 3 seconds back, and actually gaining time all the time to Eliska Matuskova, really staying with the world champion. This is a great ride from the Chinese ace. And there is Emma Struchalova, now up to 3rd position, having got ahead of Barbara Kodorova, who went onto her 2nd long lap. So too did Sara Volfova and Park In-hee. In fact, I think Park In-hee has actually done 3 long laps just for safety, because it's so difficult to know whether you've counted your laps or altogether or not, as into the long lap goes Eliska Matuskova, and Chai Jin goes with her. So Emma Struchalova, if I'm her, I stay out on the course now and try and get the undercut. That's exactly what she's done. She's in the slalom. So Emma Struchalova trying to gain back some of the time lost, but Chai Jin has gone with Eliska Matuskova. So I would say that the advantage will be lost there for the Chinese rider. She could have gone for the undercut there to try and gain back some of that time to the world champion, but she'd rather follow in her wake. So there is Eliska Matuskova. 2 long laps completed now. On the last lap, Emma Struchalova will have to complete her last long lap as well. But Eliska Matuskova is enjoying her run out in the lead here, out of the slalom, out of the final buoy, and going into the last lap, closing up on Sara Volfova to put a lap on her. But a fantastic ride so far from Eliska Matuskova, despite all the pressure in the world, and she's had quite a lot of it in this race. She's held on to it in 2nd place. There is Chai Jin, still trying to catch her, still trying to stay with her. One last chance in the slaloms, and there is Emma Struchalova on the long lap for the last time. So as she comes through, passing the position, go both Matuskova and Chai. So there's not going to be any change to the order, and it's going to be Eliska Matuskova. If she can just hold on to this through the final slalom section, she will come through for the victory and the 18 points that keep her in touch with Aneta Struchalova. She's chosen the far side slalom this time to complete it because there was traffic in her way. She comes out of the slalom with a bit of time to spare, and she takes the checkered flag, this time by a victory in the offing for Eliska Matuskova. Exactly what she needed to do. Matches Aneta Struchalova in the 1st heat. Great job then from Eliska Matuskova. Victory in the 1st heat of the competition. Chai is 2nd. Struchalova is 3rd from Barbara Kodorova and Linda Lukscheider. So good recovery then from Struchalova to gain ground on Barbara Kodorova in the closing stages of this race. Lukscheider managed to do so as well and elevate herself into 4th position ahead of Barbara Kodorova. So what a fabulous performance then from Eliska Matuskova. All the pressure in the world was on her. No chance. You're not going to crack that whip easy. And Eliska Matuskova, the 17-year-old, still the youngest ever women's world champion. A fabulous display and a great performance as she continues her magnificent, majestic rise to the top of the sport in the women's category. She'll break all the records she can. Even if she doesn't become world champion this year, she's already a gold medalist at the World Games. And she needed to win to stand any chance of taking this championship back. Well, that's a good way to start. Unlucky for Emma Struchalova. I can't believe it. I almost had her. And she did, to be fair. She was right on her tail. She might have been able to overhaul her on the undercut of the slalom, but we'll never know. She has to settle for third position on this occasion, 10 seconds back from the race winner. So Eliska Maruskova taking the victory in front of Chaijin of China. Emma Struchalova is third, then Linda Lukscheider ahead of Barbara Kodorova. Sana Volfova in sixth position ahead of Park In-hee in seventh. So a good start then in the women's categories, and the two women fighting for the World Championship come through for a victory apiece. Look at Eliska Maruskova, exhausted after that opening heat in the battle with Emma Struchalova. Eliska asking, where did you come? Third. I fell off while I was chasing you. Oh no, says Eliska. The thing is, she loves everybody in this paddock. It's very, very easy to have rivals and enemies, but Eliska Maruskova doesn't have an evil bone in her body. She absolutely adores racing at this level. You can see she's in some discomfort after the hard work of those races. The thing is, you really push your muscles to the absolute extremes when you are pushing through the slaloms here, and the recovery time is the most important facet of the timetable here for these riders. Looking at the number one there, Eliska Maruskova, having just taken a victory that was needed, she's absolutely shattered, and I don't blame her. Very physical indeed out there for these riders, and they've got to do 3 races a day, don't forget. So very exhausting work indeed there from Eliska Maruskova. As to the far right, we can see Linda Lukscheider having a nice conversation with Sana Volfova as they talk about how intense the waves are, really pushing on the hamstrings in these competitions. It is so physical, and the riders in the Women's World Championship really finding that out here in Macau the hard way. So now we go into the intensity of the 3-group battle. A lot of points on offer here. It'll be fascinating to see how things continue, but it's going to be quite a stunning situation here for all of our competitors, and we're going to see some exciting challenges from all of the contenders. We now go into the stock category. It's Group 1 for the first heat, or Group A as it should be known, and it's the championship leader in pole position, Anthony Squire from Charlotte in North Carolina, alongside Kim Down, then Feng Shanghao from Alexander Lana, Suguru Ikeda of Japan from Maxim Gavranov, then Natapash Kanchanapon, Mike Michailidis, Lorenzo Tanda, and Behich Yoganshila. So, of course, fastest of all in the qualifying performances yesterday was Mike Michailidis in the Merlin Plus rookie category. But, of course, those boards are not supposed to be faster than the stock category. It was a really crazy day in qualifying yesterday. So Mike Michailidis takes his role as the leader of the stock rookie Merlin riders. They are, of course, at the back of the stock competitors. So Anthony Squire is the one who starts from pole position for this group. And what an opportunity this is for the American. After his dominant ride in Croatia, 3 heat wins and the final, he is on the verge of becoming America's first MotoSurf world champion, and in the stock category as well, one of the toughest to compete against. If you want to compare this to a car racing championship, this is essentially the IndyCar or the NASCAR of MotoSurf, because everybody is built to run equal in the stock category. You buy the board, you pick it up, you race with it. You do nothing else to it. And so it all comes down to rider skill. And for the man who starts in pole position, this is an opportunity in the mix. There is Kim Down, who is still with a mathematical chance of becoming champion, but in reality, the Masters Championship is the one he'll have to settle for, because in the stock category, he's got so much time to make up from his main competitor, Anthony Squire. The only way he's going to do it is, of course, by being in the same group as him through the heats. He can try and gain some of the points back, but in reality, Kim Down is on 201 points and Anthony Squire is on 233. So he's got to find a way to gain 32 points on his rivals. But as Anthony Squire said at breakfast this morning when I had a quick chat with him, well, it's not done yet. He is not going to take anything for granted, the American. Very talented competitor indeed, this fantastic athlete. He knows that he's not a spring chicken anymore, but the 29-year-old from Charlotte in North Carolina, perfect score in Croatia, raced for the United States at the first World Games competition for MotoSurf. And he knows everything that is to be expected of him going into this one. He is under no illusions whatsoever that this is going to be a strong competition. He actually shared the Nations Cup competition of the MotoSurf World Games with young Anna Burke, the 17-year-old. So I wonder if she's watching to see if her countryman can take the World Championship title. 3 times a North American champion, of course. Born in South Africa, raised in the United States. And he's got a great chance to give the USA their first MotoSurf World Championship title. He's been the North American champion 3 times over, but now it's time to win the big one. And this one matters to Anthony Squire. Becoming a world champion is something that everybody dreams of. Practice start first of all. No need to get too concerned or too worried about this particular start, although it does give the riders a little bit of an understanding as to what they can expect from this competition. Great to see them all putting on a spectacular showcase. I am reliably informed by Anna Burke that she is watching. She's just messaged me to tell me so. Great to hear from you, Anna. Oh, the flying mermaid of American MotoSurf. I'm sure she'll be back in 2026 for more. And her teammate in the Nations Cup of the World Games 2025 is racing for the World Championship title. 32 points to the good of Kim down. They go into their practice start. So this is not the official start, this is just the warm-up. But it will tell us a lot about how the riders are feeling going into this one. Anthony Squire in full chat. Oh, big run down to the boy there in the first start. So somebody's gone a washout there through the first turn on the practice start, as Anthony Squire puts his hand in the air to control the field again. So who has come a cropper there on the first start? I wonder if that's Alexander Lanner, the Swedish rider. I'll double check and see back with that particular rider who's now upright again in the background. Well, that is the 7 who also fell down. That is Natapash Kanachapon, the Thai rider. So 2 riders actually fell initially. I'm trying to see who it is that's now recovering behind the jet ski that took the initial fall. I think that might be Alexander Lanner, you know. So everybody now drawn back into position there by the pole sitter Anthony Squire. Who is that that's rejoining the fray on the right side? I'll try and figure out exactly who it is that gets us back into the rafter position. I think it is Lanner, yeah, that went down on the first lap. So now we'll keep an eye on things. We're going to see a replay of that. It's a practice start accident, not a race accident. Yep, it is Alexander Lanner. Oh dear. That's a big moment, even for a practice start. And so the Swede got caught out there, trying to go parallel to Feng Xiaohao. But now the riders are in parallel. Squire, Kim, Feng, Lanner, Ikeda, Gavranov, Kanchanapon, Michailidis, Tanner and Jorgen Scheele. And we're going to get ready for the start. The flag is ready to drop. Are we going to go to start? We're almost at a standstill. But will we get the flag drop? No, it's going to be a false start. We've gone too slow. So hit the reset button once again. Time for a quick swig of Red Bull if you're by the side of the circuit. They are supporting us, of course, this weekend as an official partner. Great to see Red Bull as part of the community. They always do big stuff for the extreme sports, and hopefully they're going to be part of the MotoSurf community for many years to come. This is one of the most extreme of the extreme sports. And so I can't really think of a better energy drink company to come into it, especially considering how most of the MotoSurf community are mad motorsport fans as well. I have a feeling that pretty much all of them are going to be getting up early morning to watch the Las Vegas Grand Prix over breakfast tomorrow before the start of their race. So everybody getting back into the line. Anthony Squire, 29 years of age, from Charlotte in North Carolina, bidding to become America's first MotoSurf World Champion. He already has 3 North American titles to his name and raced, obviously, for the nation in the World Games. We're off to starters' orders. And it's a great charge forward then for Anthony Squire. But he's going to have 3 of them on him, and right round the far side, Anthony Squire under pressure. That's down goes Feng Xiaohao. Manages to fight his corner, but it all goes wrong. Feng Xiaohao somehow stayed upright there. I don't know how he managed to salvage that. I really want to see that start again, because Feng Xiaohao did everything apart from fall in. Goodness me. Anthony Squire holds his nerve and the lead of the race there, and he's got Feng Shenghao right with him, and they're going to go drag racing across the finish line. Somehow Anthony Squire stays on. This has been one of the most spectacular opening laps I've ever seen in MotoSurf from Feng Shenghao, so nearly down in the drink, and yet somehow salvages it. So Squire holding the lead, but he's got so much pressure on him from the Chinese ace, Feng Shenghao. Excellent start to proceedings then. And what a challenge, as down goes Kim Down. Goodness me, Kim Down is down. That's a rare mistake from the Korean. He gets back into position again, but you can just tell that the psychology of this championship has gone completely to Anthony Squire, as now you can see how aggressive Feng Shenghao is going to be in this competition. The 19-year-old has already gone to the long lap, sorry. So Anthony Squire is going to have to try the overcut strategy. Now the question is, when will Anthony Squire take the 2 long laps? Will he do it early or will he do it late? Mike Michaelides has gone with him, the leader in the stock Rookie Merlin Plus class. They race together, these 2 classes. Anthony Squire already going on to the long lap by the look of it. Yes, he does. So he's going to try and basically cover off the move from Feng Shenghao, the Chinese rider, 19 years of age, really pushing the American back into a corner. I really hope we get to see a replay of that start, because that was so tight from Feng Shenghao, and I genuinely thought he'd gone down into the water, and somehow he kept it upright. So here comes Anthony Squire, pushing. Is he going to get ahead of Feng Shenghao? Only just. That's a good job for Anthony Squire for the moment, so he holds the advantage. So if we get a chance to have a look at that start again from Feng Shenghao, that would be very appreciative, because the Chinese rider has basically made one of the most spectacular starts I've ever seen. How he didn't fall in, I will never know. And there is Feng Shenghao, still putting pressure on Squire. There's Mike Michaelides, leading in the Rookie Merlin Plus category. But Anthony Squire crosses the line, still in front of Feng Shenghao. The leader at the moment is actually the number 6. That is Maxim Gavronov, but that is based on the fact that he hasn't yet taken his long lap. Anthony Squire has taken the first one, as has Feng Shenghao and Mike Michaelides. Then it is Suguru Ikeda from Lorenzo Tanda, Natapashka Jalaport, and then Alexander Lanner and Kim Down. Incredibly, down in 9th position after his fall, but he's taken both long laps. So he's basically trying to recoup some of the losses of earlier on. And then we've got Behijok and Sheila down at the tail end of the field in 10th position for the moment. But Anthony Squire trying to pull clear. There is Kim Down, but he is a lap behind at the moment because he's taken both of his long laps. So when Anthony Squire takes his second long lap, the balance will be redressed. And the Korean just needs to keep charging here in behind Anthony Squire, trying to make up as much time as possible. But this is Anthony Squire's time in the sunshine. Look at him go. Majestic through the white water of the rider in front of him, somehow still able to keep it together. But he knows that he cannot afford to make a single mistake here. He knows that it could all fall away from him. Hand in the air. He's managed to avoid the rider that's gone down in front of him there, and he stays on the course. Now, I'm not sure who that is that went down in front of him. I think that might have been Behijok and Sheila, as there is Kim Down just following in his wake at the moment. Great performance so far from Anthony Squire. He has been the different rider since he turned up to Zadar in Croatia. But it is wonderful to watch as he goes into his last lap. That means this has got to be the long lap. So this is not going to be a big pressure moment for Anthony Squire. He will come through and have plenty of time to get this done. Mike Michaelides has also taken a second long lap. So Anthony Squire has a massive advantage. It's all down to him now to tidy this up. He'll come through on to the long lap for the second and final time. There he is, hand in the air. That tells you he's going on to the long lap this time. And so he closes up on the championship title with a great opening heat here. 32 points clear of Kim Down, the man who made the first mistake. So it's all looking good for the man from Charlotte in North Carolina. Up on the far side, Anthony Squire finishing the job of the long lap. 30 seconds or so these long laps take. So the long lap is completed. Back onto the course comes Anthony Squire, joining through the two black boys, and then back onto the course, through the right and through the left and through the right again. And onto the slalom for the last time. No problems at all for the American star. This is exactly the way he needed to start his competition. There were plenty of opportunities to let it slip. It's been very choppy water today, but Anthony Squire has not let exuberance ride out the confidence. He has got very strong indeed through this first heat, and he'll come through the final buoy and see the checkered flag. Anthony Squire opens the account perfectly. That is exactly the way you need to become champion today, sir. Excellent ride from Anthony Squire. Flawless, absolutely flawless. Now that is the gesture. And how about that? Feng Xianghao coming through in second place. I wonder if we'll get a chance to see that start again, because even though they pushed each other to extremes there, that was an okay from Anthony Squire, who, despite being pushed to his absolute limits, said, do you know what? That's all fair in racing. That was all fair in love and war. No worries. So hopefully we'll get a replay of that start, because that was so close from Feng Xianghao, and he actually converts it into a second place. Mike Michailidis comes through for third overall. Amazing performance from him in the stock rookie Merlin Plus category. And Anthony Squire, he still has the strength to carry the 20-kilogram board on his shoulder after all that hard work of racing. And the first one to greet him is his dear friend, Li Yunjin. Excellent stuff between those two. They have been inseparable in this paddock. They just get each other. They are great mates. And fantastic work to start the day from Anthony Squire. That's as good as it gets. A perfect start for the American to win this World Championship. It's not done yet, but that's the perfect start. So the American takes first blood. Anthony Squire taking the victory by just 2 seconds ahead of Feng Xianghao. Mike Michailidis, a great ride in third overall ahead of Kim Down, who recovers to P4. That'll be third in class. Then Suguru Ikeda ahead of the Monza Stallion Lorenzo Tanda. Alexander Lana in front of Maxim Gavranov, then Natapash Kanchanapon, and Behic Yoganchila of Turkey in P10. So as the riders complete the first of the stock groups, it'll be Group B that's next up, and a fantastic run so far. So it's silverware looking good for both the riders who bring the American-style vibes, even though Li Yunjin is Korean. Her accent certainly wouldn't tell you so. She sounds American as apple pie. But the two riders doing a great job to start off with, both top three pace from Li Yunjin in the women's category and from Anthony Squire in the stock category. And the American, whose jersey carries the Star Spangled Banner into competition, he's very happy. What a great start from Anthony Squire. And Lucas Zahorski looked like he was going to come over and say congratulations to him as well there. He, of course, is fighting for his own shot at the World Championship title, although in the first heat earlier, it was first blood to the championship leader, Matthias Novotny. Now, look, we think we're going to see a replay of that start. Now, watch the man in red, Feng Xianghao. He's going to get his move on Kim Down, chop across from around the outside. And how did he save that? What a start from Feng Xianghao. How did he save that? He had fallen off the board, effectively, and somehow got back upright. I don't know how he did that. That's a magician's move. Absolutely phenomenal from Feng Xianghao. How close can you get to falling off the board without actually falling off it? Well, ask Feng Xianghao. He just did it. I've never seen that before in this sport. To go that far down on the board, he did pretty much fall over. And yet somehow he stayed upright, stayed on the board, and finished second. I can't believe that. That's definitely the best magic trick I've seen since Penn and Teller. Absolutely amazing from Feng Xianghao. Incredible, incredible moment. So now we're going to get to see another tough challenge, as we're going to see some really exciting battles from the competitors in the second of our stock heats. That'll be Heat 1, Group B for the riders coming up next, and there are 3 groups of the stock category to get excited about. That's Yin Jun also chatting to Anthony Squire there briefly. But a very positive start indeed then to the competition for the championship leader in the stock category. Anthony Squire doing exactly what he needed to. Social media duties then from the broadcasts. As Anthony Squire, 29 years of age, is now just 3 races away from becoming the world champion. What a start to his competition. What a beautiful sight greets us here on Hansar Beach, here on the island of Colwyn in the Chinese Special Administrative Region of Macau. Great to have your company, Jake Sanson, here in the commentary booth, overlooking the edge of the shore. And what a fantastic battle we have already started here in the MotoSurf World Championship. We're now going to go into the second of the stock heats, and the competitors gearing up for the start. It's going to be pole position for Damian Kadlec. Alongside him, Adam Janusek. Then it'll be Jin Shulin and Kim Min-jun. Song Jiang is going to be in 5th position, along with Jaime Hincache in his 2nd class. Kamala Popson Thudbabat in the 7th position mark for Thailand. Adam Kolar, who's also racing in the elites. And then Faraz Ramadan on course to being the stock rookie Merlin Plus champion, along with the new boy, Nikita Karpov. So all of the riders getting themselves ready. Just a slight technical reset needed before the riders go to the course. But a very strong start indeed to the race action here in the stock category. Damian Kadlec will be going off 1st position. And a very fierce competitor he is. The 20-year-old from Tanvald in the Czech Republic. Very eager to get a winning start to his particular route in this campaign. Going to be riding alongside the very talented Adam Janusek to the first corner. 21 years of age from the Brno-Jindrov region. Formerly of the Magnum Sport team, now with Apex Pilots. The team that is led and captained by Alex Lukscheider in the elite category. And a fantastic opportunity for our competitors. The contenders really excited by what they have achieved there. There is Mike Michailidis with the number 22 shirt. The Cypriot, 18 years of age, looking good to challenge for the Rookie Merlin Plus title. He now gets his own little taste of social media activity because, of course, he's fighting for his own championship title within the stocks. We also have the stock rookies with their Merlin Plus boards. So they have a separate championship with a slight reduction in power, but they still have fantastic race battle. And of course, a slight reduction in power doesn't mean a damn result, because we've seen a fantastic ride from Mike Michailidis. 3rd position at the moment from the Cypriot in that first race battle. Fantastic under the consideration as things currently stack. So really exciting to see how it's all picked up. But certainly a very exciting start to proceedings here in Macau. And what a great start to the competition. Fierce racing and amazing competition for all of the competitors as they work forward. Massive thanks and a huge shout out to Ali Rivas, our great friend from Mexico, who was with us for the World Games on commentary alongside Megan Calmo, cheering us on from back home in Mexico. A shame that she can't be with us in person, but we know that her and the rest of the Mexican fraternity of MotoSurf are here with us in spirit. We, of course, got to see some fantastic talents from that particular part of the world. We had Arancia Flores taking part, along with the fantastic competitor that we could have seen in her younger sister, Alaya. But she had to prioritise her exams, unfortunately. But hopefully one day we'll get to see more from Arancia Flores. She did a good job in the World Games, of course, the young Mexican. But we're hoping that there's going to be even more of a plethora of talent going global in the days to come. We obviously had some great competition from the Nations Cup riders out in the World Games in 2025, from the Czech Republic, from Slovakia, from Poland, 2 teams from the home nation, China, from South Korea, Japan, the United States, Canada, Belgium and Germany. So we're hoping to see more and more nations added to that in years to come. More nations do, of course, compete. We've obviously had Mexico be involved in the World Games, and even here in the competition we've got competitors from all over representing their nations in the World Cup final. We've got MACAO, Sweden, the Czech Republic, Poland. In previous rounds of the championship we've had Austria from Roman and Leo Lishokatashvili. Hopefully they're watching along as well. We've got Bulgaria represented here, thanks to Andrei Atanasov, the man from Sofia. We've also got the international athletes who come from various regions. We've got the Chinese contingent. See, we've got Hungary represented, Belgium, Turkey, Kuwait. In past events, we've obviously had riders from the United Arab Emirates on home soil. Cyprus is represented. Italy is represented. It is a true World Championship. So too for the likes of the United States and Thailand also competing. So it's great to see so many nations getting involved in this still fairly young sport. It was only invented back in 2012, so it's been around as long as I've been a commentator. So fascinating to see how this sport continues to grow in stature and in terms of diversity of competition every year. The riders getting themselves dialed in again for more great action on the course. And we'll see some fantastic duels in MotoSurf for the World Cup finals here in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. And that's a drop on the practice run. That's not good news. You certainly don't want to be dropping too many times, but at least it's better to fall off in the practice than it is in the race itself. The rider's already gone back upright as everybody is getting themselves ready for the start. It was actually the pole sitter that went down there, Damian Kadlec. So that doesn't bode well. He's the one who's supposed to be controlling the pace of the pack. So with everybody hoping for another solid effort around this course, it's going to be exciting to see how it all comes to providence. But obviously everybody wanting to make sure that they're in good proximity and putting on to a good run through the first heat that they will go racing with. Everybody enjoying themselves up at the sharp end of the field there. I've had a lovely message through from Agent 88 on Instagram, watching along from Canada. Thank you so much. Great to see so many people watching along, and all the comments that we've got coming through from you on the YouTube stream. Very appreciated as well. Thank you so much. Your presence and your fantastic patronage of our fantastic sport is very much appreciated, and we are so excited to bring you the coverage of this fantastic sport. It really is nail-biting stuff, and all of the riders giving us a good show. Practice start in the offing, first of all, for Damian Kadlec ahead of Adam Janusik and Jin Shulin. But this is not the full race start, this is just their practice run. They only do a practice for the start of the first heat. Interestingly, we're in exactly the same place that we were a year ago, but the layout is completely different. It was a clockwise layout this year. Last year it was an anti-clockwise one. Off the start we've already had a couple of falls, so thank goodness it's only the practice start. But everybody getting themselves geared up and dialed in, ready for another big push to go for another race victory. One thing I can say, actually stood here on the shoreline, is that the wind levels have dropped quite a lot from this morning, so I wonder if the course is actually going to get better as the day goes on. It's certainly a better day than we have had yesterday. Qualifying and practice was fraught with difficulty for the competitors out there on the course. So the riders getting themselves put back into position. It'll be Damian Kadlec that leads them around, so he will pirouette through the slalom once again as the riders are getting themselves ready for a big charge forward. A practice first lap there for Songjiang, the Korean, who just working his way through the boys so that he's got confidence. The one thing you need in these boards is to know that they're warmed up, and you've got to have that faith in the board when you chuck it through the first few apexes around these boys. You've got to make sure that you can go in at 45 degrees chat, full on the lean, knowing that you're going to have the balance and the poise, as well as the strength in the upper arms to guide your way through on balance, but also in the upper part of the legs to have that stability on the board at the lean angle. I haven't taken part in MotoSurf yet. I certainly haven't had my first ride, but having done a lot of time on jet skis in Thailand now, you definitely get to understand what these waves are like at speed, even though it's very different on a jet ski compared to on a MotoSurf. The principle of balancing the waves is fairly similar, but the language of this racing lap is very different from one lap to the next. As we get ourselves prepared for the start, they'll go around again because we've had a drop from the fray. Somebody has fallen into the water there, and that is the 7. So that is Kamonlapop Thonvapar, the Thai rider. So St. Tunvaport, unfortunately, having a bit of a moment, and they will now need to reset this start once again, as if there wasn't enough pressure on the shoulders of the 20-year-old rider from Tonvald. So Damian Kadlic hoping for a strong start. Guides the field around alongside the 21-year-old from Brno, Adam Janusek of the Apex Pilots, hoping for a decent start out of the blocks. So everybody getting themselves into a neat position. It's going to be very tight indeed up on the sharp end of the field. And everybody knows exactly how it is going to continue to play out here. But for Damian Kadlic, ahead of Adam Janusek, this is what he's been preparing for. Did a very solid run in qualifying yesterday in the stock category, and now he gets the chance to command the troops to the start line as they go through in formation. We wait for the start from the flag raised. Oh, it's going to go round again. We're going round another time as the field has ended up being a little bit too sluggish there. So we'll reset, pirouette around again. And for Damian Kadlic, this must be so frustrating because you build up, the adrenaline bursts through the veins, almost popping out of your forearms, getting ready for the start. And then you've got to reset and go around again. All of that deflation of adrenaline. Then you've got to build it up and kick it back in, ready for the race start. So there is the number 8 rider. I think that is Adam Kolar, the 15-year-old, who not only racing in the stock category, but also competing in elites for the very first time. So everybody getting themselves into a neat position in formation along with Damian Kadlic. Our riders need to form up now because Kadlic is there in position. Slow right down. Make sure that everybody is able to run in close proximity. The last 2 riders joining the fray. The number 7 is the last one in there. Come on, the St. Tunvaport. So if he can just get himself back into the line, which he can now. Are we going to go starting with racing for stock Group B? Yes, we do. The flag drops and we're under starters orders. Damian Kadlic has got a good run here. Jin Shulin's got a terrific start. As round the outside of Adam Janusek. He's able to make it work, and it's a missed boy. Come back in front. Oh, big mistake there from Janusek. That could be a penalty. Damian Kadlic is caught out there, and so too is Jin Shulin. So there's confusion at the start here as Adam Janusek misses the boy, then nearly drops it into the water. Goodness me. We're going to need to see a replay of that start because for me, Adam Janusek definitely missed the buoy. We'll need to see it again. But Adam Janusek is not the leader anymore. It's now Jin Shulin. So Jin Shulin is the leader. Janusek in second. And Faris Ramadan has come through initially into 3rd position but dropped back. What a start in Group B of the stock category. And that is one of the most dramatic starts of this competition. Let's look at it again. So watch for the number 2 rider, Adam Janusek. Look, he gets caught out and then cuts across the path of the number 1. We really needed to see that from a bit further back because that was really only the second half of that start. Because that first part is when there was a cut in from Jin Shulin. That forced Janusek to miss the first buoy and then cut back in right in the path of Kadlic and Jin. What a dramatic start. So we'll have to see what that does in terms of the ramifications of the result. But I think Janusek could be in for a penalty there. What a disaster that would be for Adam Janusek after such a close run thing at the start there. Caught out by Jin on the far side and then essentially just skipped the buoy to the inside line. But in momentum, it's difficult to know which way to turn. So a costly error then from Adam Janusek at the start of this one, and that really is going to cost him dear. So out in the lead, it is this man, Jin Shulin, and as a result, he has the luxury of taking the long lap first, which he does. Adam Janusek goes with him, Faris Ramadan and Jaime Hincache decide to go further up. Right, we're going to see a replay of it in a bit more detail. Let's look further back. Now watch the front. There's the cut around from Janusek as he cuts across there. So Jin Shulin went around the outside of Janusek, caught out Kadlic, and then essentially the buoy was skipped there by the 2. So that's why there's going to be some contention. That's a much better view of the start then, because we got to see Adam Janusek essentially getting caught out on the far side by Jin Shulin. That's what unsettled him. And then this man Janusek essentially pulled back, skipped the red boy to the far side. Well, there's going to be a penalty of some kind, but who's it going to be handed to? That's going to be the interesting factor, as now we've got Jaime Hincache leading the way at the moment. The Chinese licensed rider based out of Orlando and racing for the JetSurf Orlando team. And that is a problem further back. That is more problems for Kamonla-Popson Thunderpart. So the Thai rider is out of it. So Kamonla-Popson Thunderpart is out of this one. That's very unfortunate indeed from the Thai as he retires from this race. The jet ski will recover him back to the shoreline. Oh, and that's another off. Now, who is that? That's Jin. That's Jin, who was the leader. Jin Shulin falls from the lead. So big drama here in the stock categories, as now we've got ourselves a bit of a drag race here, as trying to get up the inside. That's Janusek, and he's managed to get a much wider berth then in his duel for position with Jaime Hincache. So that's a great run from Janusek. He's been able to hoodwink Hincache and force the mistake as we watch Kim Min-jun. So Kim Min-jun for the N Racing team completing the lap, and that should be him into the lead of the race now. Well, Jin Shulin was the leader at the end of lap 4. Kim Min-jun now second ahead of Faris Ramadan. But Jin Shulin, of course, falling off by the time they've come through at the end of the second long lap. That is surely going to be Adam Janusek back into the lead of the race. So we'll have to see how it unsettles, but this is the most confusing of the races that we've seen so far in the stock category, certainly, as we watch Jin Shulin, who went down into the drink, but he's only taken one of his long laps. The other riders around him have taken both of theirs. Adam Janusek has done. There goes Kim Min-jun into his second long lap from what was third position. Faris Ramadan is therefore going to take the lead of the race outright. Jin Shulin takes the lead of the race outright. Then it's going to be the number 9, Faris Ramadan. So Faris Ramadan, the Q80, who is battling for the victory in the title in the Stock Merlin category. There is a faller. That's Janusek! Janusek's gone down now as well. Oh my word, everybody is dropping it here. So this is going to be a very chaotic end to the race here, with so many people falling and so many of them front runners. All 3 of the leaders have hit trouble at various points. We go into the last lap though, because Jin Shulin is now leading, having completed 2 long laps. My goodness, is Jin Shulin actually going to take the win now? Despite the fall, I think Jin Shulin may get the victory here. So Faris Ramadan will go into the second long lap. But despite a fall on his previous run, Jin Shulin, don't fall again, for goodness sake. You're so close to getting the victory done. But he's going to come through now. Faris Ramadan's second long lap is completed. There he is right behind Jin Shulin, and he wants to try and get this victory outright. But Faris Ramadan looks like he's going to have to play second fiddle here to Jin Shulin. What a crazy race as the Chinese driver comes through to take the checkered flag. Jin Shulin for China takes a crazy victory. Despite falling, he still has the presence and the mind to come through and take the win. What a ride from Jin Shulin. Second place for Adam Kolar in the end, and third position for Adam Janusek. Well, a very strange race indeed there. All sorts of drama throughout. But Jin Shulin, the Chinese rider, is the one who comes through for the victory. Absolutely stunning. Who would have thought it? If you fall in a race like this, normally that's game over, not the chance for you to take a victory. And somehow Jin Shulin got it done. Adam Kolar, though, the 15-year-old, second position. What a great performance from Adam Kolar. So third place for Adam Janusek. And then Faris Ramadan in front of Kim Min-jun, Damian Kadlec, Xiong Jiang, Jaime Hincache, and then Nikita Karpov. But what a great ride from Jin Shulin. Despite going into the water in the mid stages of that race, was still able to gather it up together. But so many riders did fall, and that tells you a lot about how that race played out. So the Chinese rider Jin Shulin, despite the difficulties in that race, still able to salvage the victory, still able to be top banana here at the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau in Heat 1 Group B. So as the riders return to the shoreline, we get to unfathom the craziness of that race. There's quite a few people scratching their heads here. What happened? We don't know. There was enough drama to last the season, never mind one heat. The fabulous backdrop of the sailing club here at the Coleraine Island in Macau, as Jin Shulin claims victory in Stock Heat 1 Group B ahead of Adam Kolar and Adam Janasek. Very strange race result. Faraz Ramadan in 4th position ahead of Kim Min-jun. Damian Kadlich really struggling there from pole position. Song Jiang in 7th place ahead of Jaime Hincache and Nikita Karpov. Sadly, a retirement from the Thai rider Kamandapop Sinthonvapar, who's got a hope for better in the 2nd heat. And so we're going to come to the last of our opening heats of the competition. This will be the last time today that the riders will have a practice start. After that, it'll be straight into race trim after their warm-up formation. And these will be the riders in Group C. So everybody hoping for a strong start to proceedings. It's just gone 11:30 a.m. here in Macau, so obviously the competition is intensifying for all of our riders. But we're just about staying with it in terms of the timing of each race. We are absolutely to schedule at the moment, which is great news. After this race, we will have a 10-minute technical break. So we'll get back up to racing again at 10 minutes past 12. We've still got one heat to go, of course, before we get to that stage. So we'll allow the riders to go through the motions for Stock and Stock Rookie Group C Heat 1. And that'll be another 6 laps, plus the 2 long laps that come with it within the race that the riders have to take. And then we'll get into the technical break, which will get us closer to the end of the competition. But my goodness me, Stock and Stock Rookie really have kicked off in flamboyant fashion here in Macau on Hansar Beach on the island of Coleraine. Great to see you all here. Jake Sanson in the commentary booth, literally about 4 meters away from the shore. It is as close as I've ever been to the ocean in any commentary position as we get ourselves ready for Stock Heat 1 Group C. Here is the starting lineup. Jan Travnicek, pole position for this one, along with the Chinese ace Shangmao Xu. Hassan Bouabas, the Q80, 3rd position on the grid in front of Han Tahi. Then Ismail Kaptanoglu of Turkey from Vladimir Andel. And then it is Kitai Kim from David Kuchka and Mai Xiaolian from Macau. So all of the riders gearing up for position. Thank you for all your messages, by the way, that are coming through on social media. I know so many of the riders that wanted to be here and so many of the MotoSurf fans that were hoping to be here have had to change their plans on this one. So thank you to all of you for sending your messages through. Mark and Rihanna and Pickles are watching along from Canada. Last year they were competitors. This year, sadly, they have to be spectators. But we are sending out honorary maple leaf rags to you via text message. Hopefully we will get to see the maple leaf resplendent on the starting grid of many a 2026 MotoSurf World Championship event. Hello to you guys. Hope you're enjoying the race coverage back home in Canada. Hello to Mark, hello to Rihanna, and of course hello to Pickles. Hope you're all enjoying yourselves, and we will of course bring you more fantastic race action from all of these categories in the MotoSurf World Championship 2025 finale. We're already talking about the calendar for 2026. That will be released in due course. It is already looking to be a bigger and better calendar than we've had before, which is pretty impressive going because this year's already been a bumper season. Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates, first of all for the World Games qualifiers, and then a few weeks later for the opening round of the championship. Then, of course, on to Çeşme in Turkey. Fabulous venue and an amazing rain round weekend. George Morgan was in the commentary booth for that one, and a massive thank you to George for substituting on that occasion. Then, of course, we went to our first ever World Games, a momentous moment for the sport, where we had so many competitors from around the world taking part in their first ever World Games. One step down from the Olympic Games, but of course many sports that want to get into the Olympics start their life in the World Games category as a starting point. And there's already talks about continuing on the MotoSurf journey for Germany 2029. So that is very exciting news indeed on the horizon. More on that when we get it in the months and years ahead. Then, of course, for the third round of the championship, we went on to Manfredonia on the east coast of Italy. Fabulous part of the world, just near to Bologna. on the far south side of Italy. That is Ferrari country, of course. From there, we travelled across the ocean to Zadar in Croatia, one of the most picturesque places in the world. That is the capital city of waterfalls in Europe. So Zadar definitely giving us plenty of great action in Croatia. And it set us up nicely for this World Championship finale here on Hansar Beach on the island of Coleraine in the beautiful Chinese Special Administrative Region of Macau. One of my favourite places in the entire world. So now we get ourselves ready for another exciting bout on the waves, as the riders are expecting more exciting battles, and we are certainly exciting another great charge. This is the practice start. The riders just getting themselves ready for what we are expecting. The Chinese riders really are pushing their weight around here up against the regular championship contingents. They want to really put on a show here. So expect some big opponents to the regular World Championship riders, because the Chinese have come here to play and they are not going to rest on their ambition. They are going to be charging forward for race victory after race victory. Who's that that's gone down in the practice run there? Just seeing who that is getting back onto the board. That is the 6, I believe, so that is Vladimir Andel. Hopefully going to be getting back up to speed. Oh no, sorry, that is Han Tae-hee. That is the Korean. So Han Tae-hee recovering from what is going to be a P4 start if all goes according to plan. The riders go onto the far side by the Red Bull boys. And so Jan Travnicek, the Czech rider, will lead the field in close proximity here, as all of the competitors are looking forward to a strong start. And from pole position, this is definitely going to be a strong chance to move forward. But for Jan Travnicek, the 38-year-old from Szpezhov, this is his chance to control the field around on the start of this one. So we'll get to see just how competitive off the start we will go. But now they are forming up again in the line. Travnicek, Zhang, Boabas, Han, Kaptanoglu, Andel, Kitay, Krichka and Mai. And the flag drops, we're racing. Fantastic start from Zhang Maoshu. He's going to go straight around Jan Travnicek. What a rocket launch as Hassan Boabas goes with him. And unsettled now is the pole sitter Jan Travnicek. He's going to drop into 3rd position. He almost drops to 4th. But what a launch from Zhang Maoshu. The Chinese rider kicks it out of the blocks, and there's nothing that Jan Travnicek can do about that one. Hassan Boabas charging forward in 2nd place as well. Somehow he's got the balance and poise to keep himself in 2nd place there in front of Jan Travnicek, but it's Zhang Maoshu who leads the field on the opening lap. What a start. Absolute rocket ship. So the field completes the opening tour. Zhang Maoshu ahead of Hassan Boabas and Jan Travnicek. Now they're going to quarrel their differences on this opening set of boys out through 7 and up towards 8. Zhang Maoshu has the choice now to go onto the long lap first, but he does not do so. So Hassan Boabas takes the gauntlet up. Hassan Boabas then goes onto the long lap first. There he is. Takes the long trip round to the left side. It takes about 30 seconds to go onto the long lap. So all of the riders are going to try and take this advantage moving forward. But it's Zhang Maoshu who now leads this race commandingly. And what a start from the Chinese rider who sincerely wants to take the Macau Grand Prix. He can't win the championship, but he's here to win the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. Of course, the winner of the final is the winner of the Grand Prix, but the champion is the one who has accumulated all of the points over the course of the season, and that is still looking likely to be the man from Charlotte in North Carolina, 29 years of age, Anthony Squire of the United States. But Zhang Maoshu is definitely going to be a serious opponent to his Grand Prix winning aspirations. He won the Grand Prix of Croatia, but can he win here? Well, Zhang Maoshu, this man, who's now onto the long lap for the first time, is clearly determined to put a stop to that. Excellent work so far from the Chinese rider. He'll come out of the long lap an absolute country mile ahead of Hassan Boabas by comparison. So this is absolutely what the doctor ordered, and a great recovery from Jan Travnicek. He's actually overcut and got ahead of Hassan Bouabas. So Travnicek has managed to beat out Bouabas. Great work so far then from Zhang Maoxiu. The Chinese rider leads the way here. In terms of the overall lead, I think it is actually no longer Zhang Maoxiu who leads the race. Either that or he's got a lot of traffic in front of him. That is Ismail Kaptanoglu, who is currently running in third position, having been quite late to go onto his long lap. So once again, Zhang Maoxiu just going through the motions. In fact, the long lap has been taken by pretty much everybody at least once now, apart from Kitai Kim, the Korean. Onto the second long lap then from the leader, Zhang Maoxiu. Takes the initiative. I've got the lead, I've got time, so I'm going to do it now. And he looks absolutely fearless and unbeatable at the moment. Onto the far side of the long lap, with the backdrop of the MACAO Country Club, one of the premier golf courses in the region, overlooking Coleraine Bay. And there is the hard-charging Hassan Bouabas. Very talented rider is Hassan Bouabas. Managed to speak to him briefly yesterday. He's only got one objective here. He's not aware of ramifications for the championship title. He hasn't really got that in his mindset. All he wants to do is take the victory. And the 28-year-old from the Kuwait Sea Sport Club is absolutely resolute. This is going to be his win if he's got even half a chance. So the riders still put on a good showcase here. Jan Travnicek goes into the lead based on the fact that he is the leader after 4 laps, but with only 1 long lap. This is the man who leads on aggregate. 2 long laps completed and 4 laps completed total. As there goes Jan Travnicek onto the long lap. And he's just in front of the hard-charging David Kuchka. So David Kuchka and Ma Xiaolam, the only 2 riders in this race on the stock Rookie Merlin Plus boards. So there goes Zhang Maoxiu back into the lead overall. So the Chinese rider having a fantastic race here, tucked up as he is behind David Kuchka, who goes into the white flag lap, but he's only done 1 long lap here. So David Kuchka now finds himself behind he is ahead of Zhang Maoxiu. But Zhang Maoxiu's got to be patient here because Kuchka is not battling him for the victory. Kuchka has still got to take 1 more long lap. When he does that, Zhang Maoxiu can just cruise around the final boys and take the victory, but don't fall over in the attempt of staying with him. Goodness me. Zhang Maoxiu very nearly dropping it. Kuchka goes on to the long lap. Zhang Maoxiu is clear. Goodness gracious. So nearly threw it into the white water behind Kuchka. But as Kuchka goes on to the long lap for the last time, it's all fine and dandy for the number 2, Zhang Maoxiu of China. What a ride as he dodges the far side there. That is Vladimir Andel, I think, that he managed to avoid. The checkered flag comes out, and it's victorious for Zhang Maoxiu. What a ride from the Chinese ace. A stunning performance indeed there. And an excellent bit of racecraft from the 24-year-old from China. A perfect race under the circumstances. It was never going to be easy to salvage a victory when you've got such incredible regular skills of talent from the full-timers in this competition. But an amazing bit of performance there from Zhang Maoxiu. A great competition has begun for him, and that was exactly what he needed. Second position in the opening heat of Group C in the MACAO Grand Prix of MACAO 2025. 18 points on the board, exactly what the doctor ordered. An excellent start for the Chinese superstar, 24 years of age, and proof that nobody's going to take a victory off him if he got any say in the matter. Jan Travnicek vanquished then. Hassan Bouabas coming through and doing a fantastic job as well. But after an impeccable ride, 6 laps and 2 long laps, it is the Chinese star who gets the victory by 10 seconds over Jan Travnicek. What an opportunity this is to continue the move forward, and a very exciting battle and bout between the competitors, as after 10.5 seconds distance covered to pull clear of Jan Travnicek, it is a victory, and a very impressive one indeed from Zhang Maozhu. Here is the provisional result then. Zhang Maozhu with a victory in front of Jan Travnicek. Hassan Boabas third place for Q8. Fourth position for David Kirchko. Good comeback from the Czech rider. Fourth position for him. Ismail Kaptanoglu in P5 in front of Kitai Kim. And then Han Tai-hee in front of Vladimir Andel. The last man home for Macau is Mai Xiao Lian. So that is it for the stock heats for the opening heat. All of the rest of the heats now will not have a practice start. They'll be able to go straight into it with full preparation. We're going to take a pause now because we've got a technical break. We'll come back ready for the first heat of the next of the rotation at 10 minutes past 12. So in about 25 minutes time. Stick around. There's much more to do and much more to say in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau 2025. Time for the second heat of the UIM MotoSurf World Championship finale, the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau, here on Hansar Beach on the island of Coleraine in the Chinese Special Administrative Region of Macau. Jake Sanson in the commentary box for you as we continue this fantastic competition. It just keeps getting more and more exciting. We've got championship battles galore. We've already crowned 2 of our championship titles for the 2025 season. The juniors are coming out onto the circuit next. One of those champions has already been crowned, Ellen Berdova, the junior girl. There she is, number 2. She cannot be caught now in the championship as her nearest contender, Nela Bożnikova, is not racing here this weekend. We hope she's well back home in Poland. But it's definitely going to be an exciting battle nonetheless as the juniors get themselves back up into competition. Nela Bożnikova, the Czech rider, my apologies. So we're going to continue our battle and we're going to keep seeing some great battles out on the course as everybody gets themselves geared up and ready for more exciting battles and great showcases here on the course at Macau. It's exactly the same location as it was yesterday. And it's definitely feeling different. That's the big battles that we've had over the course of yesterday compared to the excitement and the great duels out on the course. But the conditions couldn't feel more different to how they were yesterday. Although I've been speaking to a few of the riders in between the heats here during the technical break, and they've been telling me that the waves are definitely bigger today than they were yesterday. It's very intense indeed here on the Coleraine Island course here on Hansar Beach, and we are racing in the South China Sea, and this time it is the second rotation of heats that we are gearing up for the start of. Everybody getting themselves ready in the junior category, and we are certainly in for another exciting showcase for our contenders as the competitors are ready to start for the second heat. No practice starts this time as the juniors get ready to showcase their skills. Everybody up to starters orders, and the flag drops. We're racing for the second heat in the junior category, and we charge our way further forward to try and make hay while the sun is shining. Riders charging their way forward to try and make a good start of things as the competitors are already blasting forward. Let's see what kind of an impact Matthias Barvik can make this time. He dropped it earlier on, of course, but now he's hoping for a little bit more as the riders work their way forward. Ellen Berdova taking a slightly different approach into the start this time, but it's already going full guns blazing as everybody works their way forward in the first starter proceedings. So everybody continuing their works forward. It's looking good so far as the riders are still pushing on a pace here in the junior category. Great start for Matthias Barvik ahead of Ellen Berdova, but she has now slipped behind Stanislav Kohut. So everybody putting on a good display here as the riders continue in fantastic fashion. Really exciting and amazing stuff for all of the contenders as everybody really puts on a great display at the opening phase. Matthias Barvik definitely getting it right this time where he got it wrong the time before. So good to see that he's been able to pick things up. But even though the wind is still fairly high pitched here and the riders are still finding it fairly tricky, everybody's still giving us good performances up at the starting point. There is Ellen Berdova, the 12-year-old, still fighting for us here as in behind Stanislav Kohut, who is always eager to come and find me in between races. He will always give me the lowdown on what's been going on in his opening campaigns. He did a fantastic job in the opening heat. Oh, and Ellen Berdova's gone down. Ellen Berdova drops it on boy 2. Oh, that's a big shame for Ellen Berdova, the new junior girl champion, dropping it and losing a lot of ground in a result. She's now going to be caught up here by Adela Pokorova, but not overtaken by her. That's the crucial factor. There is still a ladies' victory up for grabs. Maja Żuławska is going to be the next contender up in the sharp end of the dais, of course. Oliver Wolf has already gone for an early long lap and taken himself out of the equation. Don't forget, he got both of his long laps out of the way early in the opening heat this morning, and that's how he came through for the victory. So don't count him out as Stanislav Kohut goes into the lead. 3 laps completed, no long laps yet. They only get 5 laps and 2 long laps, so he's got to do it on both occasions. Now, who is that that's gone into the water? That is the B, so that is Melanie Yarubova who's gone down, unfortunately. So Melanie Janubova hopefully going to be getting herself back up to speed again quickly. But Stanislav Kohut is now following in behind Maja Żuławinska. So Żuławinska, the Polish rider, currently causing a little bit of hesitation for Stanislav Kohut, but they're both on the long lap, and Kohut waving his way forward here. He's got himself into the long lap. He's got to be on the long lap for both of these 2 laps now. Stanislav Kohut, not just a MotoSurf rider, also a flat track motocross rider, although he's basically been telling me he's thinking of calling that quits because this is far more exciting. Oh, and who's that's gone down in the junior category? Trying to make out which rider that is going to try and get back into the fray. We've had a couple of falls there. It's the 8, I believe, so that is going to be Ringgaard Mer, the Swede. So Ringgaard Mer having a moment as Stanislav Kohut continues charging forward, still in the lead, but we need to see where Oliver Wolf is going to be in relation to him when he comes out of the second long lap. There's a rider on the start-finish line that's down in the drink, so he's got to be very mindful of that. I need to figure out who that is that's come to a stationary position there on the far side of the start-finish line. Everybody's got to be careful to avoid that particular board. Certainly good avoidance tactics there from the 7, Maja Żuławinska, and also from Ellen Berdova. 2 riders that are obviously trying to make a comeback, but Stanislav Kohut now needs to work himself through onto the long lap for the last time. His hand is in the air as he waits and gives the Macanese rider, I think that is going to be Sanhoy, the chance to go through without incident. And so onto the long lap for the last time. There is Ellen Berdova, a great recovery ride from her. She's managed to get clear of Adela Pokorova and back into second position, but of course she's still got to take her second long lap, which she will take now. And so too does Adela Pokorova. So now it's all about Oliver Wolf. Where is Wolf going to come back in relation to Stanislav Kohut? They are almost side by side as they rejoin. But well taken by Stanislav Kohut, just managing to pitch it in front of Oliver Wolf, who gets caught in the white water. They go separate sides of the slalom. So one goes left, the other goes right. There's a board down in the middle of the slalom, but is that going to compromise Wolf or Kohut? There's nothing between them. Out of the slalom, it is going to be Stanislav Kohut. The checkered flag comes out, and it's Kohut who takes the win this time from Oliver Wolf. What a battle between the 2 young men. Excellent racing, and Stanislav Kohut gets the job done. That was so tight coming out of the second long lap between the 2 of them. They almost clashed into each other, but Stanislav Kohut can celebrate in style. A fantastic and victorious march forward from Stanislav Kohut. Excellent work and a fantastic bit of racing there from Stanislav. So he can be so happy with the way that race shaped up. It was always going to be tricky, a very tough course here, and a very tough race compared to the first one, because this has been very much tougher. All of the riders very close in proximity. But what a terrific ride it has proven to be, as the riders have put on an excellent display out on the course here at MACAO. Stanislav Kohut coming forward for a fantastic race victory in front of Oliver Wolf and Matthias Barvik, who managed to recover after a difficult start to proceedings. But what a great ride from Stanislav Kohut. In the ladies category, Ellen Berdova, despite the fall, managed to get upright again and charged clear of Adela Pokorova and Maja Żuławinska. So 18 points on the board then for Ellen Berdova, which means we've got 2 different winners from the 2 opening heats of the competition in both the boys and girls junior categories. So in junior boy, in the opening heat, it was Oliver Wolf who took the victory. This time, it is Stanislav Kohut who gets the job done. A very open competition in the junior category, and there Ellen Berdova victorious compared to what we saw in the opening heat, Maja Żuławinska taking the victory earlier on. As we look at Adela Pokorova to the left of your picture in the number 6, coming through for second position. A good run there from Adela Pokorova. Great performances all around here, as everyone managing to come up with the goods for a great display. There's the provisional result then for Heat 2 in the juniors. Stanislav Kohut taking the win from Oliver Wolf ahead of Matthias Barvik. Then Ellen Berdova ahead of Adela Pokorova and Maja Żuławinska. Melanie Janubova coming through for 7th place in front of San Hoylok. Then Maximilian Hrushka, very difficult result for him, down in 9th place. Ringo Remer in front of Him Tang to complete the field. So very good racing indeed then from the juniors, and certainly their championship battle is going to continue with unpredictability aplenty. And the juniors certainly very exciting to watch in the opening phase of their competition. Now we'll continue on, as there's still a lot more to come on day 2 of this fantastic competition. We've got the Masters races, followed by the Elites and the Women, and then we'll take our 1-hour lunch break. But the competitors are certainly going to give us plenty of excitement before that point. The Masters were very exciting out of the blocks, and they're going to continue to be again here. So everybody knows exactly what to expect of this fantastic competition. But certainly the riders know that there's going to be a lot more intensity. The wind has picked up again. It's actually picked up so much that, being in my position in the commentary box, the left side of my lip has actually started to swell a little bit. I've never known anything like that in my motorsport career as a commentator. There you go, I'm getting wind swell. That's a new one on me. I'm fairly sure I haven't been taking anything I shouldn't have been taking to start that swelling, so I'm blaming it on the natural conditions down here. I'm sure you're all having a good giggle about it at home. I certainly am at the side of the beach here at Hansar. But very exciting to see the racing that we have had out on the course so far. Certainly exciting stuff. And we'll see just how the competitors are able to put on a good display so far here at the season finale of the UIM MotoSurf World Championship, the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. Very exciting. Really exciting to see how everybody has been able to put on a good showcase and some really good performances in the opening heats. Everyone knowing that there is a lot that can go wrong here, but they certainly want to give each other the best chance to move forward and progress. So now, of course, everybody pushing to get themselves up to the sharp end of the field. The Masters broken up into 2 groups, of course. And the man who's going to be one to watch here is the man who's already been confirmed as the Masters champion for 2025, having already done so previously in 2024, and that is the Korean masterclass of Kim Down. He really has been sensational since he came into this category. Of course, the starting lineup for Heat 1 and Heat 2 identical. For Heat 3, it becomes an aggregate of the performances from the opening heats, and that's to make things a little bit more competitive over the course of the weekend. Heat 3 and 4 determined by the standings at the end of Heat 2. So the lunch break will give us a chance to reset things as far as those heat positions are concerned. So now we get into the Masters, and it's going to be pole position once again for Kim Down. He will start along with Kum Young Bum, the Korean rider, and then it is Yuri Blahar, Stanislav Genichkin, and Yun Yo Chun, along with Chae Hyun, Eunja Cheo Hong, Paul Tori, Park Jin Young, and Pavel Matoska. So the riders make their way to the shore, and they will head out onto the course once again. A very different layout to last year's event. Last year's event was clockwise and quite long. This year's is quite a short layout, but it is very different in terms of feel. And the riders have been telling me that the waves, being as choppy as they are, make it very different by comparison. Here is the starting positions then for Masters Heat 2 in Group A. Kim Down and Jano Vankersbilk are going to be in the lineup for this one. Then Yuri Blahar from Jaime Hincache. Then it is Yun Chun and Abraham Tibor from Eunja Cheo Hong, Yun Jin, Park Jin Young, and Lee Dok Dong. So a different lineup, of course, for the second heat compared to what we saw for the heat earlier on, as the riders now mix it up and put themselves into a slightly different position from what we saw earlier on, because the groups are staggered and then they're staggered again for the second heat. So this is going to put Kim Down versus Jano Vankersbilk for the first quarter. Check out that beautiful view across the Coleraine Island Bay. In the distance there, you can make out the MACAO Country Club one of the premier golf courses in Southeast Asia. And in the background there, behind those slight hills, you might just be able, on a clearer day in the distance, to make out the neighbouring territory of Hong Kong. Fabulous to see the riders getting themselves dialed in and geared up. A stone's throw away from mainland China. And what a sensational part of the world this is. So Kim Down, Jano van Kessbilk, Yedi Blaha, Jaime Hincache, Yun Chun, Abraham Tibor, Unja Cho Hong, Yun Jin, Park Jin Yong, and Lee Duk Dong. Everybody ready to go. And you can see there that even Kim Down has chosen to put on a different coat over the top of this. It looks like he's trying to keep warm out there. The riders have been telling me that there is a massive difference in feel here compared to Fujairah, for example. The massive heat that we had in Fujairah, well, you could race as hard as you liked, and then the second you crossed the finish line, you just fell into the water to cool off. Here, the air temperature is quite cool, the wind is high, and the water is quite cold, so it's basically like racing through the Arctic Circle. So the riders getting into the lineup. Final riders in position, wait for the flag to drop, and he drops! Into the second heat we go then for Masters Heat 2 Group A. And Jano van Kessbilk is going to have some pressure on him through the first couple of corners as Blaha and Hincache go to battle behind the leader. Couple of choppy moments as Hincache decides to drop back in behind the hard-charging Yedi Blaha. But Jano van Kessbilk going well. There is Blaha. And there is the number 4 tucking in, Jaime Hincache, the Chinese rider based out of Jet Surf Orlando. But out in front, no change at all for Kim Down. Even with an extra layer, he is still ridiculously quick. So out onto the course and into the second lap. It's all guns blazing for Kim Down. He really is enjoying life on the ocean blue. Leading the way here from van Kessbilk. Then Blaha. Yun Chun has got ahead of Jaime Hincache in the slalom. So now we'll get to see who makes the gains here. Abraham Tibor in front of Unja Cho Hong, and then Park, Yun and Lee. So Kim Down leading the way, not going on to the long lap just yet, nor is Jano van Kessbilk. Waiting to see if Yedi Blaha takes the plunge. He decides not to either. So it's definitely very intense stuff at the moment, as there goes Yedi Blaha through the slalom. Working his magic and putting on a very good show so far. The Masters showcasing the excellent talent of the senior competitors in the field. And the 56-year-old from Kabili, Yedi Blaha, definitely looking very competitive indeed in this one as he continues to put the hammer down. But Kim Down leads the way here from Jano van Kessbilk. They're trying to close up on Lee Duk Dong, the Korean who's fallen off right in front of Kim Down. So Jano van Kessbilk puts his hand in the air to recognise he's seen him. There is Lee Duk Dong. Not what he needed at all. And unfortunately, that could be the end of his race as the entire field passes his position. That's pretty much what happened to him in the opening heat as well. So on to the long lap goes the race leader Kim Down, and Jano van Kessbilk has elected to go with him. In fact, several riders take that chance to go onto the long lap. So Yedi Blaha's gone, and so too is Yun Chun. I think the only one that didn't go onto the long lap that time by was Jaime Hincache, who now takes over the lead for the moment. Everybody else taking the chance to go on to the first of the 2 long laps. So out in first position, oh goodness me, Kim Down almost crossing the path of one of the back markers going on to the long lap. He left it as another joined it and very nearly tripping over his opponent there. He now goes to the left of the slalom. Got to get the rhythm back again. Jano van Kessbilk going with him on the far side. There is the Belgian, the Electric Speed Challenge champion of 2025. As Kim Down continues, first long lap completed, and it is Jaime Hincache who currently leads the race, albeit having not yet taken the first long lap. He has done so now though, and he needed to, because with a 6-lap race and 3 laps completed, you've only got 2 long laps, so you've got to do it either this lap or the next one, mandatory. And so there is Jaime Hincache, based out of Orlando, Chinese license, and really enjoying himself. But there onto the lead goes Kim Down. Oh no, sorry, he doesn't go onto the lead because Kim Down decides he's going to go onto the long lap again. So Jano van Kessbilk follows in behind, and so too does Yedi Blaha. So pretty much everybody following the leader on this occasion. There's no overcut or undercut strategy to take. I think everybody just wants to get this particular race out of the way and chalk it up to experience. So Jaime Hincache still leads the way, having completed his first long lap. Kim Down has completed his second long lap. He had a real mistake in the first heat and came through in about 5th or 6th position at the end of his first heat. He's certainly getting back to his very best again now. As there goes Jaime Hincache. And as Jaime Hincache crosses the line, that is another lap completed. 4 completed for Jaime Hincache now. So let's see if he can continue this fantastic charge forward and get it onto the long lap this time, or whether he can complete a clear course. Kim Down doesn't need to go onto the long lap again, nor does the Belgian Jano Vankersbilk, who now goes into his 5th lap of 6. And we'll wait to see, is that Jaime Hincache going on to the long lap, or has he continued on the main course? Yes, he's continued on the main course here. So that is Lee Duc Dong that's gone on to the long lap for the 2nd time. Fabulous to watch how this rather shorter course than last year's is continuing to play out here. But there is the number 1, Kim Down, enjoying himself at the sharp end of the field. Really enjoying being out in the lead here. Excellent display and a great performance so far from Kim Down as he continues to lead in the competitors who have done the 2 long laps. Jaime Hincache now comes through, completing lap number 5. But he's still got his final long lap to complete, so we'll wait for him to go on to that this time by. So Jaime Hincache is going to be the last rider to go into the long laps of the competitors up at the sharp end of the field. And now we'll wait to see whether he gets that command. His hand is in the air, so Jaime Hincache will peel off and go onto the long lap for the last time. But it's all going to be about the dominant force from South Korea, the 41-year-old from Seoul, the Masters champion in 2024, the Masters champion in 2025, is going to dominate this one and put himself back where he belongs at the sharp end of the Masters category, as Kim Down dodges the fallen Lee Duc Dong and now works his way out of the slalom for the last time in this heat. A much better run from Down Kim as he comes through on this particular occasion. Here is the Korean Kim Down out of the final turn. Checkered flag is in the air, and that's more like it for the Masters champion. Kim Down dominant. Jano Vankersbilk chases him down in 2nd place, 5 seconds adrift in the end of the king of the Masters for the last 2 years. And a 3rd position finish there for the Hungarian, Abraham Tibor. No, my apologies. Tibor has come through onto the long lap. So I think that's going to be Jaime Hincache. Jaime Hincache should come through in 3rd position. There is the handshake between the 2 riders there. Great to see the sportsmanship between Kim Down and Jano Vankersbilk. Jiri Blahar has come through for 3rd in the end after all of the long laps are settled. So a good effort there. Oh dear, it looks like Abraham Tibor has only completed 1 of the long laps. So the Hungarian could end up with a penalty for that. Yunchun and Jaime Hincache complete 6 laps and 2 long laps. Everybody else completing 2 long laps. So I think Abraham Tibor, the Hungarian, may have miscounted how many laps he had done, because of course there is 2 long laps to complete. He must have thought he was about to start lap number 6 going into the checkered flag. Easy to miscount when you are in the battle for position and all you're thinking about is staying on the board. So there is the provisional result. It is Kim Down who takes the win by 5 seconds to Jano Vankersbilk. Jiri Blahar in 3rd position in front of the Hungarian Abraham Tibor, although he's only done 1 long lap, so there could be a penalty for him. 4th place for Yunchun, and then it is Jaime Hincache from Eunjin Park Jin-young, Yunjin, and then 3 laps only completed, but still finished for Lee Duc Dong. So that is Masters Heat 2A. It is going to be Masters Heat 2B now that greets us out onto the course for this one. And that's going to put the man who was victorious in the first of his heats back into position. This is the moment that young Rosalia Janora, sitting watching back home in Poland, has been waiting for, the chance to see her father go into the battle from pole position again in the Masters category. Arkadiusz Janora will go to battle once again in the Masters battle, and a great race is in prospect for him. He's going to be going toe-to-toe with Kim Yong-bom, and then Michel Allure and Stanislav Ganichkin will be giving chase, along with Murat Yogin-Chilia, Che Hyun-Yun, and then Andrei Atanasov from Poltori, Chung Tsa-Wei and Pavel Matoska. So the riders make their way to the shoreline, and they will head out onto the South China Sea. Another great battle in prospect then in the Masters category. Heat 2, Group B. We'll know a lot more about the semblance of the Masters competition after this heat, as the riders are still venturing out. There are some big waves at the start of this one already. Look at it. Riders are going to find it very difficult indeed to keep themselves planted up at the sharp end. The riders just dialing themselves in. Here is the starting lineup then. Arkadiusz Janora from pole position. Then Kim Yong-bum, Michel Allure, Stanislav Ganichkin and Murat Yogin-Chilia. Then Che Hyun, Andrei Atanasov, Poltori, Chung Tsa-Wei and Pavel Matoska. So all of the UIM MotoSurf Masters riders will have completed 2 races after this heat has completed. No practice start required because it's the second heat onwards. Only practice starts needed for the first. And so the riders now know exactly what to expect, although the ocean is definitely choppier than it was yesterday even. I was talking to Anthony Squire a little bit earlier on, and he was telling me that basically the waves are bigger than yesterday. It's tougher to stay upright. You've got to have a lot more concentration to keep the focus. And that really is quite demanding in these chilly and cold conditions. With the breeze being strong, it's all about trying to keep yourself into a good position. So for Arkadiusz Janora, a chance to continue making steady progress from the pole position. So the pole is in pole, and we're certainly going to have an exciting bout on the course once again here. So now let's see how it is going to play out on the course here, as all of the contenders are ready for an exciting charge forward. Janora, Kum, Ular, Ganichkin, Yogin-Chilia, Choi, Atanasov, Tori, Chung and Matoska. They are going to line up in the formation and they will charge their way further forward. So let's see when the flag drops whether we'll be racing this time or not. I think we're going to be going for a false start potentially, because Poltori is out of line. Yes, indeed. So Poltori is out of line. We will start again. So the riders obviously well aware that there's going to be some big opportunities for them to lose ground. Oh, into the water before the race has even got underway. That's not in the script, is it? So a big moment there for, I think that's for Arkadiusz Janora, isn't it? It is indeed. The pole sitter, Arkadiusz Janora, having a moment before the race even begins. So a slightly scary moment then for Arkadiusz Janora. If we were in race trim, that would be 18 points gone. So we're getting ourselves dialed in, and Arkadiusz Janora gets himself back up to speed again. Slightly tense scenes in the Janora household, of course, as they watch Arkadiusz go through the motions. There will be a lot of tension back home in Kozice in Poland. But the Tenzi Motorsport rider, 42 years of age, takes his position back into the Masters pole position. And we'll see what kind of performance we're going to get now from Arkadiusz Janora. Then it is Kum, Ular, Ganichkin, Yogin-Chilia, Che, Atanasov, Tori, Chung and Matoska. Looks like a much better formed start this time. And for Arkadiusz Janora, it's the time to charge forward. We wait for the flag to drop from the jet ski on the shoreline. And for the second time, the Masters will get underway. No, next time. There's a couple of sluggish boards in the dais there, and so it's not quite as formed up as it could be. So the tension rises here as the riders know how tricky it's going to be. So it's definitely going to be very tricky. So we're going to continue to see how things will progress. So we're going to see how the motions go through for the third attempt at a start this time in the Masters category. Heat 2, Group B in the Masters. For Arkadia Zynoda, Kim Young-bum, Michel Leleur, Stanislav Ganichkin, Morad Yogachila, Che Huan, Andrei Atanasov, Paul Tori, Chung Tse-wei, and Pavel Matoska. Zynoda leads them round again. The Polish rider, who along with his daughter Rosalia was able to secure a medal for Poland in the World Games 2025. So let's see if we're going to get a race start this time. The flag will drop, hopefully, any moment now, and we'll be able to go racing. There's a long wait. Are we going to race now? We're going to have to go round again. Goodness me, 3 false starts in a row now in the Masters category, as the field is just not capable of staying in good formation. 3 times of asking and 3 times it's not gone to plan, so the officials are obviously going to have to consider what action they take now. The riders are being reminded by the jet ski marshals, come on, stay in line. We've only got a certain amount of times to do this. So it's definitely going to be tricky. So now the competitors continue, but it is definitely going to be a very tricky run for all of the contenders, as everybody knows how difficult it is to get the focus down on the start. But everybody is under very intense scrutiny as we get ourselves ready to rock once again. A tricky battle is in the offing here, as everybody now wants to be in the line to start racing, and the riders really need to get up to this quicker. But are we going to get up to starters' orders this time? The flag is going to be raised on Arkadia Zynoda, trying to run to the pace of these riders. Now we get the flag to drop, and we're under starters' orders in the Masters. Group B, race 2. Good start from Zynoda. Kim Young-bum goes close with him on the start, but Zynoda has the initial advantage as they run through the slalom for the first time. And Kim is trying to stay with him. On the far side, that is Michel Hullard, trying to get the jump on his opponents through the slalom. Got it very wayward on the way through. And you can see already that Kim Young-bum is trying to stay with the pole sitter, Arkadia Zynoda, but he's got a very strong advantage at the end of the first lap. So it's a good start for Arkadia Zynoda. Excellent performance so far. The pole just taking it nicely in his stride here, as Kim Young-bum is doing his best to move his way forward. Then it is Michel Hullard, Stanislav Ganichkin, and in 5th place still, Murat Yogachila, the Turk, remaining in position as the field gets itself up to speed. The top 5 riders still in good proximity. Onto the long lap, nobody taking the gauntlet in the first 2 positions. So Zynoda remains strong, as does Kim, Hullard and Ganichkin. Wondering if any of the riders in the lower positions of the field will choose to take the long lap. Certainly nobody in the top 5 opting to do so in the early phase. So for Arkadia Zynoda, it is just continue doing what you're doing, my friend. You continue to lead the race. Kim Young-bum, 2nd place for Korea. 3rd place, that's Michel Hullard, one of the newest recruits to the Rocket Racing team, led of course by Luka Zahorsky. And there's still big opportunities for the riders coming through here, as we've had a little bit of a trip up from Chung Tse-wei. The rider from Macau has fallen and has already been lapped by Arkadia Zynoda, and that's caused a little bit of a headache for Kim Young-bum. So Kim Young-bum has ended up dropping back a little bit off pace. As a result, Chung has decided to go for the long lap. Interestingly, in this 6th lap race, nobody in the top 5 has really decided to go for the long lap just yet, although I say that and instantly I'm proven wrong, because Stanislav Ganichkin has decided to go. Oh no, sorry, it's Michel Hullard. Michel Hullard has gone for the long lap. So there is Michel Hullard, the number 3 for Rocket Racing, taking the decision then to go for the long lap. And so for the moment, it is Arkadia Zynoda who leads the way, but he's got plenty of pace over his opposition. Kim Young-bum is not too far behind him. He's only about 2 seconds back. But this is now going to be about who goes on to the long lap first, and it looks like it's going to be Arkadia Zynoda. Now, will Kim Young-bum go with him? Yes, he does. Oh, and into the water. That is Michel Hullard. Michelula has dropped it from third position, I do believe. So that is a big mistake from Michelula as he now recovers. But that is not what we wanted to see from the Czech rider. As we now look at Kum in second place. So Kum, the Korean, certainly having a very good race of it at the moment. And the contenders are definitely giving us quite a lot to get excited about here. Some great performances. And a really exciting situation for all of the competitors here. Excellent display for everyone. And a magnificent performance then from the contenders. Good effort as everyone works their way forward. Arkadiusz Janora having a bit of a slip up there in the slalom, but still currently in front of Kim Young-bum. Out of the slalom and still holds the position for the time being. So at the end of the first long lap completed, Arkadiusz Janora still having a good ride of it. 4 laps completed, 2 to go with 1 more long lap still to complete. But Arkadiusz Janora has got traffic to deal with now. He's got Andrei Atanasov and Stanislav Ganichkin right in front of him. Oh no, sorry, it's not Ganichkin. It is the A, that is Pavel Matoska. So he gets past Matoska, no problem. Now it's up to Kim Young-bum to do the same thing. He's trying to work his way past the number 6 rider. That is Chae-hyun. And now onto the long lap goes Arkadiusz Janora for the last time, and so too does Kim Young-bum. So they've got onto the long lap as well. Some great performances on the far side. But out in front, it is Arkadiusz Janora, who's now onto the second of the long laps, really stretching it. This is a fantastic ride from the Tenzi MotoSurf rider from Gorzów in Poland. 42 years of age and looking so good in the Masters category here. He's got himself a neat rhythm and he really has checked out compared to his opponent here, Kim Young-bum. So still a tidy race here from Arkadiusz Janora is all that's needed for another 18 points. Certainly going about things the right way here as he continues to make good work. There is Kim Young-bum, the Korean rider, still trying to keep that board as close to the race leader as possible, as Arkadiusz Janora is going to go into the final lap. Currently it is Michelula that leads, but he's got 1 more long lap to complete, and after his fall earlier on, that puts him under some big pressure. Michelula now goes on to the last long lap, but he fell down earlier, of course, so that means there's not going to be a lot of pressure on this man, Arkadiusz Janora. Michelula is going to complete the long lap now, and Arkadiusz Janora passes the exit of the long lap, so he takes the lead. Second place will be Kim Young-bum, and into third place, a good recovery ride, but still only P3 likely now for Michelula. So into the slalom for the last time. No big intense pressure on the shoulders of Arkadiusz Janora, but he has still got to keep Kim Young-bum in check because he's not far away from him. And in fact, has he got ahead of him? I think Kim Young-bum's got ahead. He's slowed up by a back marker, but he's beaten him out of the slalom. My goodness me, the Korean has managed to find the pace, and he's got there to the checkered flag. What a steal from Kim Young-bum. Incredible. An amazing steal at the end there from the Korean. Arkadiusz Janora had that all his own way, and in the final slalom, Kim Young-bum was able to take it away. Absolutely extraordinary charge back from the Korean. Fantastic work from Kim Young-bum. Not a lot that Arkadiusz Janora can do about it. He has to settle for second position. That will be frustrating because he had done all the hard work. He had pulled clear of Kim Young-bum, but there were clearly issues on the last lap, whether it was with the board or whether it was with the traffic. It no longer matters, but it's the number 2, the Korean rider, Kim Young-bum, that comes through for the victory by just a second. What a way to sweep it out from underneath Arkadiusz Janora's grip. Well, the Masters contest definitely getting intense here on the shoreline at Hansar Beach on the island of Coleraine in Macau. And the MACAO Grand Prix continues. But it's victory for Kim Young-bum. What a great charge. So after a very intense duel then at the sharp end of the field here, it is the Korean that's able to come through for the victory. The 43-year-old from Busan, Kim Young-bum, takes the victory for Team Full Cell. Arkadiusz Janora is only a second back after leading the whole way. Michel Hulard in front of Stanislav Gonichkin and Murat Yoganshila. Then it is Andrei Atanasov in front of Che Huan. Then Pavel Motoska, Chung Sa-wei, and after a difficult ride, Paul Torrey is able to come through in P10. Well, how about that for a comeback ride from Kim Young-bum? Excellent ride for the Korean. There he is, looking chilled as ever. But I'm sure he is absolutely exhausted. An amazing comeback. And when it looked like all had gone to naught for him there after losing a little bit of ground in the mid stages, the Full Cell rider just went full guns blazing on the last lap. Caught up to Arkadiusz Janora when the opposing side on the slalom and outdid him. Fantastic work from the 43-year-old from Busan in South Korea. Excellent effort. And it is a very worthy victory. So the Masters are completed then for heat number 2. And definitely a really exciting charge as the competitors race forward. But now we get to the big crescendo of our sport. If you want a showdown, you're ready for one. Because now, for the second time this weekend, bring on the elites. And after the opening race that saw the championship leader Matis Novotny come through for the victory after an amazing duel with Lukas Jaworski, now they'll get to go to battle again. And don't count out Alex Lukscheider in this championship fight either. It's just getting started. For him in this contest, it is going to be very tight indeed. But from the front end of the field, in Heat 2, it will be Lukas Jaworski ahead of Matis Novotny, Kozicek, Lukscheider, Kolar, Kup and Wolf. So as the scene dies down here for the Masters, out onto the water go the magnificent 7, the elite riders in MotoSurf. This is an absolutely sensational group of riders. They're all from the Czech Republic. They all know the sport inside and out. And they are the Formula One racers of MotoSurf. The fastest competitors on the fastest boards. This is where the real superstars reside. And so we get ourselves warmed up for Elite Heat 2. And it's the man who is a 6-time world champion in pole position. Lukas Jaworski, gold medalist in the World Games in Chengdu. He's in pole position, but in the previous heat, Matis Novotny hoodwinked him on the line and got himself into the lead as the championship leader. Matej Kozicek and Alex Lukscheider are giving chase. Then the 15-year-old new boy, Adam Kolar, ahead of the elder statesman, Miroslav Kup and Jiri Wolf. But the championship battle is all that matters here. And Lukas Jaworski, who wants to become a 7-times world champion in MotoSurf, has got his main opponent to deal with. And what about Alex Lukscheider? He is pretty close into the battle now as well. Didn't get what he wanted from the first heat, but he's still got a great chance to bounce back. And with these 3 men gunning for the title, Jaworski, Novotny and Lukscheider, messed up in the mix there by Matej Kozicek, who'll be starting from 3rd place. The 4 kings of the elite category, really ready to showcase what they've got. After this, we will have the 2 women's races, and then we will take our lunch break. But not before some absolutely nail-biting competition. So the elite riders are formed up here by Lukas Jaworski, the Michael Schumacher of MotoSurf, 6 times a world champion, just waiting to make it number 7, but he needs to get back at Matis Novotny. After the opening heat, Novotny drew blood and took the position away from him at the start of this one. We wait for the flag to drop. The elites get underway for the 2nd time. And once again, Novotny is going at it for Lukas Jaworski, but Jaworski's ready for him this time. Alex Lukscheider is going to try and make the move on the inside of Kozicek. I'm not sure if he missed the boy or not. I think he may have done. So Lukscheider's now got to drop back in behind Kozicek, but this time Lukas Jaworski will not be pushed around by Matis Novotny. And so the king of the sport, Lukas Jaworski, gets into the lead and holds it at the start. This is where he needs to make a comeback. And Lukas Jaworski is not going to play second fiddle to the championship leader this time. So at the end of the first lap, it is Jaworski who leads the way. Second place for the championship leader, Matěj Novotný, in front of Kozicek and Luke Scheider. The top four checking out already ahead of the rest of the competitors. Who's going on to the long lap first? So far, nobody in the top three. It's Luke Scheider. Alex Luke Scheider is going to roll the dice. This is, of course, Macau, the Las Vegas of the East. And so it's Alex Luke Scheider who's going for the gamble of the long lap early. Still in the fight for the championship. Don't forget Alex Luke Scheider, the captain of the Apex Pilot squad. And as he goes for the long lap early, takes himself out of the fight on circuit for the top three. He's going to try and make hay and gain the ground back to Jaworski, Novotný and Kozicek. So Lukas Jaworski still doing a great job here in front of Matěj Novotný, the six-time world champion, up against the current championship leader. And it's going to be Novotný who goes first of the two leaders onto the long lap. So Jaworski's got to dig deep and find the speed, as Alex Luke Scheider has the circuit all to himself, having taken the long lap first. So now Luke Scheider is at the back of the field, but after being the first one on the long lap, that's natural. But he's still got to try and pick up the pace and see if he can get on terms with the three leaders from the initial charge, Jaworski, Novotný and Kozicek. So there is Lukas Jaworski, gold medalist in the 2025 World Games for the Czech Republic. 6 times a world champion. 9 points down coming into this weekend. Now 13 points back if you take the first heat into account. If he can take the win back again, he redresses the balance. He goes on to the long lap. 8 laps of the race course, and 2 of those have got to be long laps, so Lukas Jaworski takes his first. But what matters is where will he rejoin in relation to Matěj Novotný. Novotny's already picked things up from Luke Scheider, who's got ahead of Kozicek. So where will Jaworski rejoin? Oh, Novotny's in front! Novotny's got in front! Matěj Novotný has pulled back on Jaworski. The championship title looks almost nailed on from this performance from Matěj Novotný. He's jumped Jaworski, who's now all over the back of him through the slalom. But that's just the first long lap. Matěj Novotný is riding like the champion he could become. Lukas Jaworski challenging him all the way. Adam Kolar leads in this battle so far, having not taken his long lap yet. But what an incredible duel for the World Championship, playing out heat by heat between Novotný and Jaworski. The 24-year-old 6-time world champion, Lukas Jaworski, up against Matěj Novotný, who is the current man on top. What a chance for Matěj Novotný to storm through and take this World Championship title. He is making Lukas Jaworski work for every inch of this race course. And Alex Luke Scheider is gaining ground on both of them as well. The 3 main championship contenders are nose to tail here. 5 laps completed, 1 long lap remaining, 3 full laps to go. And Jaworski is throwing everything he can at the man in front. If any one of them blinks now, the other 2 will gain the advantage. Novotný, Jaworski, Luke Scheider. So Jaworski thinks, right, I'm not going to take him on the course outright. I'm going to go to the long lap. So Lukas Jaworski goes long lap. Luke Scheider goes full course. So this is going to be very tricky to predict now. Lukas Jaworski ducks down on the board, trying to be as low and as aerodynamic as possible through the waves here. So Novotny's got the lead he needs. Luke Scheider still behind him with a little bit of a gap back now in what is now second position, thanks to the long lap now being taken by Adam Kolar. So this is all about discipline. It's all about control, as Lukas Jaworski rejoins the course in the slalom. And onto the long lap goes Novotný. Oh, Jaworski's down! Jaworski's gone in the slalom! That could be the World Championship! 6-time world champion Lukas Jaworski makes the rarest of mistakes in the slalom, and that could be the World Championship title gone. Oh my goodness! Lukas Zahorsky under all the pressure in the world, and he's crumbled like a cookie. Well, my goodness me, Lukas Zahorsky's now got to find a minor miracle across Heat 3 and 4 if he wants to get this back, as Matthias Novotny has got little pressure at all now. Alex Lukscheider battling away on the far side of the course as they continue to duel. Lukscheider trying to pick up the pace here. Oh, down! Down again! That's the second time for Lukas Zahorsky. Surely that is game over in the World Championship for Lukas Zahorsky. Alex Lukscheider will pick up the points on him now, as Matthias Novotny goes into the final lap, and it's absolute child's play for the championship leader. Can you believe it? Six-time world champion, gold medalist in China, Lukas Zahorsky falls twice in this second heat in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. And the floodgates are opening for Matthias Novotny to sweep in and take a dominant victory. Matthias Novotny, 2 from 2 after a very uncharacteristic pair of mistakes from Lukas Zahorsky, who tumbles twice. Second for Alex Lukscheider, that's big points for the Apex Pilot captain. And third place for Matej Kozicek, as Lukas Zahorsky has to be content with fourth position. That's only 9 points for Lukas Zahorsky from this heat. He cannot believe it. To fall once looks like a mistake. To fall twice, well, that is very uncharacteristic carelessness from Lukas Zahorsky, feeling the pressure of the weight of the moment. Now, let's not get too beside ourselves here, because there's still 2 more heats for him to do. And that could be his worst result. So that could be the result he drops. But he's going to need to come back big show in Heat 3 and 4 tonight and tomorrow. So Matthias Novotny is well on his way to becoming world champion. 2 wins out of 2 so far in the heats. Alex Lukscheider picking up good points for second. Matej Kozicek third. Lukas Zahorsky with a heat to forget in fourth position. 2 falls from the gold medalist in Chengdu. Alam Kolar is fifth from Miroslav Kup, and Yeri Wolf in 7th place. But Lukas Zahorsky, double fault from the 6-time world champion and 2025 World Games gold medalist. Absolutely shocking scenes here in Macau. What an unbelievable situation for the reigning world champion, for the reigning gold medalist. The reigning world champion is, of course, Matthias Novotny, who looks like he could make it back-to-back world championships. What an astonishing turn of events here. Zahorsky was always going to find it difficult because he's been giving chase since the start of the season anyway. But what an unbelievable set of situations it is here for the contenders. Well, that was very, very tricky indeed. And so now we get ourselves into the action for the second time in the women's category. And their world championship is, of course, very hotly contested. We've already seen Aneta Stokulova fight furiously in her contest earlier on to grab a victory. Eliska Maruskova did the same. Now neither of them will be racing in this one. They'll be sitting on the sidelines watching as Sara Zubarova goes from pole position alongside her countrywoman Emma Struchalova. Then Gao Jiayin of China from Linda Lukscheider, and then Miki Tori, Sara Volfova and Polina Karpova on the starting lineup. So there's 18 points on offer for all of the riders here. The next heat, of course, is going to be critical in terms of how the championship will play out between Stukalova and Matuskova. If Matuskova wins that race, then the gap closes from 9 points to 5 points. If Stukalova wins, it increases from 9 points to 13 points. So we'll keep an eye on that in the second heat. But now it is time to watch the second heat, Group A. And the 15-year-old megastar, Sara Zubarova, who is surely going to be a Women's World Champion someday, potentially even in 2026, the way her progress is going. Leads the field. Struchalova second. And the flag drops. We're under starters' orders nice and early in the women's race. And look at the pressure already brought on from Struchalova onto the tail of Sada Zubotova. Out through to the slalom for the first time, and the 15-year-old Slovakian is enjoying her lead at the moment. Through comes the hard-charging Gao Jiayin to try and put pressure on Emma Struchalova. So far, so good, though, for the pole sitter, Sada Zubotova, really enjoying her position out in the lead here as she comes out of the final turn and across the line to begin the second lap. And Sada Zubotova enjoying her lead at the moment. No worries at all for the Slovakian teenager. Excellent run out in front and keeping it nice and tidy. Certainly no need to break a sweat for Sada Zubotova at the moment. Everything going according to plan. A very strong run, and she's got time and discipline and control. Struchalova dropping back and going onto the long lap to try and recoup some of the loss. So Zubotova leading comfortably. She was 2.7 clear of Emma Struchalova at the end of the first lap alone. So very good work indeed here as she's been able to stretch away from Emma Struchalova, the 17-year-old from Lucinec. But a very good start indeed here from Zubotova. Making good work of these early lap boys in through 3. Round to the left of 4. Round to the right of 5. And Zubotova really enjoying herself here as the long lap has been negotiated by 3 riders in a row there at the tail end. So still some good performances coming from the contenders leading the course at the moment. But Sada Zubotova holds station in the lead onto the slalom. No need to take the long lap for her just yet. Just keeping it nice and tidy. She's almost a lap clear of Emma Struchalova, but that of course is because Struchalova has taken her long lap and Sada Zubotova has yet to do so. So still good performances so far from the riders. But Zubotova is your leader. 3 laps completed. No long laps just yet. 7 long laps of racing. 7 laps of racing. 2 of them long laps are mandatory, of course, around this configuration. So Emma Struchalova continuing on the main course as the leader, Zubotova, puts her hand in the air. That signals that she goes on to the long lap now. So it's going to be an interesting one for Zubotova. We'll see how far clear she is able to be of Emma Struchalova when the pace continues on. And she rejoins the course. So let's see if Emma Struchalova is going to have a decent run of it from Sada Zubotova on the far side of the course. We'll double check and see how things are likely to progress, but Sada Zubotova finds herself at the end of the long lap, and where is Emma Struchalova? She's already 3 boys back, so that's exactly where Sada Zubotova needed to be to keep herself confident for this one. So she goes back into the slalom. Very good work indeed from Sada Zubotova, already well clear of her opposition. Into the slalom. And taking it nice and tidy. No need to break a sweat here. The impressive pace that Sada Zubotova has been demonstrating in her first season as a Women's World Championship rider. She was in the junior category in the girls class before this. But what a performance she is putting on here as a sensational rider in the Women's World Championship contest. And Sada Zubotova really enjoying life in the lead of this competition. This heat is definitely going her way as Emma Struchalova has taken her second long lap, and Zubotova decides to do the same thing straight after. That's to counteract the move, I guess, from Struchalova, and basically to increase her stock at the lead of the race. So Sada Zubotova goes on to the long lap, which takes about 30 seconds or so to complete for our riders. But what a performance this is from Sada Zubotova. 4 laps completed, 2 long laps all completed as well. So no need to break a problem into a sweat there for Sada Zubotova, the 15-year-old doing a fantastic job and looking like she's been riding in the Women's World Championship for seasons, never mind for her first year. She really is making good work of this. And the very talented young lady from Kosta Vjarska looking absolutely superb. So smooth in the slalom. She rejoins, fully clear of Emma Struchalova by about 5 boys. So looking very comfortable indeed. And this is now all down to her, just to keep the composure. 5 laps completed, 2 to go. And this is all done and dusted so far for Sara Zubarova. The 15-year-old just needs to keep it cool in these last 2 laps. She hasn't got traffic to deal with at the moment. Emma Struchalova running well in second in front of Gao Jiayin, the very talented Chinese racer. So far, so good. 4th position, Linda Lukscheider. And the order is actually as they started at this moment. Miki Tori still running in P5. 6th place for Sara Volfova. And Polina Karpova running in P7. But this is absolutely perfect as far as our race leader is concerned. There is no pressure on the shoulders of Sara Zubarova. She knows that she's the outside bet for the championship, and that ultimately it's going to be one of her colleagues that gets the job done. So she can just ride out in the lead and get this race won her way. So Sara Zubarova goes into the final lap. Emma Struchalova in second place, about 10 seconds back now, I would guess. We'll double check as she goes across the line. 14.5 now, in fact. So Sara Zubarova just working her way through the motions now as she approaches the back marker. I think that is Sara Volfova that she's going to take a lap on. But she goes into the slalom for the last time. Oh, and down in front of her. She has to slow right down to avoid Polina Karpova, I think that is. But she's got such a big lead, she doesn't need to panic. Out of the final turn, and it's a dominant victory for Sara Zubarova. 15 years of age, and already looking like a masterclass tactician in the Women's World Championship. Excellent ride from Sara Zubarova. 15 years of age and enjoying every second of that ride. She had so much time to soak it up, and it's a worthy victory for the latest female warrior in the Women's Championship. Second position, nice and easy in the end for Emma Struchalova in front of Gao Jiayin. 4th place will be Linda Lukscheider. And in 5th position, it will be the Japanese rider, Miki Tori, as the 2 final riders have already been lapped on their way to the finish line. But an absolutely amazing, textbook disciplined and controlled performance from Sara Zubarova. 15 years of age. Can you believe that she's already running rings around her fellow racers, some of whom are 5 to 6 years her senior? Just imagine how good she's going to be in 2026 with a bit more training in the off-season. She could come back and dominate in 2026. Sara Zubarova taking the win by 18 seconds to Emma Struchalova. Gao Jiayin in a very strong 3rd place in front of Linda Lukscheider. Then Miki Tori, Sara Volfova and Polina Karpova. And now in the Women's World Championship comes the heat that really matters in terms of the World Championship. At the moment, there is a 9-point deficit to make up for Eliska Matuskova over the championship leader, Aneta Stukalova. But the youngest ever Women's World Champion and reigning Women's World Champion is really going to have to do some homework here to get on terms with Aneta Stukalova. This is the race that could completely transform the championship title attack. We could well see Aneta Stukalova pull further ahead, or Eliska Matuskova tighten back the grip. And with them both going in the same group, this is where it really matters. Eliska Matuskova has got to win to strengthen her chances in the World Championship. But if Aneta Stukalova takes the victory, it becomes harder and harder still for Eliska Matuskova to become world champion in 2025. She's already a gold medalist in the World Games in Chengdu. Very much a similar story for her as it is for Luka Zahorsky in the elites. She's having to play catch up, and already there are cracks starting to show in the wall. But we'll see which rider gets the job done first here. 21-year-old Aneta Stukalova of the Matec Racing team, or will it be the Rocket Racing MP rider, 17 years of age, the reigning world champion and the gold medalist in Chengdu, Eliska Matuskova. This is going to be the toughest women's heat so far in the competition, and it could be a preview of what we will see in the final tomorrow. Expect intensity, expect no-nonsense racecraft, and expect the best two riders in the World Championship for the women's category to go to battle and leave nothing on the table. After this race, we'll take our lunch break, but not before a very intense Warriors battle in the Women's World Championship. We can expect both riders to put up everything they've got for the first time. We saw Aneta Stukalova having to fight her way forward. And now we're going to see even more as the championships intensify in the women's category. Here is the starting lineup. Eliska Mariskova is in pole position ahead of Aneta Stukalova. That's a good omen. Chai-Jin, third position in front of Elisabeta Faitova. Then Barbara Kolarova, Lee Yeon-jun, Park In-hee, and the absent Kim Min-kyung. So there will only be 7 riders in this particular competition. Don't forget, of course, only the top 12 riders from the contest get to make it to the final. So of the 14 female riders that are here, 2 of them are sadly going to be eliminated from the competition after tomorrow's final heat. So every race matters, every point counts. And certainly in the hunt for the Women's World Championship, this is where it really counts. 9 points separate Eliska Mariskova and Aneta Stukalova, with 4 races to go in the World Championship. 3 heats and 1 final. The winner of the final wins the Grand Prix of Macau, whatever happens. But the World Championship is also so important here. And don't forget, there is a 4-point deficit between first and second, a further 3 points deficit for third place, and then another 2 points back for fourth. So every single point in the Women's World Championship heats will count big time. 18 points for the win, 14 for second, 11 for third, 9 for fourth. So let's say that Eliska Mariskova takes the win and Aneta Stukalova comes fourth. They would then be level on points. That's how close it is. So the Women's World Championship is reaching a mighty crescendo here in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. And all of the riders know there are no second chances in this World Championship. Every single heat matters, and it could go either way. Both riders deserve the World Championship. Both have the ability to take it. It all comes down to who wants it the most and who is the most focused. There is the pole sitter, Eliska Mariskova, the youngest ever world champion in the women's category. Determined to make this World Championship hers once again. Aneta Stukalova will be the number 2. She leads the championship by just 9 points after her flamboyant domination at the Zadar event in Croatia. But Eliska Mariskova will now go to battle. There are the 2 World Championship contenders. On the left, Eliska Mariskova. On the right, Aneta Stukalova. And to their right, Chai-Jin of China. This heat could make the difference between crowning a world champion and not. Eliska Mariskova versus Aneta Stukalova to the first boy. Then Chai, Faitova, Kolarova, Lee and Park. The 7 riders dip down as we go racing in the Women's World Championship. Heat 2 of this Group B. And it's a perfect start for Mariskova. Exactly what she needed. Stukalova is trying to stay with her as Chai-Jin is going to get a little bit of pressure from Elisabeta Faitova and Barbara Kolarova. They go into the slalom for the first time and Mariskova has a wide berth. Stukalova has a wider one. So it's all okay from the point of view of the World Championship as Eliska Mariskova has got clear of Aneta Stukalova and she's pulling a big advantage on the championship leader. Mariskova is keeping her hopes alive here. A fabulous battle for the World Championship title between the 17-year-old for Rocket Racing versus the 21-year-old for Matek. Mariskova versus Stukalova. The World Championship in the women's category is absolutely nail-biting. Out through boy 7, up through 8, and up to 9. And it looks like Stukalova's going for the long lap first. Okay, now it's a drag race through the long lap. Stukalova will obviously drop back behind Matuskova, but it's up to her now to use the clear water to her advantage and get back into this fight. A good charge forward as well from Chai Jin. She's also decided to go for the long lap after losing ground initially to Barbara Konorova. No, it's Li Yunjin. My apologies. Li Yunjin has charged forward to third position. She is absolutely on fire in Macau, having a great ride this weekend. So Matuskova leads. Second place at the moment now is Chai Jin. And it is Li Yunjin who finds herself in third position after Stukalova went on to the long lap. Also, Barbara Kolarova and Elizaveta Faitova on the long lap the first time of asking as well. As now we've got Eliska Matuskova going on to the long lap, following in behind Park In-hee, I believe, who goes on to the long lap for the first time. But Eliska Matuskova was a little bit held up there. That could be enough of a pinch as Aneta Stukalova goes through boy 3, through boy 4. On the long lap is Eliska Matuskova, so it's going to be tight as to who gets out of the long lap first. Matuskova rounding the final boy of the long lap. Who will take the lead? It's going to be close. It's Matuskova just in front of Stukalova, so she goes straight for her second long lap. Oh my goodness, that was close. So now Eliska Matuskova on her own, back out on the course, and Aneta Stukalova decides, right, I almost got you there. Let's do it again. Second time, I'll have you. Onto the long lap goes Chai Jin. The Chinese rider indicates with her hand in the air. And so now we're going to see, can Aneta Stukalova get herself back into a race-winning contention? This is for the championship, don't forget. Whoever gets this right is going to either bring the championship closer or extend it further away. Such an intense battle between these two fantastic athletes. Eliska Matuskova, gold medalist in Chengdu, reigning world champion, versus Aneta Stukalova, the current championship leader and the Leviathan for the Matec Racing team. On to the long lap for the second time goes Eliska Matuskova. The drag race is going to reform. Here comes Aneta Stukalova through boy 3, out through the left, through boy 4, out through the right. It's going to be tight again. It's going to be so close. Eliska Matuskova rounds the final turn of the long lap. Aneta Stukalova neck and neck, and Matuskova's done it. Oh my goodness, Matuskova has got out of the long laps in front of Aneta Stukalova. Well, this is going to go down to the wire between the two of them now. Through the slaloms, they will have to battle this out. Stukalova goes left, Matuskova goes right. It's not done yet. Stukalova really is pushing, but Matuskova has the advantage. And in terms of the World Championship, this is exactly what we wanted to see. Stukalova is going to lose 4 points to Matuskova rather than gain 4 points if it stays like this. Matuskova under so much pressure from her 21-year-old rival. But Eliska Matuskova definitely giving us a big showcase in the World Championship here. She had to beat her opponent, and she's going about it exactly as she needed to. They will go opposing sides of the slalom again for sure. And they're going to battle. No, they're actually going to go the same way. Stukalova is going to put the pressure here on Eliska Matuskova and try and force an error. The two championship protagonists in the Women's World Championship. We're about to see the gap in the points race drop from 9 points to 5 as Matuskova crosses the line and goes into the final lap of the second heat. This is intense stuff between these two. It's actually the 5th lap, my apologies. They've still got 2 laps of the course to go here because Chai Jin and Elizaveta Faitova have still got 1 lap of the long lap to take. Chai Jin is on it. Elizaveta Faitova is also on the long lap. So now these two are going to go into the overall lead in the overall second. There in the distance was Faitova going on to the long lap. So now these two are back in first and second. And it looks like Stukalova's only big tactic here is to try and psych out Matuskova by following in her whitewater. But that is such a gamble for Stukalova. It is 10 times harder following in the wake of the whitewater. So Matuskova leads going into the final lap. Stukalova in second place. They've managed to put a lap on the rider just behind them on the course. That, I believe, is the 7 of Park In-hee. But what an incredible performance it is by Eliska Matuskova. The pole position sitter had to dig deep if she wanted to win this World Championship. Playing catch up is never fun. Oh, there goes Stukalova! And then Stukalova's gone down! Oh my goodness! The World Championship leader drops it! This is agony for Aneta Stukalova! She drops to third at least! She's desperately trying to get back on the board, but as the victory goes the way of Eliska Matuskova, she will take the victory and the 18 points that comes with it. And where is Aneta Stukalova going to recover? Matuskova gets the victory as Stukalova crashes out on the last lap. Second place will go the way of Chai. 11 points likely to go now to Aneta Stukalova. What a dramatic end to this heat, as Eliska Matuskova has done everything she needs to do to keep her championship hopes alive, and Aneta Stukalova cannot believe it's got away from her in this heat. She now drops 7 points back from the championship opposition. Aneta Stukalova was looking so good for the championship, and all of a sudden Eliska Matuskova takes a win, and it's a dramatic fall for Aneta Stukalova. So Barbara Kolarova checks in with Aneta Stukalova. Yes, I'm okay. I'm just so annoyed. She crosses the line, P4. I can't believe it. It's the worst case scenario for Aneta Stukalova. She drops to P4, and that means she scores 9 points. Eliska Matuskova scores 18. Guess what that means, folks? They are now a dead heat in the World Championship. Here's the moment it all went wrong. She got airborne and the board stuffed into the wave, and that could be the game changer in the World Championship title race. Matuskova was 9 points back coming in. She's just gained 9 points. I can't believe it. They are now in a dead heat in the championship race. It couldn't be more dramatic in the Women's World Championship. Heat 2, Eliska Matuskova picks up 18 points to Chai Jin. Barbara Kolarova in third, and Aneta Stukalova falls to fourth position. 9 points on the board, 18 for Matuskova. They are now in a dead heat in the title race. Elizabeta Vaitova P5 in front of Lee Eun-jin, and then Park In-hee in P7. But can you believe it? It is now a dead heat in the Women's World Championship title race between Aneta Stukalova and Eliska Matuskova. All Eliska Matuskova has to do now is keep the pressure up, and she could be world champion. Of course, there's still the prospect that Aneta Stukalova discounts that as her worst heat. But my goodness me, it's dramatic in MACAO as the MACAO Grand Prix intensifies. We'll be back after the lunch break, but things are getting hot and intense here in MACAO as the UIM MotoSurf World Championship is wrapping up with the best way possible, the most epic of showdowns. We'll be back in an hour. It's time to return to action here on the Hansar Beach on the island of Colwyn in the special administrative region of China, Macau. This is where speed and sport are coupled together with the beauty of Southeast Asian culture. And here for the UIM MotoSurf World Championship finale, it's all melding together beautifully. We've got a magnificent show for you over the course of the next few hours as the battles continue in the junior, elite, women's, stock and masters categories. It has been fantastic since the start of yesterday's qualifying, and it's only going to get better as time continues on. Good afternoon, Jake Sanson in the commentary box position, overlooking the shoreline here on Hansar Beach in Colwyn Island in Macau. And I am about 4 meters away from the edge of the waves. It is fantastic to see just how much hard work has been put into this fantastic event. So many incredible competitors from far and wide around the globe, and also of course the magnificent MotoSurf Association of Macau, who have put so much into this fantastic event. Everybody from UIM, from MACAO, from Red Bull, from all of the fantastic partners that are making this finale the amazing showcase of speed and aquatic sport that it is turning out to be. We've got championship showdowns aplenty across the categories. Junior boy and junior girl have been electric since the start, with the likes of Matthias Barvik and Stanislav Kohut putting on a great show in the junior boy. Ellen Bordova, the 12-year-old, has been dominant in junior girl. There is so much to talk about in the elite category as Matis Novotny is pushing to try and take the World Championship away from his competitors Alex Lukscheider and Lukas Zahorski. It's electrifying in the Women's Championship as the two protagonists, Eliska Maruskova and Aneta Stukalova, go head-to-head for the World Championship title. In stock, it's all about composure for the American superstar Anthony Squire as he tries to hold on to his lead in the championship over Kim Down and Hassan Bouabas. But it's looking pretty much slam dunk for him as long as he keeps himself in the mix without too much of a drama. The championship may already be decided for Kim Down in the Masters category, but there's still a furious squabble for best of the rest, with the likes of Arkadiusz Janora and Jaro Vankersbilk all wanting to score big this weekend to try and get into the championship top 3. But there is still so much to do as all of the competitors are ready for an exciting bout in this season finale. And of course, there is the duel for the championship title in the Stock Rookie Merlin Plus squad between Fares Ramadan, Mike Michailidis, David Krichka and Adam Kolar, with Lorenzo Tanda, the Monza monkey, pushing hard to try and fight his way further forward. But now we're going to see some great battles as we continue our exciting campaign. Here in Macau, we're already in the depths of the second heat. The beach is certainly looking like one over the course of this year's competition. It was a little bit dark, murky and gloomy last year. This year, it's looking like a proper sun-bathed and sun-kissed beach destination. It is a proper resort overlooking the Macau Country Club in the distance, and we can just about, through the mist of the ocean waves, make out the shoreline of Hong Kong from where we stand, but only when the wind is in the right direction. But it is certainly going to be an exciting campaign for the remainder of today. We've got so many races ahead of us, and after the drama and the excitement that's already been showcased here in Macau, we're going to see a heck of a lot more. That is an absolute wizard of mastery. That's proper sandcastle building, isn't it, down on the shorefront here in Macau. I think that needs a World Championship all on its own. Really has been fantastic to watch these fantastic sculptsmen put on such a fantastic display, and they're still going. Hopefully that's not going to be too washed up by the time we get to tomorrow morning. I think it's far enough inland that it shouldn't cause too much of an issue, but that is master craftsmanship at its absolute finest. And in similar battles out on the course, we've got some amazing competitors out on the race course in front of us. The layout, very exciting one, a short course compared to last year's, but certainly an aggressive course in terms of the race battles we are expecting. It'll be a really exciting duel for the competition. As we continue on with our march, it is now time to focus in on the next competition, which is the stock categories for their second heat. Then we will go into the third heat rotation for juniors, elites, women's, stocks and masters. And then we will conclude with our evening's activities. The shuttle bus will return back to the hotel for our competitors, and the nightlife will kick in for the competitors. But this is the last Saturday of Thunder in the 2025 competition for the UIM MotoSurf World Championship. And the riders are venturing out onto the circuit for Group A of the stock and stock rookies in the second heat of their competition. The riders are learning the hard way that a little bit of a soaking is the order of proceedings if these waves start to gnarl up on you, and it's certainly going to be a tricky battle. Here are the starting positions for Stock Heat 2 in Group A. It is Anthony Squire in pole position from Zhang Maozhou, Jin Shulin in third from Alexander Lana, Ismail Kaptanoglu and Jaime Hincache, Narapash Kanchanapon alongside Mike Michailidis, then Mai Xiaoliam and Nikita Karpov. 10 riders all battling for the first buoy, and for the American rider Anthony Squire, this is all about taking it easy. He's got a decent lead in the championship fight. He has an advantage, but he obviously needs to make sure he takes hold of it, because there is definitely going to be a lot of opposition. Don't forget how aggressive Zhang Maozhou was in the opening phase of the competition. And of course, going into Group A, we have a very unusual situation for this first heat, because all 3 winners of the opening heats in the stock category are in the first 3 positions on the grid for this upcoming race. Anthony Squire, Zhang Maozhou and Jin Shulin, all race winners in Heat 1, and now they are going off first, second and third in this particular heat. It means that from the second and third groups, we are going to see new winners whatever happens, but it's certainly going to be a best of the rest fight, and a little sneak preview of tomorrow's final in the stock category as well. It'll be a very exciting battle between the top 3, Anthony Squire, Zhang Maozhou and Jin Shulin. Expect the unexpected, as this category is definitely going to get spicy, as the riders are led around by the 29-year-old from Charlotte in North Carolina. He was born in South Africa, raised in the United States, 3 times a North American champion, Anthony Squire, bidding to become the first man from the United States to lift the MotoSurf World Championship crown in a category. And this is a great chance for him to become the Stock World Champion. Stock World Champion means essentially you've bought the board out of the box and you've done nothing to it, which is pretty much what happens in every category except the elite class. But now the riders are ready for a very unforgettable showdown. Let's see what will happen as the riders quest for glory. No practice starts required. Straight into the fight. When the flag drops from the jet ski, we will go racing. We wait for the flag drop. And this could end up being a false start. The jet ski marshal is not sure here. We may go round again. Now the flag drops. It's a late call, but we are racing in the stock category. And Anthony Squire has made a fantastic launch, but Zhang Maozhou is trying to get around him in the hope that there's a little bit of a chance to move his way forward. Alexander Lana going toe-to-toe with his opponent there. It's going to be tight between him and Jin Shulin as they work their way through the slalom. Anthony Squire is now neck and neck with Zhang Maozhou, the Chinese rider, really starting to up the ante, and it's going to be tight as to who gets the first bye. Oh, it's close, and it's going to be Squire, and Zhang Maozhou goes down in the drink. The Chinese rider pushing the limits on the first lap, and he finds a face full of water here in MACAO. How close was that between Anthony Squire and Zhang Maozhou? But it's Zhang who goes down. What a horrible way for the Chinese riders' race to begin. Anthony Squire is not backing down. He wants to become champion his way. A furore on the start here of this second heat in the stock category, and Anthony Squire leads. The initial charge forward has come his way in majestic fashion. Jin Shulin in second position ahead of Alexander Lana. Here's the replay through the buoy. How tight was it? It was a very tricky moment there for Zhang Maozhou. He tried his best to steer across and get back into the checkered flag line, but the board just washed out from underneath him. Nothing the Chinese teenager could do, and that is very unfortunate indeed for Zhang Maozhou. My apologies, Zhang Maozhou is actually 24 years of age. It's his compatriot Feng Shanghao who's coming out in one of the later heats. He's the Chinese teenager. But Zhang Maozhou really stretching the limits and finding them on the opening lap of Stock Heat 2 Group A. Only 6 laps in the stock category, and 2 of those need to be long laps. I do believe that Anthony Squire has already gone on to his first long lap. There he is indeed on the long lap on the far side, rejoining the course, and it's perfect for Anthony Squire because he's filtered out in clear water. This is exactly what the American ordered. Fantastic. It's all going to plan for the man from Charlotte, and this is absolutely what he wanted. So it's all going according to plan then for the man from North Carolina. Anthony Squire leads the way of the riders who have taken their first long lap. So he finds himself in a very strong position in second place, ahead of the Swede Alexander Lanner and behind Jin Shulin, who is now on his first long lap. So as Anthony Squire works his way out through the slalom of the first section of the course, it's going to be tight between him and Jin Shulin, but he is going to get out ahead of him. So it's nicely handled then from Squire. Jin Shulin has been coming in third, and Anthony Squire has taken the bull by the horns and gone on to the second long lap early. He wants to get these out of the way so he doesn't have to focus on them again. The American is on the charge here. Ever since the first lap of racing in Croatia, he's just been unbeatable, and it looks as though he is in the form of his life. The American is absolutely rocketing round this course, exactly what he needed from this incredible opportunity that's been given to him, and he's taking every advantage of it. For once, it's all going according to plan. He's had a lot of bad luck over the last 2 seasons, but this year, luck doesn't come into it for Anthony Squire. He is absolutely taking charge of the situation. Oh, and up into the water, just in front of them. That's a big moment for the riders working their way past. Anthony Squire passes the scene of the incident. It doesn't hold him up too much either, but that is devastating bad luck for the A rider. That is Nikita Karpov, still new to the championship, don't forget. And he rejoins almost directly into the path of Mike Michailidis. That was a very scary moment there for the Cypriot. He just about manages to get away with that. There is Jin Shulin, now on the long lap himself. And as he emerges from that, it's going to be all about timing. So Jin Shulin, of course, has only just gone on to his first long lap. Anthony Squire's already done both of his. So he doesn't need to panic here. It's all going according to plan. Once Jin Shulin takes on his second long lap, it'll be Anthony Squire who takes over the lead. Here he is. 5 laps completed, both long laps already sorted. In fact, everybody has done both long laps except for the race leader, Jin Shulin. So when Jin Shulin comes through, he is obviously going to be taking his second long lap, and that's going to put Anthony Squire into the lead. So the riders come through, the checkered flag is out, and I think Jin Shulin has actually crossed the line too early. He's done 6 laps, but only one of them was a long lap. Oh dear, and Jin Shulin suddenly realises his mistake, as here comes Anthony Squire. A fabulous run, and it will be his victory. 6 laps completed, with 2 of them long laps. So Anthony Squire crosses the line second, but with Jin Shulin having only completed 1 of the long laps, he's miscalculated. That's going to be a penalty for the Chinese rider. So Anthony Squire will get the job done here in front of Zhang Maoshu. And behind him will be Mike Michailidis, the leader in the Rookie Merlin Plus category. Well, it's a great start to the week then for Anthony Squire. 2 heat victories out of 2 it will be. Jin Shulin is provisionally the winner, but of course having only completed 1 of the long laps according to the timer in front of us, that means that it's going to be all about the man in second position. He will have the job completed. So Anthony Squire, exactly as he needs to. A second great run, and that will be a fantastic effort from the American. Anthony Squire really has done the business here. A fantastic effort from the 29-year-old from Charlotte in North Carolina. Excellent performance. So a great start to the competition, but you can see the tensions really starting to build and form in the riders as we complete the distance. Jin Shulin crosses the line first, but after 6 laps, only one of them was a long lap. You've got to take 2 as a mandatory. So Anthony Squire, who is second place, will be elevated into the winning position. Zhang Maoshu is third over the line ahead of Mike Michailidis. Then Alexander Lanner and Ismail Kaptanoglu from Jaime Hincache, Natapash Kanchanapon, Mao Xiaolim and Nikita Karpov. So it's certainly going according to plan for Anthony Squire as he chats to Matej Kozicek at the side of the road there, and also in conversation with Li Yunjin, who's just confirming, look, you took both your long laps, don't panic, because Jin Shulin crossed the line first, but he only did 1 long lap, you did both of yours, so you don't need to worry. So that will almost certainly get addressed later on. You've got to complete 2 mandatory long laps. So with Jin Shulin having only recorded 1, it's a flawless run so far for Anthony Squire, and this is so deserved for the American. The last 18 months have been hell for Anthony Squire in terms of his form. It doesn't matter what he's done, he has always come up with bad luck. This time, it's working. Ever since he showed up to Zadar in Croatia, it's been his time in the sunshine. And you know what? It's absolutely deserved. So we come to the second heat for Group B in the stock category. Damian Kadlec, pole position alongside the legend from Seoul, Korea. Kim Dowd in second place. Hassan Bawabas, third on the grid from Kim Min-jun. Sugera Ikeda of Japan from Vladimir Andel of the Czech Republic. Kamonlapop Suntonvipar of Thailand. And then Adam Kolar and the Italian stallion, Lorenzo Tanda. So with everybody gearing themselves up for another go of this scintillatingly exciting course, we are starting to see the errors creep in. Everybody's starting to find a little more of an edge to it as they know that the championship is reaching a crescendo. And of course, not only are we focusing on championship points, but we're also keeping one eye on the Grand Prix itself. The winner of the final will take the victory in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau, but may not necessarily come through as the champion for the season. But there is your pole sitter, Damian Kadlec, getting himself geared up, ready for the start of this one from Kim Dowd, Hassan Bawabas, Kim Min-jun, Suguru Ikeda, Vladimir Andel, Kamonlapop Sundavanpar, and Adam Kolar ahead of Lorenzo Tanda. A very exciting mission for our contenders and some really exciting battles to come from them all. We'll get to see just how tricky it becomes from all of the racers at the far side of things. It's going to be incredible to see what will occur as the riders are back into contention once again. So the hand is in the air for Damian Kadlec. It's time for the aggressive approach to return. Let's see how it all kicks off. All the riders will form up behind Damian Kadlec, and we will see a fantastic battle start to rise. Kadlec, Kim, Bawabas, Kim, Ikeda, Andel, Suntonvopar, Kolar and Tanda. We wait for the flag to drop. We race! A fantastic start in the offing from Damian Kadlec as the rocket launch comes from Hassan Bawabas. He crowds out Kim Dowd, and now we're going to see if Hassan Bawabas can work his way into the lead, battling with Damian Kadlec. They're going to go opposing sides of the slalom. No, they go the same way in the slalom. A great start from Hassan Bawabas out in front of Kim Dowd. Oh, and the leader's gone! Damian Kadlec drops it in the slalom. Damian Kadlec crashes out in the slalom while leading, and that's going to be Hassan Bawabas who takes over the lead at the end of the first lap from Kim Dowd, side by side for third position behind them. As a rip-roaring start, cannons through the first couple of corners for the hard-charging Adam Kolar, side by side with Kim Min-jun. But Damian Kadlec has dropped it, not once, but twice. Damian Kadlec now down at the back of the field. And there's another rider that's got, a big washout from Vladimir Andel. A big moment there at the start. Oh no, that's Lorenzo Tanda. My apologies. Lorenzo Tanda. He crashed at the end of the first lap and has done so going into the second lap of the boy. A big moment for Lorenzo Tanda, the monster from Monza. What a shame for Lorenzo Tanda as we watch Kim Down charging after the race leader, Hassan Bouabas. Well, Lorenzo Tanda will not give up. He manages to get back on the board and races on. But there is a real war brewing now between Hassan Bouabas and Kim Down. The two of them absolutely at each other's throats here. Through 5, 6, and then up through 7 as they get into the traffic of the riders that have taken their first long lap. And Hassan Bouabas decides to go for it. Kim Down sticks to the main course, so he's going for the overcut, while Hassan Bouabas goes for the undercut. Magnificent race action so far in this second heat for Group B of the stock categories. Electrifying motorsport already. And everybody really is pushing on a speed. A superb situation. A really strong situation for the contenders. But out in front, it is Damian Kadlic's day ruined as Kim Down battles with Hassan Bouabas for the top spot. We wait to see when Kim Down will go on his long lap. He's currently being hunted down by Kim Min-chun, his countryman. So an amazing situation between the Koreans up in the sharp end as Kim Down goes for the long lap. Let's see what the 41-year-old from Seoul in Korea can do to charge back on Hassan Bouabas, who really has done his homework over the last hours or so between races. He's figured out where he can be strong, and he's come back guns blazing. Now he's going to complete this part of the course, and Kim Down is trying to catch him, but Hassan Bouabas has the advantage. He has the lead over the Korean. So the battle still continues between Hassan Bouabas and Kim Down, and there's only about a second and a half between the two men out through the slalom. Nothing in it between these two racers. Kim Down really is starting to push this now. Hassan Bouabas has got traffic in front of him. That's going to cause an issue as Hassan Bouabas breaks out behind. Oh, a very close run thing there behind the 8 of Adam Kolar. So Adam Kolar has come through just a whisker in front of Hassan Bouabas. He's managed to jump them both. This is an amazing ride from the 15-year-old. Adam Kolar has come out in front of Bouabas and Kim Down, and a fantastic comeback ride so far from Damian Kadlic. He's now right on the tail of Kim Down in third. So the 4 men have all completed one long lap. Kim Down and Damian Kadlic decide to go for their long lap first. They are third and fourth. Kadlic is closing up on Kim Down, but the leader is the 15-year-old Adam Kolar. What an amazing comeback as he fights his way into the lead, but he's still got to push because Hassan Bouabas is keeping him honest all the way through. Into the last lap then goes Adam Kolar. 5 laps completed, 1 lap done on the long lap, so this one has got to be a long lap. He pulls clear of Hassan Bouabas as Kim Down and Damian Kadlic rejoin the course after their long lap. We'll watch for the leader because Adam Kolar has got to go on the long lap. So too does Hassan Bouabas. Arm is in the air, so he goes left. Hassan Bouabas will do the same. He has to. And indeed they do. So they'll take 30 seconds on the long lap as now the pressure is cooking from Kim Down and Hassan Bouabas. Kim Down and Damian Kadlic. As now Hassan Bouabas is chasing after Adam Kolar on the long lap. But can Adam Kolar beat Kim Down out of the slalom? He's worked his way through to the long lap, and it's going to be Adam Kolar plain sailing as Kim Down gets in a second ahead of Hassan Bouabas with Kadlic in P4. Adam Kolar has completely crept in and swept it away from the 3 main antagonists. A brilliant charge forward as Adam Kolar, the 15-year-old for the La Cucina Nera team. What a storm back from Adam Kolar. It's going to be a victory for the 15-year-old from Brno. Checkered flag is in the air, and Adam Kolar is your race winner. What a stunning ride from Adam Kolar. Fantastic job. Just when we thought it was going to be about Kadlic, Kim and Bouabas, Adam Kolar decided, hang on a minute, what about me? A Leviathan's ride from Adam Kolar. Sensational. Kim Down, absolutely exhausted. but fully crediting the victory there for Adam Kolar. Superb, absolutely brilliant. And considering that that was from 8th position on the grid as well for Adam Kolar, that is almost impossible. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I might not have believed you could do that. From 8th on the grid, he charged his way to the victory. So for anybody who thinks, well, if you get pole position, that's it, you're going to win. Not necessarily. Not if you're Adam Kolar. What a comeback. Absolutely extraordinary. So an amazing performance then from Adam Kolar. He comes through for one of the toughest races you're ever going to see. From 8th position, the back of the field. We're going to see a replay of one of the key factors in this race. Look how close it was. This was on the start. Damian Kadlec, bang, face full of boy. Hassan Bouabbas trips. Kadlec goes with him, and they run close to the line. How tight was that between the two of them over the finish line? Nothing in it, and then Kadlec tried to chop in behind and then just collapses into the water in frustration. 0.4 of a second between them at the finish line in their battle for 3rd. But a very deserving victory indeed for Adam Kolar. What a performance, and a very exciting charge forward. He'll be very happy indeed when he looks back over that one. Kim down, 2nd position. It's not every day you get to charge through from 8th position and take on the master of masters. Hassan Bouabbas and Damian Kadlec 0.4 apart at the finish line. Kim Min-jun and Suguru Ikeda ahead of Vladimir Andel and Lorenzo Tanda, with Kamalapop Sun Thunpapar finishing this time, albeit in P9. An excellent performance though from Adam Kolar, beating the likes of Kim Down and Hassan Bouabbas on their A-game. Damian Kadlec will be ruining the fall on the first lap, but with everybody struggling, that is an amazing ride from Adam Kolar, and now we know why he is good enough to put himself into the elite category as the youngest member of the elites. He'll be coming out a little bit later on, of course. Here's that replay again. This is how close it was for 3rd. Kadlec versus Bouabbas. Look how tight it was as they fell over each other on the way to the line, and Bouabbas just leant forward enough to keep himself upright. And here's the collapse after the line for Kadlec. Whoops. Unbelievable how tight that was at the finish line between those two. 0.4 of a second in it. I'm sure neither rider is unhurt, and certainly neither rider was prepared to give an inch there. But they were all hoodwinked by Adam Kolar, the 15-year-old, who is racing not only in the stock category, but also in the elites later. And now we know why. What a star. Here is the grid for Heat 2 in the Group C rankings. Jan Travnicek alongside Adam Janacek. Feng Shenghao, watch for him. The teenager is going to be very fast indeed out of the blocks. Han Tayi and Xiong Jiang from Maxim Gavdanov and Kitai Kim. David Kuchka, Faraz Ramadan and Behich Yoganshila. I was talking in between races to Anthony Squire about the pace of these Chinese riders out of the blocks, and he said they are fantastic. It's all to do with weight. The lightweight Chinese riders have such speed off the line, and as long as they can get past their competitors into turn 1, they've got a great chance of the victory. But you need strength in the slalom to really keep that pace up, and that's where on the start the Chinese riders are amazing, but the strength of the rider really comes into play once you get through the slaloms and through the long lap. So lightness is great on the start, but strength is what you need through the rest of the course. So essentially you need to be a balance of the two, and it's a compromise that you really need. So there is the pole position. Jan Travnicek with another chance to fight for the top spot and is in essence redeem himself after it all went wrong earlier on. But Adam Janacek is going to be one to try and fight him as well. Feng Shenghao will be 3rd on the grid, especially as things are going to continue. So an amazing situation for all of the contenders. It's going to be a really tight battle in this one as well. as the riders are going to give us plenty to do. Travnicek versus Janusek is going to be quite a competitive one to that first corner, and certainly watch for the Chinese rider in third position. Feng Shanghao is definitely going to be a prolific contender for the top spot into the first turn. It's going to be very close indeed up at the starting line. So as everybody gears themselves up ready for an exciting duel, I think we're going to see some really intense sprints down to that first buoy. So Jan Travnicek ahead of Adam Janusek, then Feng, Han, Xiong, Gavronov, Kitay, Kirchka, Ramadan and Jorgen Schieler. The hand is in the air to control the pace for Jan Travnicek. Let's see what we get off the start as all of the riders come back into close proximity and we wait for the start. When that flag drops, we'll be charging to the first buoy. So we go to battle. Let's race again in Group C, Heat 2 of the stock category in Macau. A great start from Jan Travnicek. Finds the first buoy and really pushes on. It looks as though Travnicek actually struck the buoy in the second rotation there. So he's got to be careful. Mistakes like that can really upset the balance. Travnicek trying to pull clear of Adam Janusek, who really is pushing hard to try and make amends for the earlier problems out on the course. They're going to come out of the slalom very close together. Janusek trying to upset the balance, and they're going to be very close together, almost neck and neck across the line. Janusek is really pushing Travnicek. Great racing between these two. And Jan Travnicek has the lead over Janusek. But it's only temporary as far as Janusek is concerned. In third position, that is Xiong Jiang. Fourth place for Maxim Gavronov. And there's already some big charges forward. Difficult start to the race then for Feng Shanghao and Han Tahi. The Chinese and the Korean actually losing ground off the start rather than gaining it. So still close battles between Jan Travnicek and Adam Janusek at the start of this race. Neither rider going for the long lap early doors. They go through the slalom together. Watch for the 5 on the far side. Xiong Jiang of Korea trying to stay with them at the moment. Oh, and we've had a faller. I think that's Gavronov. It looks like Gavronov may have fallen in the slalom. So we'll keep an eye on it, but I have got a feeling that Gavronov has pushed a little bit too hard there, and that has put paid to his chances up at the sharp end. Certainly for the moment, Travnicek and Janusek having a very spirited race of it, and it is indeed Maxim Gavronov who's not taken the long lap yet, and he's struggling to recover the board. So he's not got going again. So Maxim Gavronov in real trouble here. As on to the long lap for the first time, we've got 2 of the riders, and that is going to be Travnicek and Gavronov that have both gone onto the long lap together there. Travnicek and Xiong Jiang, who have gone on to the long lap. So it leaves Adam Janusek out on the course at the moment, but he has got some white water. He's got the traffic to deal with. That is, in fact, Gavronov in front of him. Oh, and who's that that's gone into the water? We've had someone else have a big off there. Trying to make out who that is that's in recovery mode up at buoy 7 as coming off the long lap. We've had a fall as well. So there's a couple of riders creating some flotsam and jetsam. I think one of them is Janusek. Janusek's down. Janusek's recovering, but that should surely give the victory to Jan Travnicek, providing he can just keep it going. Janusek has to go into the long lap. That's the only way he's going to bounce back from this. But Jan Travnicek now has got a bit of breathing space up front. Here he is. So Adam Janusek leading, but then falls and goes into the long lap. So some big errors in this race, and it's costly for Adam Janusek, who was rather hoping for a little bit more than this. He jokingly came and told me after the first heat, "Why did you tell everybody that I missed the buoy?" I mean, yes, I know I did, but you made it fairly obvious for everyone. He's a great character, as Adam Janusek, a very kind and very delightful young man. But it's all going wrong so far here in Macau. He'll be so frustrated. As into the lead now is Han Tae-hee, the Korean. He's completed 4 laps, but he's yet to do a long lap. So these next 2 laps have both got to be long laps on the course. And he's going to go into his first long lap by nearly tripping over the teenager Feng Shanghao of China. So there is Adam Janusek trying to get himself back into contention. Currently sat behind David Kuchka. But there's going to be one more long lap for the leader, Jan Travnicek, and he's currently dueling with the actual race leader on the long lap, Han Tae-hee of Korea. So there's no obligation to move out of the way for Jan Travnicek. These two are racing each other. He's not a back marker, he is actually racing him. And so that's time lost for Jan Travnicek coming out of the second long lap. So Travnicek is now trying to get himself around Han Tae-hee, but he is being held up here. This could be a second opportunity for Adam Janusek to gain some confidence back. But as they work their way through the slaloms, we've gone into the last lap. And Janusek is actually emerging in the lead now because, of course, Jan Travnicek has done his second long lap. So now, Travnicek has come through at the end of the second long lap. And he's got ahead of Han Tae-hee, who's got to make one more long lap of his own. So, Janusek's got to do the long lap this time. He turns off to it. And also, going on to the long lap is David Kuchka. So Jan Travnicek has done both of his long laps. So he just needs to cruise past boy number 9, which he does now. And he now goes into the lead on the final lap. So into the slalom comes Jan Travnicek. He goes left side. And this is such a smooth end to what was going to be a very tough race indeed for Jan Travnicek, made easier by his opponents faltering. The checkered flag will be in the air, and it's victory for a very jubilant number 1, Jan Travnicek, celebrating the win as if he's just won the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. It's only Heat 2, but what a start for Jan Travnicek. He is absolutely ecstatic from pole position. He's got it done. He's looking around him. Am I sure? Can I genuinely say I've won this one? Yes, my friend, you have. And absolutely deservedly so. Jan Travnicek celebrating with some very wet donuts on the shoreline. Jan Travnicek absolutely delighted. And that is the way to celebrate. That's going to feel like $1 million to Jan Travnicek, who's had a very misfortune-full season. But it's nice to see him at the end of the year command his troops around him and come home for the victory. Great run for Jan Travnicek. How satisfying does that one feel? A brilliant performance ahead of Han Tae-hee, who actually only completed one of the long laps. So he's going to get a penalty for that. That's going to promote Feng Shenghao and Adam Janusek into the top 3. What a fantastic performance there from Jan Travnicek after what has been a miserable season in 2025. It's really pleasing to see him take a result that he absolutely deserves. And a great victory for Jan Travnicek. An important one too. So a great result so far then in the second heat of the stock category for Group C. And it's Jan Travnicek who comes through victorious after vanquishing his opposition, and he is so satisfied after that one, and 2 right. So here is the provisional result then. Jan Travnicek taking the victory. Han Tae-hee is second over the line, but he only took one of his long laps, so that will surely come up with a penalty. Feng Shenghao ahead of Adam Janusek and David Kuchka. Then Seongjiang, Kitae Kim is in 7th ahead of Maxim Govranov, Behej Yoganshila, and a very unhappy Faris Ramadan who didn't get the chance to start. Well, that is going to pay dividends to everybody else, and certainly for Faris Ramadan, who is questing to win this championship, to not take the start. That is very difficult indeed for him. Although looking at the points rankings, he may have decided to skip one, but he's only 13 points ahead of Mike Michailidis in the championship. So I would have thought that surely you can't afford to miss a heat at this point. So for Faris Ramadan, that will be devastating. But that means, of course, he can drop this heat if he does start the other 2, but he can't afford to miss a single race or make a mistake from here on out. So the stock category has now completed its second heat. That means that everybody has now completed their second heat. And it's going to be a very exciting challenge for the contenders moving forward. We're getting close to the top of the hour here as the riders are getting ready for their third junior heat. Here is the starting positions for Heat 3. Ellen Bardova lining up in pole position from Stanislav Kohut and Oliver Wolf. Adela Pokorova will be fourth on the grid from Maja Julevinska. Matthias Barvik goes from pole position to P6. Max Rushka ahead of Melanie Janubova. And then San Hoylok, Him Tang Choi and Ringo Rimer to complete the grid. So the junior contenders gearing themselves up ready for their third heat. And of course this will be the third and last race of the day for the juniors. So they will be pushing on to finish off in fine style here. The junior contenders, the first riders of the competition to race their third heat. And after today, they will be basically hoping for a better result in the fourth and final heat tomorrow morning so they can drop a poor result. Because obviously in this competition, there are 4 heats and only the best 3 scores count. So you drop your lowest score. So for the contenders who have had a difficult heat, there is still hope and there is still opportunity to work your magic and move up the order. But it's definitely going to be tricky. But of course, if you have had a poor heat in Heat 1 or 2, that is going to affect your starting position for Heat 3 and 4. So that's also got to be taken into account. So the riders are now definitely in the realms of no holds barred and got to go for it. As Ellen Bardova and Stanislav Kohut, the top 2 riders so far across the junior girl and junior boy categories, will go to battle. And of course, don't forget that the juniors race against each other in the heats, but then for the finals, they are separated. So the junior girls will battle each other for the final tomorrow. The junior boys will battle each other for their final tomorrow. But in the heats, they've got to race each other. Here come the juniors for the third time of asking today. This is their third and final qualifying heat of Saturday. They'll have one more qualifying heat in the morning tomorrow. And then the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau, the final. So into the water go the riders in the junior category. There is Matthias Barvik, who certainly wasn't expecting to be wearing the number 6 shorts heading into heat number 3, having started from pole position in both of the races earlier on. That's certainly not where he was hoping to be. So now he's got to bounce back with determination and gusto. But Ellen Bardova will be starting from pole position after a flawless pair of victories in junior girl. Handed one of them after a penalty went the way of Maja Julevinska earlier on in the day. Very unfortunate for the Polish rider. But for Ellen Bardova, it's perfection at the moment. The 12-year-old who has already been crowned the junior girl champion. She cannot be caught in the title race by any of her 3 opponents here. Adela Pokorova, Maja Julevinska and Melanie Janubova. So the 12-year-old from the Czech Republic, absolutely dominant in 2025. And rather frustrating for Ellen Bardova because at the age of 12, she's still got 2 more years in the junior category to come before she can move up into the world of Women's World Championship competition. Because you cannot move up until the year you turn 15. So Ellen Bardova just setting things in motion. She could become a 3-time junior girl champion before she even steps into the world of the Women's World Championship. But this is an amazing start for Ellen Bardova. Then it's Kohut, Wolf, Pokorova, Julevinska, Barvik, Rushka, Janubova, San, Him and Rimer. We wait for the flag to drop as heat number 3 in the junior category is false started. We go for a flag wave rather than a flag drop, and so we will try again. A very tough mission indeed for the contenders in junior heat 3. And the starting positions will certainly give us plenty to get excited about. Ellen Bardova going from pole position with Stanislav Kohut and Oliver Wolf. Looking forward to an exciting battle out on the course as the junior riders are ready for another good showcase. And of course, another tough race in the offing for the juniors. 5 laps, 2 of them need to be long laps. But it really will be an exciting battle for all of them. 2 races within 1 race, of course, here. 18 points to the winner of the junior girls, 18 points to the winner of the junior boys. They race each other in the heats. They will separate out for their own finals in tomorrow's timetable. The flag is stationary, and it flags again. So it waves rather than drops, and that means that we've got another false start on our hands in the junior category. Talk about tension and drama here at Macau. The juniors are flagged away again. This is their final race of the day, of course. They will have another qualifying heat tomorrow morning, and then they will be preparing for their separate junior girl and junior boy finals. And rather bizarrely, the way this season has played out, we've only been able to broadcast 3 of the rounds of the championship live on our YouTube channel. The first round of the championship, well, the finals were actually cancelled due to biological difficulties with the weather conditions we had in Fujairah. So the finals didn't happen in the UAE, and I wasn't present in Turkey, so it will be my first finals to commentate on of the 2025 campaign. So far, I've only ever commentated on MotoSurf finals in Macau. Hopefully next year that'll change. So Berdova, Kohut, Wolf, Pokorova, Żelevinska, Barvik, Hrushka, Janubova, San, him and Rimer. The flag is stationary in the air. Does it drop this time? Yes, it does! We're racing in Junior Heat 3 at the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. Great start from Berdova. Watch for Kohut. Kohut is trying to get level with Ellen Berdova and sneak around the outside. He will go the opposing way to Berdova in the slalom, surely. No, he in fact chooses to go the same way as Ellen Berdova, as on the far side, the hard-charging Matthias Barvik has made a good start out of the box. So too has Oliver Wolf. So the 2 Czech males are pushing hard at the sharp end of the field. Oliver Wolf trying to get out level with Ellen Berdova, and he's going to be pushing. So Wolf takes the lead in junior boy, right in behind Ellen Berdova, who leads overall. Second place in the boy category is that is Stanislav Kohut. Then it is Matthias Barvik, having worked his way forward into 4th position. But the leader overall is the 12-year-old superstar, Ellen Berdova, as we have a drop further back. That is one of the Macau riders at boy 1 in the drink. Trying to see which one of them it is. I think it might be Him Tang. Yes, it is. Him Tang has gone off at boy 1. And we're trying to see if anybody's gone for the long lap. Yes, indeed. One of the Czech riders has opted to do so. I'm trying to tell from here whether that is Oliver Wolf or whether that is Matthias Barvik. But certainly one of the Czechs has decided to go for the long lap early. But Ellen Berdova leads the way. It is Wolf. Wolf has gone for the long lap early. So Wolf has dropped out of the equation for the moment. Berdova is leading then. Second is Kohut, being caught by Matthias Barvik. But Oliver Wolf has gone for the long lap early, and he has become the master of the long lap undercut. He certainly nailed it in the opening heat of the day. If he gets both of his long laps done at the same time in adjacent laps, then he has basically got nothing else to worry about except just staying on the course as normal. And that's certainly how he won the first heat. So Oliver Wolf may well try that same tactic again. He crosses the line, Oliver Wolf. He's about 30 seconds behind everybody else, but that is normal because, of course, he's taken the long lap and the others have not. Berdova now does so, and so too does Matthias Barvik. So this is going to be critical for Oliver Wolf. Where will he emerge after the long lap? Berdova is going to take the lead. That's expected. Wolf is going to head back behind Berdova. He's well clear of Matthias Barvik, and he goes for the second long lap instantly. So Oliver Wolf really is trying to set up a junior boy victory, as down in the drink goes one of the Macanese riders. But that is the push coming through from Stanislav Kohut, who now leads the race. He's completed the 3rd lap, but he needs to focus now on the long laps. He will take them on both occasions here. Stanislav Kohut goes into the long lap, as Ellen Berdova is now back in a 2nd place. 1 long lap completed for her. But she is closing in to try and lap her opponent. Hang on a minute. I was trying to figure out who that was. She was tucked behind up there. I think that is Melanie Janubova. It might be the Swede, actually. It might be Ringo de Meer. As down in the drink, we've got another issue for one of the Macanese riders. That has got to be Sanhoi Lok. So Sanhoi Lok has gone off there into the middle part of the opening sector of the course. As Ellen Berdova continues on. So the last lap is going to be her second long lap. Stanislav Kohut has rejoined right in behind Ellen Berdova. But what's happened to Wolf? Where's Wolf? He's obviously got to try and tuck in after the end of the second long lap. Was that Wolf getting it wrong? I think it might have been. So Oliver Wolf has gone off and rejoins. Oh no, sorry, that is the 8 that went off. My apologies. So that is Melanie Janubova who fell down. My apologies. They're in similar jerseys, of course, because they both represent the Czech Republic. Ellen Berdova rejoins the course. Is that Wolf now in front? Trying to double check, but I think Wolf has done it again. As Ellen Berdova goes into the long lap for the last time. So no, Oliver Wolf is working his way past the second boy now. So we need to see where Berdova emerges from the long lap compared to Oliver Wolf, because Wolf has now come through in what is P4. But he has done all of his long laps. Berdova and the second rider in the mix, Stanislav Kohut, both go on to their long laps. Wolf is going to emerge in between them. Berdova is going to secure the victory here, I do believe. Well, Matthias Bardovic has got between them. My apologies. So that is Oliver Wolf who leads the way here. Bardovic is in the mix of them, but it looks like it is going to be Oliver Wolf who once again masters the undercut strategy of the double long lap, and he waves in jubilation. Oliver Wolf has made it work. Second place for Matthias Bardovic. Great comeback from Bardovic. So Oliver Wolf and Matthias Bardovic charge back from 3rd and 6th on the grid, respectfully, and they celebrate with some airtime. Berdova is 3rd and the leading junior girl, and Stanislav Kohut has to settle for 4th overall and 3rd in junior boy. So Oliver Wolf really has made MACAO his playground with a double perfection undercut. Excellent work from Oliver Wolf. Twice now he has been able to take the double long lap execution early to go for the ultimate undercut. He got track position, he got clear air. Ellen Berdova doing a good job as well in her championship winning year and dominating out in front. 2 victories in a row, become 3 victories in a row for the 12-year-old Ellen Berdova. Excellent performance and a great ride. But this man really has been superb. 2 wins out of 3 now in junior boy for Oliver Wolf of the Autocentrum Voskov team. And what a performance from the 14-year-old from Brno. 2 wins out of 3, and he looks so strong heading into tomorrow's final heat. So the junior race, a very exciting one this afternoon. It is the last time we'll see the juniors until tomorrow. So a very nice performance indeed then from all of them, but certainly the man on form at the moment in the junior category is the 14-year-old from Brno, Oliver Wolf of the Autocentrum Voskov Czech talent team. Has been absolutely immaculate when the opportunities have come his way to be strong. He has made it look effortless. And 2 reverse undercut race strategies work his way. Oliver Wolf takes the win from the resurgent Matthias Bardovic. 3rd for Ellen Berdova, she is the leading lady home. Stanislav Kohut in 4th place ahead of Maja Julevinska, 2nd in junior girl. Adela Pokorova 3rd in junior girl ahead of Max Rushka, Ringo de Meer, who did a much better job this time, Sanhoi Lok, Melanie Janubova and Him Tang. Well, that's it for the juniors on this Saturday of race action. They've only got 2 more races left of the season. Heat 4 tomorrow morning, and the MACAO Grand Prix of MACAO final in the junior girl and junior boy categories. They will be separated for those races, of course, so that they will only have to race against their own individual classes. But certainly a fantastic effort from Oliver Wolf to make it 2 out of 3. Well, excellent work then in the juniors. Next up, get ready for war. It's the elites. They will come out for the third time. And we know already how tough it's going to be to win the championship for Lukas Zahorski. He's got to hope that that is his worst result from the previous heat. He crashed out twice on the course and ending up only in a very dismal and disappointing fourth position. He certainly didn't want to be ending there. So it's going to be quite a tough mission now for him to get himself back on top. But he knows that he's obviously got a lot of work to do. But certainly from the elite category, it's been very tricky so far. So from the two races we've had so far in the elites, it's been very tricky to predict. Matěj Novotný has 18 points apiece from the two races. That makes him 36 to the good. Alex Lukscheider has only scored 25, and Lukas Zahorski has scored 23. So it all points towards Matěj Novotný being the new champion for 2025. But I tell you what, it's not done yet. There's still time for this to change hands in both Heat 4 tomorrow and, of course, the final, with there being 18 points available for the win, 14 for second, 11 for third, 9 for fourth, and so on. It could still go horribly wrong for Matěj Novotný, and he knows it, even though he has scored 11 points more than Alex Lukscheider and 13 points more than Lukas Zahorski so far. It's not over yet. It could all change hands in the latter two heats. If they suddenly come up with a pair of victories and Novotný is the one to fall, then this suddenly becomes even Steven all over again. He's got the advantage, but it's not guaranteed. If he takes the win in this one, Matěj Novotný gets ever so much closer in the rankings, but it is definitely going to be a tough championship to win. He can't win the title effectively until tomorrow, but it really is time now for Alex Lukscheider and Lukas Zahorski to fight back. They've got to make this race count. So all eyes are going to be on the hard chargers in the elite category at the sharp end. The four main title protagonists, Matěj Novotný, Alex Lukscheider, Lukas Zahorski, and Matej Kozicek. They can't afford to let this get away. But if Matěj Novotný wins the third heat, it is very tricky for the other two to have a chance of catching up to him, and they know it. With both Lukscheider and Zahorski hitting trouble, it's all down to Matěj Novotný. If he wins this heat, he puts one hand on the World Championship trophy in the elite category. But it's never guaranteed, and in this field, if he makes a big mistake in the final, it all comes undone. So as the contenders obviously give themselves a good chance of an amazing showcase down to the wire, it's make it or break it for the new hero in waiting, Matěj Novotný. It's all got to go according to plan in this third elite heat. But the elite category is to MotoSurf what Formula One is to MotoSurf. It is the most technically advanced of the categories. It's the only formula in MotoSurf where you can edit and tweak the settings of the engine and the aero of the board. So it really is down to the wire stuff in the elites category. Who is going to get the job done? Who is going to be the world champion? Matěj Novotný, Alex Lukscheider, or Lukas Zahorski? We will get a better understanding of that very shortly. Loving the USA jacket that's being passed around there. Clearly Anthony Squire is quite okay with the other riders there enjoying his uniform. I'm sure he's cooling off somewhere, getting ready for his own third stock race later on in the day. But now the riders know full well that this is make or break. As far as the championship is concerned, Matěj Novotný cannot afford to crack under the pressure. If he slips, then it suddenly becomes all open season again. So as the riders get themselves ready for another exciting bout out on the course, it will be so tricky to predict how this is going to go. Matěj Novotný obviously has 2 heat wins, and the 36 points that come with it. A second and a third for Alex Lukscheider put him on 25. A second and a fourth for Jaworski put him on 23. But if they get 2 wins and Maciej Nowotny loses ground to them, well, it suddenly becomes stalemate. It's not over. But this heat will certainly take it one step closer to over if Maciej Nowotny can get the victory, because whatever happens in the 4th heat, he will take a maximum 54. And that's something that the other 2 riders cannot do. So depending on what happens to Lukscheider and Zahorsky, Nowotny could effectively become champion in this 3rd heat. Trying to do the maths as quickly as possible. If Lukscheider and Zahorsky finish 3rd and 4th, then it almost becomes impossible. Matej Kozaszek could play a very important role in how this championship plays out. But of course, there is still a big chance that with a decent gap opened up, Maciej Nowotny could find himself with a lot less work to do come the final. But of course, there are 7 riders here, and if all 7 riders get the finish, that means that the lowest score from the heats and the finals will be 6 points. That's a difference of 12. So as long as Maciej Nowotny is not 12 points clear coming into the 4th heat, then it is all going to be done and dusted. So there is a slim chance that Maciej Nowotny could win the championship in this 3rd heat. But essentially, he's got to get the win and hope that Lukscheider and Zahorsky have a poor score. He may have to wait till tomorrow to become champion, but in the difference in the championship is 12 points going into the final, then Nowotny cannot be caught. So it will be tough in the elites. Zahorsky and Lukscheider making their mistakes definitely makes it difficult. But if Nowotny is the one that falls in this race, if he drops back, then the game is back on again. So the difference going into the final has got to be 12 points for Maciej Nowotny. Although, of course, if he fails to finish the final, it's going to be another interesting one, because if he doesn't finish the final, he doesn't score any points. So it's not impossible yet that the other riders could take something away. So Nowotny has to still race in Heat 4 and the final tomorrow to seal the deal. Mathematically, there is still a chance if Nowotny crashes out of the final and scores no points, his rivals could get 18. And so it really does come down to the wire. So Maciej Nowotny hoping for the best of all worlds ahead here of Alex Lukscheider and Lukas Zahorsky. But Nowotny needs a strong result to finish things off and put himself into the best possible position. Because of how close it is in the championship fight, and because the DNF still comes with a 0 score, and 18 points still comes for a win in the final, he can't quite secure the championship until tomorrow. So it's definitely going to be a nail-biter here in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. On the beach at Hansa, here on the island of Coleraine. A fabulous location and an amazing place to go racing. Incredible to think that 3 of the biggest Southeast Asian motorsport events take place here in Macau in quick successive weeks. Really tough stuff for everybody, as everybody is looking forward to the action out here on the course. We'll see some really exciting and really enthusiastic racing from the elites. It's an important one to get right. So all of the contenders are ready for an exciting battle. And we'll see just how important it's going to be. But the UIM MotoSurf World Championship really is coming to a crescendo here. And we will get to see what the elite riders can give us. For the 3rd and final heat of today, this could be the make or break heat in the elites category. So the elites are ready and in position as we get ourselves into a very nail-biting race. One of the most important races of the season. Qualifying heats are almost never as important as the race victory itself. I'm not entirely sure why we're running behind schedule at the moment, but the race should have taken place at 3:10. We are running a little bit behind schedule in the elites category as we wait for the competition to get underway. But of course, the elite riders will give us plenty of action once they are on the course. Although we are 10 minutes behind schedule, the wait is certainly going to be worth it for the premier category of the UIM MotoSurf World Championship. So the contenders are gearing up, ready for an excellent showcase here in the Chinese Special Administrative Region of MACAO. There are the elite riders preparing for their last race of the day, and it could be a pivotal race in the World Championship. They all know what's at stake, and for the top 4 riders in this category, Maciej Nowotny, Alex Lukscheider, Luka Zahorski and Matej Kozaszek, this is going to be a nail-biting race, and it could be a qualifying heat that determines the fate of the World Championship. Maciej Nowotny has 2 from 2. Luka Zahorski and Alex Lukscheider have not got the same amount of points. They've not been able to match him for pace thus far. But Maciej Nowotny has obviously got plenty of credence to reflect on. This is a big chance for him, and he knows just how tricky this race is going to be. All the pressure's on him, but if he does what he did in the first 2 heats, it's very nearly job done. The elite world champion of 2024. Can he make it back-to-back World Championships? We are just minutes away from finding out. The UIM MotoSurf World Championship is concluding at a crescendo here at Hansar Beach in the Colwyn Island on the Special Administrative Region of China, MACAO. This is where champions are born, bred and established. And here in this concluding weekend of the 2025 campaign, after races in Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates, Čezme in Turkey, Manfredonia in Italy and Zadar in Croatia, the MotoSurf World Championship reaches its crescendo for the MACAO Grand Prix of MACAO. And you are in time for Elite Heat number 3. After 2 wins for the reigning world champion, Matthias Novotny, he goes to battle with his premier rivals, Alex Lukscheider and Lukas Zahorski, with Matej Kozicek, Adam Kolar, Miroslav Kurb and Jiri Wolf also in the mix, as we quest to find who is going to be our 2025 world champion. Jake Sanson in the commentary box position, overlooking the shoreline here. Great to be with you once again for this absolute classic. There's nothing like MACAO in motorsport, and this is Grand Prix racing on steroids as we are battling through the waves on a 20-kilogram carbon fiber board that can reach a top speed of 70 kilometers an hour if you are pushing it to the limit. If you go into the drink at that speed, you are going to have a few less teeth than when you started the weekend. But these warriors know exactly what's at stake. The Elite Heat has so far been all about one man, the reigning world champion, this man, Matthias Novotny. A very talented Superman from the Czech Republic. An amazing performance from him so far this year. The 17-year-old from Rocket Racing at Nekonice, they know this man very well indeed. And at 17 years of age, he could become a double world champion. Everybody has been talking about the man he's been trying to knock off the top of his perch. Last year he did so, as Lukas Zahorski only competed in the final round of the World Championship after his valiant return to the sport. But in 2025 it's been full time for Lukas Zahorski. He became a gold medalist in both the Nations Cup and the individual events at this year's World Games at Chengdu in China. The first ever UIM MotoSurf gold medalist in the World Games in male competition. A fantastic effort from Lukas Zahorski, 6 times a world champion and now a gold medalist. He is the most decorated motosurfer in history, but he really wants to win a 7th championship title on the ocean waves of the South China Sea. He's going to have to work hard here to battle against the reigning champion Matthias Novotny and the captain of the Apex pilots, Alex Lukscheider. We drop the flag and let's go racing in the MACAO Grand Prix of MACAO. A big charge forward from the pole sitter as Matthias Novotny has got it all his own way. Lukscheider and Zahorski are already going side by side in parallel. They go opposing ways through the slalom, and Zahorski is absolutely raging in his bid to try and get back into it. The 6-time world champion has already taken on Lukscheider. Now he's going to go head to head once again with Matthias Novotny. There's only a second between them at the first timing line, and you can see for yourself just how much Lukas Zahorski wants to win this World Championship. He's the man who's having to play catch-up, but he knows the only way to do it is to beat Matthias Novotny in a straight fight in the 3rd heat and keep the championship rolling on to tomorrow. So he goes on the long lap first. Lukas Zahorski needs something that he's been good at in the past, perfection. But the 17-year-old Matthias Novotny is already on course to become a double MotoSurf world champion in the elite category, the premier category of the sport. But Lukas Zahorski is a 6-time world champion and a World Games gold medalist. So can he continue his rise? This man, Matthias Novotny, has got to be immaculate. There is no second guessing Lukas Zahorski. He knows that he's going to be on his A game. The 24-year-old from the Rocket Racing team that he manages and owns. This is all about perfection from Lukas Zahorski. That's what you need to beat Matthias Novotny. 8 laps of racing, 2 of which have got to be long laps. Lukas Zahorski took his long lap early on the first lap. He knows that he needs to be away from Matthias Novotny to undercut him. And in the first 2 laps, there is no long lap from Matthias Novotny. These 7 riders, the magnificent 7 if you will, are the elite riders in UIM MotoSurf. The UIM MotoSurf riders at their absolute peak. This is the only form of the sport where you can tweak the boards and adjust the engine settings to your preference. Well, Lukas Zahorski has rejoined the fray. Alex Lukscheider's also taken his first long lap. So it looks to me as though the competition is still at a high crescendo. On the long lap, that looks to me like we've already got a couple of riders taking the long lap. Kozuszek has done so. So has Miroslav Kurp. So has Jiri Wolf. But Lukas Zahorski is the first one to do so. And he finds himself in fourth position, chasing down the top three. None of which have taken the long lap yet. Matěj Novotný has not done so. So Matěj Novotný is just keeping himself in the lead of this race from Alex Lukscheider and Adam Kolar, the 15-year-old newcomer to the elite category. He recently stunned us earlier on with a magnificent battle to take the victory in the stock category. Now he is here in the elite, trying to add to his winning tally. But Adam Kolar is definitely going to find it tough. There's no two ways about that. For the number 3, Lukas Zahorski, separate from the rest of the front runners now, after taking his long lap nice and early, is trying to find the speed and the pace. Will he go on a second long lap? No, he decides to continue on through the course. We are 5 laps in, and Matěj Novotný and Alex Lukscheider have yet to take their first long lap. Now surely they're going to do so on this occasion. No. Interestingly, Matěj Novotný is going to wait for his long laps until the bitter end, and so too is Alex Lukscheider. Fascinating scenes here as the 17-year-old reigning world champion Matěj Novotný is going for it a second time here in Macau, the scene of where he won his world championship last year. Now he wants to get it done again in 2025 to go back-to-back. Only the greats of MotoSurf can win back-to-back world titles. Alex Lukscheider's trying to wrestle it from him, and so too is the gold medalist from Chengdu and the 6-time world champion Lukas Zahorski. Now they've got to go on the long lap, both Novotný and Lukscheider. They've left it to the last moment, so here goes Novotný onto the long lap. He waits until lap 7 and lap 8. You have to take the mandatory 2 long laps, and both Novotný and Lukscheider decide to wait until the last minute to do it. Zahorski has already done both of his long laps. You can do them whenever you like, but will the undercut strategy work for Zahorski, or will it be the overcut strategy for Novotný? He rejoins after the first long lap, still with plenty of time over Alex Lukscheider. No pressure at the moment from Novotný, but all the pressure is going to kick in when Novotný goes on to his last long lap. Lukas Zahorski is already partway round the course, trying to close up on the advantages made here by Matěj Novotný. So Lukas Zahorski trying to fight back into this one, knowing that Matěj Novotný has got to go onto his long lap this time by. So how much time can the 6-time world champion make up compared to the reigning world champion Matěj Novotný? Alex Lukscheider of the Apex Pilots is trying his best to catch up to the man in front, but it's looking like a lost cause. The only man who can really topple Matěj Novotný now is Lukas Zahorski. Onto the long lap for the last time goes the reigning world champion Matěj Novotný. We need to keep an eye on the number 3 Zahorski. He's going through Boy 2 and Boy 3. It really is going to be close. Zahorski is working his magic. There is Lukscheider. There is Matěj Novotný on the long lap. He's going to try and come through. Who will get out first? It's going to be Novotný. Oh, it's perfect from Matěj Novotný. Right out in front of Lukas Zahorski, who's only got the slalom left to try and beat his main opponent in the championship fight. He's going to go the same way. He's going to follow his every move, and this is surely going to be Matěj Novotný getting closer and closer to becoming back-to-back world champion. Out of the final turn, checkered flag, Matěj Novotný makes it 3 from 3 in front of Lukas Zahorski. What a performance from the 17-year-old world champion in 2024, surely the champion-elect for 2025. He could do no wrong in the qualifying heats, and he will leave on Saturday with 54 points more in the championship fight. It's not over yet, but boy oh boy, has he got one step closer to the championship title for the 2nd year in a row. Amazing work. And that means now that with Lukas Zahorski coming up with 14 points, that's going to put him on a total of 37. Matěj Novotný has 54. so far. So if Jaworski can come up with a win tomorrow, he will drop his second heat, and that will give him an extra 5 points to put him onto 42. But that will be a difference of 12 points. So essentially, that is almost game over for the Elite World Championship title. Matthias Novotny only has to show up tomorrow, realistically, to become the world champion. What a way to start his championship defense here in Macau. Matthias Novotny makes it 3 wins out of 3 in the heats, ahead of Lukas Jaworski. Matej Kozicek, a great ride to third position. For that man, Alex Nukscheider, I'm afraid to say it is looking like game over almost in the championship fight. Adam Kolar is 5th, Yuri Wolf is 6th, and Miroslav Kurp is 2 laps behind in 7th position. But what an amazing ride it has been from Matthias Novotny today. 3 wins out of 3. We'll have to do the maths overnight, but it's looking almost a guarantee now that Matthias Novotny is going to become a back-to-back world champion. What an amazing ride from the 17-year-old ace. An amazing performance last year to become world champion at the tender age of 16. And now it looks as though he's going to do it again in 2 consecutive years. Matthias Novotny in the form of his life right now. Well, there's still more to do. If you thought it was exciting in the elite category, it's just as exciting in the Women's World Championship. We're going to get 2 groups of racing. And this is the chance now for Eliska Mateuszkova to take the lead in the World Championship. Chajin is 2nd, Emma Struchalova is 3rd on the grid from Barbara Kolarova and Lee Eun-jin. Elizaveta Faitova, Polina Karpova, and there is no sign, sadly, of Kim In-kyung, as she had to withdraw at the closing stages of the entry. This is a great chance now for Eliska Mateuszkova. When they raced against each other in Heat 2, Mateuszkova took the victory with Stukalova down in 4th position. There was a gap between them of 9 points, but Mateuszkova, who matched her for the victory in Heat 1, has now pulled back 9 points on her. So if Mateuszkova takes the win, and so does Aneta Stukalova in her group in the race after this one, they go into the race tomorrow dead heated on points. So the Women's World Championship is going to go down to the wire here in Macau. I managed to catch a word with both women in the lunch break. Aneta Stukalova is so disappointed with herself. She knows that she let that one slip, but she's had a very hard season as Aneta Stukalova. It only really started to come good in Italy. She turned up with aching legs and sore knees after an injury-bound season, but she just decided, what the hell, I'm going to go for it. And she had the dominant 72-point victory success in Croatia and the chance to win the championship 9 points clear. So let's see what happens as the first of the Women's World Championship heats for Heat 3 gets underway in Group A. So for Eliska Mateuszkova, the only thing that matters now is perfection. She's got to stay in front. She's the one making up all of the difference. She won the gold medal in the women's category of the World Games in Chengdu. The youngest ever women's world champion as well. She won the title at the tender age of 16. The youngest ever to do so. And here she is. She almost looks out of balance when she's on full chat, but somehow she has got the grace, poise and elan to keep herself upright on the board. It is masterful to watch her at work. And here she is. She almost looks twitchy, almost looks out of sorts, but somehow the balance is immaculate from Eliska Mateuszkova. She is fascinating to watch. There is the battle further back. A big wobble there from Barbara Kolarova, who has already worked her way into 3rd position ahead of Emma Struchalova, who really seems to be struggling here in Macau. Kolarova decides to go for the long lap from 3rd position as she chases down Mateuszkova and Chai. So Barbara Kolarova, who's really making things go better for her now. She is, of course, the sibling of Adam Kolar. So Barbara Kolarova doing a great job. And there is Chai, a very talented Chinese racer, really starting to deliver on the promises in the pre-race banter. Exciting battles from everybody, but Eliska Mateuszkova looking so fierce as she tries to pull clear here of Chai. All that matters now for Mateuszkova in this heat and Stukalova in the second is perfection. And Eliska Matoskova puts her hand in the air. She goes on to the long lap. She's got the freedom to do that. Having taken the first 2 laps in the lead, she now goes into the long lap. And following her in position is Chai Jin, the Chinese rider. This is even more intense than we thought it was going to be in the women's category. Because they were split into 2 groups, we thought it was going to be pretty much a slam dunk for Stukalova. 9 points was going to be so much to try and gain back from Eliska Matoskova. We had no inkling that that was going to be made up in one qualifying heat by the 17-year-old, the gold medalist at Chengdu. There is Emma Struchalova now taking the lead of the race, but that is courtesy of the fact that she has yet to take her long lap. And she's being followed in pursuit by Elizaveta Faitova. So good performances so far. The riders that have already taken their first long lap are Eliska Matoskova, Chai Jin, Barbara Korodova, Polina Karpova, and the talented 38-year-old Korean ace from Seoul, Leon Jin. So everybody putting in a good showcase at the moment. But Eliska Matoskova comes back from the long lap. And she is in command in front of Chai Jin. And running in 3rd position, that looks like Barbara Korodova. Emma Struchalova rejoins after the long lap, and she is behind Korodova. As on to the long lap for the 2nd time goes Matoskova and Chai Jin. Faitova still doing a grand job. There is Leon Jin just going through the first 3 boys. And she is looking really calm and composed here. The Korean going very well indeed here. Elizaveta Faitova now takes over the lead of the race, but that is because in the 7 laps of this race, you've got to take your long laps twice, and after 4 laps, she has yet to take her first. Now she goes into the long lap for the first time. As the battles are raging out of the slalom, that's Leon Jin getting back in front of Polina Karpova, I do believe. So Leon Jin is having a very fierce ride indeed. The woman that is afraid of water, afraid of the ocean, and yet she races in UIM MotoSurf. It is just about the greatest story in combating your demons I have ever heard of in sport. Because this is not the kind of competition you should be getting into if you've got a fear of water. As who is that down in the drink? Trying to see who that is making a recovery. That is the 7, I do believe. It is indeed, that is Polina Karpova. As there is Chai Jin, trying desperately to keep herself upright. The waves are choppy, the wind is high, and that is going to make the course very difficult to command. Emma Struchalova is the race leader, having completed 5 laps, one of which is now the long lap. And Elizaveta Faitova is on her first long lap. That's because Eliska Matoskova has done both of her long laps. She now comes across the timing line now in the net lead of the race, but 3rd position overall at the moment. Chai Jin is a lot closer to her than I thought she would be by this point. So Eliska Matoskova is not pushing harder than she has to. She's just doing what's necessary. But Chai Jin is giving her a lot of aggro all the way. Meanwhile, Emma Struchalova is on the 2nd of the long laps, and she's going to get back into this right behind Chai Jin. So she's made a massive recovery ride. Emma Struchalova now trying to close up on the 2 leaders, as Elizaveta Faitova has also taken her 2nd long lap, and that's going to drop her to 4th position. In fact, I think Elizaveta Faitova is actually going to fall in behind Barbara Korodova. I think Korodova's made her way back to 4th position, as now we get Eliska Matoskova going into the final lap with Chai Jin and Emma Struchalova close behind her. A really intense race to the checkered flag here, as out in front, Eliska Matoskova leads Chai Jin and Emma Struchalova. It's the way they started, but it's certainly not been as clear-cut as that over the course of this race. They've really had to work hard to get back into these positions and to maintain their form over these 7 laps. But for the last time on Saturday here in Macau for the MACAO Grand Prix, the UIM MotoSurf World Champion and the gold medalist of the World Games 2025 in the Women's Championship is Eliska Matoskova, as she exits the slalom for the last time out of the final turn, and she is victorious again. Eliska Matoskova has done everything necessary today to get this World Championship back. 3 wins from 3 for Eliska Matuskova. It is nothing short of perfection from the reigning world champion and the gold medalist at Chengdu. Can the 17-year-old make it back-to-back world championships on the same weekend that her elite counterpart Matthias Novotny is likely to do the same? It could well be just as it was in 24, but with the most mighty of comebacks from Eliska Matuskova. She came into the weekend 9 points adrift of Aneta Shtukalova, and it could just be that this is her moment. So she will walk away from the heats with a 54-point score guaranteed. Aneta Shtukalova needs a win just in a moment's time and in tomorrow's heat to match her and keep this championship alive. So Eliska Matuskova, 3 wins from 3. Chai Jin in second, Emma Strichalova in third. From Barbara Kodorova, Elizabeth Faitova and Leon Jin of Korea, ahead of Polina Karpova, who was that twice on her way to P7. But this is the race that's really going to count in the fight for the Women's World Championship. The leader coming in, Aneta Shtukalova, who dominated in Croatia, perfect score, and pulled 9 points clear of Eliska Matuskova. It's her championship title to lose now. She has a win and a 4th place. So if she comes away with a win and another 4th, then essentially this championship is going down to the wire. It's perfection from Matuskova at exactly the right moment, but a 4th place no longer gives Aneta Shtukalova the advantage. She's going to be playing catch-up in these 2 heats, and she cannot afford a single mistake. She cannot afford to fall into the water at any point today or tomorrow morning. It is very much her championship to lose, and she knows it. But if there's anybody who's been waiting a long time to become world champion again, it's the 21-year-old Aneta Shtukalova. She will start second behind the 15-year-old wunderkind Sara Zuborova, 15 years of age from Slovakia, in her first full season of the Women's World Championship competition. Aneta Shtukalova second from Gao Jiayin, Linda Lukscheider, Miki Tori, Sara Folvova, and the Korean Park In-hee. So can Aneta Shtukalova bounce back and take a heat victory when it needed it most? It is going to be tough though. In the psych out between her and the 15-year-old Sara Zuborova in the opening heat this morning, it was Shtukalova who came out on top and forced the error from Sara Zuborova. But I will tell you one thing for sure. It's that the 15-year-old superstar competitor from Gostiviarska in Slovakia is not going to want to make the same mistake twice. And for Aneta Shtukalova, all the pressure is on her to deliver. If she gets the lead from the hog shot, then her world championship is back on track. But now that Eliska Matuskova has 3 heat wins out of 3, she will take the maximum 54 points, whatever happens. And in the heat 4 tomorrow, she barely even has to race. She just has to finish. It won't affect her score at all, and she's got all the pressure off going into the final. Aneta Shtukalova has all the pressure on her. She'll start this race and the 4th heat tomorrow from second on the grid. So she's got to get ahead of Zuborova. She's got to fight back. This is pressure cooker bubbling over for the 21-year-old championship leader from Matek Racing. But for this lady, the 15-year-old Sara Zuborova, there's no pressure at all. The Slovakian, who is on the march to become the next Women's World Champion. This is going to be an exciting championship battle. Aneta Shtukalova is a double world champion already, and she really wants to make it world title number 3. Can she do it? We're about to find out. The Heat 3 will not decide it, but it will certainly take us one step closer to understanding who's got the keys to the throne. We wait in the line, the flag drops, here we go again for Heat 3 of Group B. And Shtukalova is not able to undercut Sara Zuborova on the run to the first buoy, but she could certainly put her under some pressure on the way through the slalom. And as they work their way through, Shtukalova is perfectly comfortable to sit behind Sara Zuborova in the slalom as the 15-year-old from Slovakia leads the way. But Shtukalova really has to dig deep and find a champion's ride here. So out of the slalom, Zubarova leads at the end of the first lap. Stukalova second, and a big charge forward from Gao Jiayin to remain in front of Linda Lukscheider. So through the second lap they will go. Once again, 7 laps of the course, and 2 long laps are required. So for Aneta Stukalova, it really is game on. You have got to push if you want to beat Sara Zubarova. And so she's taking the undercut approach. Here we go. The tactic is very clear from Aneta Stukalova. Running in second place behind Zubarova is no good. She's got to get the undercut. So she surges out to the far side of the course, adding 30 seconds to the lap. And as the riders work their way through, it is now time to see how this will change the approach. End of the first lap then. And out in front, Sara Zubarova just getting on with it. Gao Jiayin in second position as the long laps are taken early doors by Aneta Stukalova, as well as Linda Lukscheider, Sara Volfova as well. So Sara Zubarova, no pressure at all from the lead. Will she respond to Aneta Stukalova's undercut? Yes, she will. So straight away, Sara Zubarova is going to respond, and she takes the long lap. And Gao Jiayin goes with her from China. So Sara Zubarova, this is exactly what she needs to do if she wants to win this race. Go with the flow. Stukalova took the long lap. Right, a lap later, I need to do the same thing. That puts the pressure on Aneta Stukalova to deliver immediately out of the blocks. Here comes Zubarova. Final 2 boys for Stukalova. Who's going to get there first? It is tight, but Zubarova holds it. So straight away, Stukalova goes back to the second long lap. I nearly got her. I was that close. So now I could jump her in the second undercut. There is Zubarova in the slalom. But Stukalova made up so much time in the long lap. She didn't quite overhaul Sara Zubarova. But now that she goes onto the second long lap, she's got a real chance, and she knows it. This is all about psychology. As Sara Zubarova, the 15-year-old superstar from Slovakia, has a real chance to surge forward. But it's all about Aneta Stukalova, the 21-year-old, former double world champion. She wants that title back. Gao Jiayin racing well as she manages to overtake Park In-hee of Korea. And the Chinese rider is looking very dangerous indeed for a podium this weekend. She puts her hand in the air to go for the long lap. Sara Zubarova has actually carried on. She's not gone for the long lap this time. So I think she knows that she needs to put out a little bit more time. So she decides to opt for clear water for the second run, rather than go straight for the retaliation on the undercut. So she completes the 4th lap, still leading, 3 laps still to go, still 1 more lap to take. But this is going to be risky for Sara Zubarova. Aneta Stukalova just needs to push, and she's got clear water in which to do it. There is Gao Jiayin, and she has gone onto the far side of the course to keep things rolling smoothly out of the slalom. And there is Sara Zubarova, and still she remains on the course rather than going for the long lap. So she is going to try and have confidence and faith in herself. She's not going to be intimidated by the former double world champion. Sara Zubarova, vice champion in the junior category. But this is her chance to really show the world what she can do as a potential world champion in the women's category. She's 3rd in the points, a little too far back to really make a difference as a world champion. But boy, oh boy, is she going to be strong in 2026. Everyone in the women's category should be terrified of just how well Zubarova's doing. And now her hand is raised. So Zubarova will go to the long lap on the penultimate lap. And then it will be a psych-out mission for the last lap and a half between Zubarova and Stukalova. So there is Gao Jiayin. But we really need to see where the pace is for Aneta Stukalova compared to Sara Zubarova. I think Zubarova's done enough here. I think Stukalova is going to have to settle for 2nd place. They come out of the boys together, but Zubarova has got the pace and the confidence, and she's going to take the lead. Absolutely brilliant from Zubarova. So Zubarova is riding beautifully, and there she is, out of the slalom, out of the long lap, and she's built a cushion over Aneta Stukalova. The pressure is off her to an extent now. She's 2 boys in the slalom, clear of Aneta Stukalova. So not responding to the double world champion has worked out in Subanova's favour, and the Slovakian has got 3 seconds on Aneta Stukalova. Fantastic from Sara Zubanova. This is exactly what she needed to do, and this is now looking like a long shot for Aneta Stukalova. She's going to drop at least 4 points minimum to Eliska Matuskova over the course of these qualifying heats. So it's great news for Matuskova, not so great news for Aneta Stukalova. But Zubanova's got to be calm here. She's got traffic in front of her. Stukalova's got nothing to lose now. She needs to just push for it and hope that there's a mistake from Zubanova. And it very nearly came there in the traffic. Zubanova's being held up. She comes out of the slalom, but it's going to be okay for sure as Sara Zubanova cruises to the checkered flag and takes it from Aneta Stukalova. Sara Zubanova, the most important win of her year. And Aneta Stukalova, the most important defeat of her year. What a way to end it. As Sara Zubanova takes 18 points and Aneta Stukalova loses 4 points to Eliska Matuskova minimum. A great battle between Stukalova and Zubanova. I tell you what, the Slovakian is going to be monstrous next season and almost certainly an early World Championship favourite. But for Eliska Matuskova, 3 wins out of 3 put her on the maximum 54, and she will not budge from that score. But Aneta Stukalova has a win, a second and a 4th, so she will lose points to Matuskova, whatever happens now. The championship is far from decided, but Eliska Matuskova has taken a big bite of this championship hamburger. Massive. Aneta Stukalova will have to be content for second place, for now at least. If she can do some homework overnight, rebuild herself, galvanise it into a victory, she gets back the psychological edge. But it's going to be so tough to become world champion tomorrow. So the battle on the beach at Hansar on the island of Coleraine is heightening up in the Women's World Championship as Aneta Stukalova fights to get her World Championship crown back again. And Eliska Matuskova aims to add a back-to-back World Championship title to her gold medal from the World Games in Chengdu. What an amazing conclusion to this 2025 season. It will go down to the wire in the Women's World Championship. Novotny may have one hand on the Elite Trophy, but the Women's World Championship will not be decided until the final lap of the waves in the final tomorrow. What a battle we are in for 24 hours from now. Sara Zubanova takes the victory in Heat 3 Group B in the Women's World Championship. Aneta Stukalova from Gao Jiayin, Linda Luke Schneider in P4 from Sara Volfova, Miki Tori and Park In-hee. And don't forget, only the top 12 riders will make it through to the final tomorrow. So for the likes of Park In-hee, it's going to be a nail-biter to see if she'll even get there. But the championship is going to be decided in fascinating fashion tomorrow. Can Aneta Stukalova bounce back and reclaim some points tomorrow morning with a victory? We'll have to wait for that, because now we go into the battle once again in the stock category. 3 back-to-back races. And for the fans watching in the United States, we are on the verge of history. The 3-time North American MotoSurf champion Anthony Squire from Charlotte in North Carolina stands just 3 races from becoming the first American to be world champion. And he could pretty much sew that up with victory today. So it's definitely going to be a tough race to win, but Anthony Squire has won everything he's touched so far this weekend. A victory in this race pretty much puts the world title out of reach for everybody else. Kim Down in second, Hassan Boabas is third, from Damian Kadlic, Suguru Ikeda, Jaime Hincache, Vladimir Andel, Mike Michailidis, Lorenzo Tanda and Nikita Karpov. If Anthony Squire takes the win in this one, he is guaranteed 54 points minimum from this competition. and that will put the World Championship out of reach for Kim Down. So this is where it could be won. The championship is about to be sealed by the American Anthony Squire. As long as he does what he's done in Heat 1 and Heat 2. He can't think about it. He's just got to get on with it. But we are on the cusp of the World Championship. Anthony Squire stands just minutes away from history. He looks like he could become the world champion before we even get to the final. But for the UIM MotoSurf Stock World Championship, he's still got to go against his main championship opponent, Kim Down. Kim Down, of course, is the Masters champion for 2025, and that is without doubt. But he really wants to salvage something from this stock category. He hasn't had to race against Anthony Squire so far. So now the pressure mounts to a crescendo. It's Anthony Squire's title to lose. He has a massive lead, but he is under no illusions that it's easy to win. The flag is raised from the jet ski. When it drops, we are going to go racing. Here we go for the third time in stock category Group A. And it's a big start from Kim Down. He's already beaten Anthony Squire, and so too has Hassan Bouabas. Anthony Squire gets a really slow start. From his point of view, this is a disaster as Alexander Lanner is pushing him. Anthony Squire trying to find his way back, but he's really got to salvage something from the slalom now, as Hassan Bouabas is following in behind Kim Down, and Anthony Squire bounces back beautifully. He's level nearly with Kim Down, and he's going to try and go parallel round the far side of the buoy. Anthony Squire has got the boxing gloves out as he pushes in behind Kim Down. A terrible start has come into a resurgent charge through the slalom, and now Anthony Squire follows behind the Masters World Champion. Kim Down leads the way. Anthony Squire second, then Bouabas, Kadlec, and Suguru Ikeda behind Jaime Huncrache now. And Anthony Squire decides tactics are the way forward. He goes to the long lap for the first time, and so too does the man right behind him, Dominic Kadlec. So Anthony Squire knows the World Championship is within his grasp. Even a second place finish would pretty much put the championship beyond reach for Kim Down. So now it's all about just taking it in his stride. Anthony Squire only needs a top 3 finish really from this heat to seal the deal and put the championship out of reach. He cannot afford a DNF at this stage because that opens the season up for the others to try and reach in. But if the other riders are really going to get their hands inside the cookie jar, it's got to come at the expense of Anthony Squire. And so far, he's doing what he needs to do to stay strong. So Squire, Kadlec, Hincapie, Michailidis and Karpov all take the first long lap on their first tour. And now they are joined by Kim Down and Hassan Bouabas. They both decide to take the long lap. How is this going to affect it when we rejoin? Is Squire going to get out in front? He is! Anthony Squire has caught up to and got ahead of Kim Down on the long lap. Fantastic work from Anthony Squire. Going on the long lap first, he has made up all the time he lost. We've got a washout out of Boy 1, and that is unfortunate for Nikita Karpov. He recovers, but Kim Down has now got to try and galvanize himself. He's actually slipped to third position because the man who's gone with Anthony Squire and made up the deficit is Damien Kadlec. So Damien Kadlec has gone into second place, and he is now charging after Anthony Squire. Hassan Bouabas finds himself in fourth position, but the race leader now is Suguru Ikeda. 3 laps in, and he has not done his first long lap. Anthony Squire not taking any chances here. He goes on to the long lap. So too does Damien Kadlec and Hassan Bouabas as Kim Downs remains on the course. So this is going to be very tough indeed for Kim Down to bounce back from. Nothing has gone right for him so far in the stock category in Macau. In Masters, it's been dominant, but he has been the champion for a couple of weeks now already. But for Anthony Squire, surely nothing can stop him in his charge to become world champion. He has the Midas touch in Macau, and he is just now 3 laps away from becoming champion. At the end of this one, there'll be 2 laps to go for Anthony Squire. Both long laps completed. Just stay upright now, and surely the job is done. 54 points from the heats. He will be uncatchable no matter what happens in the heats. Through he comes, and Anthony Squire has done everything he needs to do. There is Suguru Ikeda, the Japanese rider, currently in second place behind this man, Kim Down, who still has to take his final long lap. He'll do it on the last lap in the hope that he's going to have that little bit extra. Here he comes, final lap. And Kim Down has one chance left to catch up to and get ahead of Anthony Squire. He's got the one long lap to do this, and Anthony Squire needs to be confident in his discipline to catch up. Oh, it looks like we've had a fall of the first boy. That is Nikita Karpov trying to recover without being clattered into by Vladimir Andel. He gets round him, and the course is clear just in the nick of time for Anthony Squire to come through. What's the gap at the split? It's 29-point machine of Nikita Karpov. Hopefully that's not going to come back to bite him. But as we come through for the end of the long lap, Anthony Squire is going to be well clear of Kim Down. Anthony Squire retakes the lead after the second long lap. And now he's just a few short seconds away from claiming the hat trick that will put the World Championship out of reach of Kim Down. After years of bad luck, the 3-time North American MotoSurf champion is about to make history. Anthony Squire takes the checkered flag. 3 wins out of 3. And Anthony Squire is surely now uncatchable in this World Championship fight. Anthony Squire, perfection. 3 wins out of 3. Absolutely fantastic from Anthony Squire. Damian Kadlec rides beautifully to second position ahead of Kim Down, and that surely puts the World Championship to sleep. An absolutely fantastic ride all day long from Anthony Squire. Pole position in qualifying yesterday, and 3 wins out of 3 in qualifying. He is on the course to make it a second perfect weekend in a row. And for the American from Charlotte in North Carolina, this absolute powerhouse, Anthony Squire, surely now the dream is no longer a dream. It is now a reality. Anthony Squire walks back to the shore. And what a fantastic performance it has been today. All he has to do is turn up tomorrow, and the title is his. And his rivals cannot fault him. Absolutely fantastic work. Let's have a replay of how close it was on that first long lap, as Kim Down just failing to grab that position. Amazing work from Damian Kadlec to overhaul him for second position. And that was the moment that the World Championship was won by Anthony Squire. It won't be official until tomorrow, but in terms of the championship points, it's pretty much game, set, and match for Anthony Squire to become the first American to win a UIM MotoSurf World Championship title. Damian Kadlec is second from Kim Down, Hassan Bouabas, and the ever-impressive Mike Michailidis, who is on course to pick up big points in the Merlin Plus stock rookie category. Suguru Ikeda, Jaime Hincache, Vladimir Andel, Lorenzo Tanda, and Nikita Karpov. There are still 2 stock races to go, but there's very little that his opponents can do except watch and wait, as Anthony Squire is all but crowned as the champion, with a 32-point lead coming into the weekend and a perfect score from the heats. I don't think it's anything less than done and dusted now. Anthony Squire, by my mathematics, no matter what happens tomorrow, he cannot be caught. He will be the UIM MotoSurf Stock World Champion. And it's just beginning to sink in for the lovable, affable American. Well, a lot of these championships can be won in the heats, but there's still pride on the line for the competitors that remain. Jan Travnicek, off the back of a brilliant victory in Heat 2 earlier, Now goes into Heat 3 with big pressure from Jin Shulin of China, Kim In-chun of Korea, Alexander Lana of Sweden, the Turkish rider Ismail Kaptanoglu, the Korean Kitae Kim, the Thai Natapash Kanchantabon, then the Czech rider Adam Kolar, who fought back from 8th to 1st earlier on, Mai Xiao Liam from Macau, and Faraz Ramadan of Kuwait. And there is the A rider, Faraz Ramadan, hoping that this time he's actually going to be able to race, because he had a non-score and a non-finish earlier on. So the man from Kuwait Sea Sports Club is rather hoping that this is going to be a very different contest, and certainly hoping that this is going to be a competitive ride, because Faraz Ramadan, who is the 18-year-old from Al Zraa, from the Water Sports Club of Kuwait, is going for the Rookie Merlin Plus Stock title. And so he needs to get as many points on the board as possible. Missing that race earlier on, of course, means he needs perfection from this heat and tomorrow's. The title fight still very much alive and kicking between himself and Mike Michailidis, along with a lot of opposition and competition from David Kuchka and Adam Kolar. Kolar had to fight his way back from 8th position to the win earlier on. He's got to do it again if he wants to come away from this with the World Championship title, and it really is going to be very tricky indeed for anyone to beat him in his current form. But he's got to fight from 8th position. Watch for Adam Kolar in the number 8. But for the moment, it's all about the man in pole position, Jan Travnicek, to control the pace. Here we go. Great start out of the first point, and Travnicek has the opposition nailed into the first part of the bend. It's looking good so far. Tidy for Travnicek. Another strong start from Adam Kolar. That's up to P6 already. So Kolar is really making good work of it. And there's a fall further back in the pack. So Travnicek does his best not to wash out through the slalom. And we've got a new leader as a result. A mistake from Travnicek. Now we've got a new race leader. And that, I do believe, is the hard-charging Jin Shulin. So the Chinese rider has taken the lead here. Travnicek in second, and third place is the Super Swede, Alexander Lana. Kolar is up to 4th as Lana drops it. Lana drops it from 3rd, and that puts Kolar into 3rd position. So the comeback really is on again for Adam Kolar, as Alexander Lana falls from the board in 3rd position. What a shame for the Swede. So now he's got to try and get as much out of this as he possibly can. So a really tricky battle for all of the contenders here. Oh, it looks as though we've got a red flag here. Red flag, red flag. So it looks as though the heat has been stopped. So we are having a recovery for one of the riders. So it looks as though just a little bit of medical attention is needed for one of our riders in the fray. I think that might be Mai Xiao Liam. So while the jet ski riders obviously attend to that, the riders return to the shore. So the competitors obviously returning for the time being. And hopefully we'll be able to get this race underway very shortly indeed. I was incorrect, it is not Mai Xiao Liam, as he has come back to the shore. So all of the competitors obviously hoping for a decent charge later on, but we're obviously going to have a pause in proceedings now as we wait for the contenders to get themselves back into position on the shoreline. And we're waiting to see everybody else who is obviously going to be returning. So great competition from all of the riders so far leading up to this point. I think it is the Thai rider, Natapash Kanchanapon, who is receiving medical attention on the far side of the course. So while that obviously concludes, we can take a pause in proceedings briefly to see how things currently stack up. But as you can see, a very tough moment for Alexander Lana on that first start, washing out of 3rd position, handing 3rd place to Adam Kolar, who has just been mighty from 8th position on the start line in both the previous heat and in this one. The race will obviously be rerun when it is available to do so. But at the moment, the priority has got to be on the welfare of our riders. So that has got to take priority. The competitors will obviously be well aware of the situation. And so we need to allow the safety team to essentially go about their business and make sure that the riders are all okay. The board is being recovered back to the shore. And of course the medical team are doing what they need to do to ensure that everything is a-okay. There is Alexander Lanner, who is going back into the water to clearly get himself prepared and ready for the next one. Feeling comfortable in your racewear is actually really important going into the next battle, and clearly he's got a little bit of sand or a little bit of silt in his jersey there, so he needs to get that sorted before he can go back into race trim. So the riders are obviously getting themselves prepared and ready for the next battle out on the course. And our contenders are focusing on the next objective. Obviously the medical teams will need to be standing by. We have an amazing medical team here in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship, as all of our contenders are obviously getting ourselves ready for more. And I can tell you that Natapash is conscious. He obviously gets some immediate attention from the competitors to the side of the course. I think that was Andrietta Nazov and Anthony Squire, the first on the scene to help the recovery of the Thai rider, who is conscious. That is good news. So clearly winded, but it is good to see that Natapash Kanchanaporn is okay in essence. He just needs some medical attention for the sake of argument. Obviously safety protocols are very important indeed in this competition, and the team will obviously make sure that he's okay. But the good news is that he is conscious, just needing some medical precautions. Well, that is very good news. It's a very tough sport, and as I said, if you go into the water at certain speeds, it can be fairly nasty. But the good news is, looking at the scene over my shoulder, it is good to see that Natapash is conscious. He is alert and talking to the safety team. So that is a bit of a scare now averted, as the riders can now focus on their next objective of getting themselves prepared and ready for their next race. A scary moment. All form of motorsport, whether it's on the water or on the racetrack, is obviously full of risk, calculated or otherwise. And inevitably, there is always going to be an incident where something can go wrong. But the good news is for our rider, the Thai ace from Bangkok, after a very nasty looking moment there, the 27-year-old Thai, Natapash Kanchanaporn, is conscious, he is alert, so we'll allow the safety teams to ascertain his condition. It looks like it's just a nasty moment more than anything else. But at the time of the stoppage, Kim Min-jun was actually the race leader in front of Jin Shulin and Kitai Kim, with Adam Kolar taking the long lap. So too did Jan Travnicek. So we will of course now figure out what the situation is as we continue, but the race will be restarted and resumed as soon as possible. The good news is that everybody seems to be okay after the rather nasty scare for Natapash Kanchanaporn, the Thai rider. It looks to me as though we're going to be able to get racing again fairly soon. The safety team will obviously make sure that he is in the medical centre, and he will get the appropriate treatment to make sure that hopefully he can return to the course tomorrow, whether he is a spectator or a competitor. But the good news is that despite the severity of that incident, Natapash Kanchanaporn is conscious, he is alert, and he is now in the safe hands of our medical team. So the stock heat number 3 for Group B will get underway fairly shortly, and then of course we'll get the Group C race underway, and then we'll get the 2 contests in the Masters category. They will rejoin the circuit as well. And the Masters category, of course, is already sewn up by Kim Down. But there's still a battle or two to be had. There are points to be won. And there is, of course, a MACAO Grand Prix of Macau to be clinched. So just looking at the replay of the Alexander Lanner washout once again. So easily done. And you can see just how intense the race battles are when you're on the limit of adhesion. It's when you've got so many riders together in that white water, and there's only about a boy's width between the two riders in the intensity. Riding through white water is so much harder than running through clear water, because what you have to remember, of course, is that in the white water, there is a lot of oxidation in the water, and that makes the water slower to go through. So it also makes the water rather unsettled in that phase. So you've got to remember that it's very difficult to ascertain the conditions of everybody in the heat of the moment of the racing. So we're under pause at the moment because, of course, our safety marshals are currently with our rider Natapash Kanchanapon getting medical attention. But I'm looking to the side of me and I can actually see the incident, and I am glad to say that he is conscious, he is talking. Resting, of course, and he will be transferred to the medical centre for protocol checks. But I can see from my position here that he is alert, he is conscious, so that is very good news indeed. So the ambulance is standing by, he will be transferred to it. He is talking and communicating with the medical team. That is very good news indeed. I just wanted to stress that for those who obviously saw the after effects of the incident and might have been concerned for the welfare of Natapash Kanchanapon. But looking over my shoulder out of my commentary box position, I can see that he has been safely transferred, conscious, to the ambulance. He'll be taken to the medical centre for checks, as is protocol. But it looks to me as though we can go racing again. That is the main thing. All we're waiting for now is the safety marshals to return to the jet skis and go back to their original position. And we'll be back into racing. We've got 4 races to go on this Saturday of the UIM MotoSurf World Championship. And it really has been sensational all the way. Matthias Novotny, one hand on the trophy of the elite category. Anthony Squire, one hand on the trophy of the stock World Championship title. Still no holds barred between Faris Ramadan, Mike Michailidis, Adam Kolar, and the hard-charging and very feisty David Kuchka in the stock Rookie Merlin Plus category. So that's going to go all the way to the wire, I'm sure. The Masters champion is already crowned as Kim Down. The Junior Girl champion is already crowned as Ellen Berdova. And Matthias Barvik has had a lot of pressure from Oliver Wolf and Stanislav Kohut, but it looks as though it should be pretty much nailed to the mast by the time we get to the final tomorrow. But of course, it's still very close indeed in the women's category, as Eliska Maruskova and Aneta Shtukalova will go to battle in the Women's World Championship final tomorrow. In the stock category, well, it's pretty much the best of the rest title now for the likes of Hassan Bouabas and Adam Janasek to try and close up on Kim Down's advantage. But Anthony Squire with 54 points minimum, that's going to put him on 287, and that is an insurpassable score for everybody else to achieve. And amazing to see that Anthony Squire, one of the key personnel there in the safety team operation, assisting Natapash Kanchanapon to the shoreline. He's not just a racer, he is also a great philanthropist of this community, a great role model and an amazing ambassador for jet surf competition. And so the UIM MotoSurf World Champion in stock, almost officially confirmed, Anthony Squire, going above and beyond the call of duty to assist his fellow competitors. So now the safety marshals have mounted the jet skis and returned to the course. We're now just waiting for the command to send the riders back out onto the water in the stock category, Heat 3, Group B, and all of the riders, minus Natapash Kanchanapon, will get the chance to race again. I wonder if the duration will be the same. I think it will be 6 laps with 2 long laps. They will reset the grid and basically go for a completely fresh restart. And then we will obviously get to do the same in Heat 3 for Group C. And then we'll have the 2 Masters heats in Group A and Group B. And then we will wrap up proceedings here on the Saturday of the UIM MotoSurf World Championship. Day 2, because of course yesterday, day 1 was free practice and qualifying. We've had race heats all the way through the start of the day from 9 a.m. here in Macau. It's crazy to think that it's now 4:25 p.m. It really has flown by. It doesn't feel like we've been talking about these fantastic competitors for almost 8 hours. It's just been amazing competition all the way. The sun is starting to set, though, here in Macau. And based on the fact that we've got a clear blue sky, the position of the sun is going to be critical for the riders at certain points of the course, because the glare is going to be tricky for them with their goggles when they're out on the course. So they've got to keep that in mind. So Anthony Squire can now return to the pack down for his board after 3 perfect rides, 3 heat victories, 54 points tally minimum from this weekend. It's not possible now for anybody to get close to his tally. Even if Kim Down were to get the perfect score in the heat tomorrow and the victory in the final, it's all done and dusted. So of course it's all provisional. It will become official tomorrow. But America can wake up tomorrow knowing that they've got a new world champion in UIM MotoSurf, something that's never happened before. So the riders are now getting themselves warmed up and dialed in, ready for another attack of this course. And it really is going to be a sensational charge forward from everybody. We are still very much in the mix and still excited to see what's going to happen as we continue to move forward. A really exciting challenge from all of the contenders thus far, and we get 4 more races to go here on the shoreline of Hansar Beach in the island of Colwyn in the Special Administrative Region of China. That is one of my favorite places in the entire world, Macau. There's nowhere quite like this. The Las Vegas of the Orient. It is an amazing place to come for a holiday, for work, for pleasure, for sport in particular, with all of its fame surrounding the Grand Prix on the Circuito de Guia, the street circuit that's been holding races for such a long time now. The first ever Formula 3 Grand Prix, of course, all the way back in 1983, won by the great Ayrton Senna de Silva. Very emotive, of course, because the language alongside English and Chinese here is Portuguese, which is the native tongue of Brazil. So there's always been a real mix of passion and emotion around this place when it comes to motorsport. But of course, nowadays, it's not just the Grand Prix on the Circuito de Guia. There are 2 big events in adjacent weeks alongside it. There's the Asian karting final from the IAME X30 Brigade that takes place in December each year. And of course, just a couple of weeks before that, there is the UIM MotoSurf World Championship, the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. For the last 2 years, it really has been a fantastic showcase to the MotoSurf calendar. And the way things are wrapping up here in Macau, it is sensational to see just how exciting the race battles are set to be. So now we wait to see when this race gets underway and under starters' orders once more. We will get to see some more fantastic race battles out on the shoreline. But it is a fantastic charge forward. The stock races will resume very shortly. And so it's time to get this show back on the road in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship 2025 stock category. Heat 3 for the Group B riders. So it'll be back to the water for the 9 remaining contenders. Sadly, we will not be seeing Natapash Kanchanapurn back on the course this time. But the good news is that he is okay, conscious, and he is cognitive and in the hands of the safety teams. So that is the only thing that matters after what looked like a very scary incident. But it means that the race can be reset and all of the contenders can go back to their original starting positions. And we have 4 races left of the day. And it means it's a second chance for everybody to move their way further forward. For this man, Alexander Lanner, it's a chance to get himself back up to a great position after his fall in the initial start from what was 3rd position. He was having a great race up to that point, but he's essentially given a get-out-of-jail-free card. Here are the starting positions once again. Jan Travnicek and Jin Shulin from Kim Min-chun and Alexander Lanner. Ismail Kaptanoglu in 5th position ahead of Kit Tae Kim. We will not be seeing the Thai rider Natapash Kanchanapurn. He is in the hands of the safety teams now. Adam Kolar from 8th place. Once again, he's going to be rocketing his way through with a championship on the line, don't forget. And then My Xiao Lam and Faraz Ramadan of Kuwait on the A shorts. And for Faraz Ramadan, he's obviously got the stock rookie title in the Merlin Plus class to focus in on. So he's got to at least bring it home and get a decent point score on the board. He has already had a non-start earlier on, so he cannot really afford to have another one. Certainly for Faraz Ramadan, it's really important that he takes advantage of the situation around him. As Jan Travnicek, the man with his arm in the air, he's the one who controls the pace of the riders heading to the starting grid. So it's up to Jan Travnicek to control the race starters as they run in close proximity. The two remaining races then in the stock category will take us one step closer to the championship finale of the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. Travnicek, Jin, Kim, Lana, Kaptanoglu, Kitai, Kolar, Mai and Ramadan. The 9 riders running in close proximity, waiting for the signal. When the flag drops, we'll be able to go to race battle once again. And the competitors are in the line. It looks pretty neat and tidy from my side. Is it from theirs? No, it's going to be a false start. They're just a little bit too quick off the line there. The pace just needed to be a little bit slower than that, ready for the first run, because the pace was so strong it was a little difficult for a couple of the riders to remain in line. And the whole point is that you've got to keep everybody in line in the positions that they should start in. If there are a few people out of position to the far side of their opponents, if there's one or two that are a board length or so ahead or a half board length ahead, then that's not in formation. It's got to be a diagonal line from the first position to the last position to make sure that it's even and correct. So Jan Travnicek gets them back into position, and we will wait for the command. The 9 riders give it another go. The Czech, Jan Travnicek. The Chinese, Jin Shulin. The Korean, Kim Min-jun. The Swede, Alexander Lana. The Turkishman, Ismail Kaptanoglu. The Korean, Kidai Kim. The Czech rider, Adam Kolar. The Macanese, Mai Xiaolam. And the Kuwaiti, Fares Ramadan. So it's looking pretty decent off the start. Hopefully everybody in formation and close together at the line. Are we going to get the command? The flag is in the air from the jet ski by the shore. When it drops, we will be under starters orders. Here we go. It is time for Stock Race 3 Group B. And it's a perfect start from pole position for Jan Travnicek. A couple of drivers falling out of the line to try and get a stronger start. Adam Kolar absolutely eating up the race. Absolutely fantastic start from him. And surely that's him already starting to think about the top 3. So Adam Kolar drops out of the line and chops his way back through. And he's already giving pressure to Jan Travnicek. Is that him going to be leading out of the slalom? He's going to be side by side. He's done it! Oh my goodness! Adam Kolar! Oh, my apologies, no, it's Jin Shulin, but Adam Kolar has come through into 5th position behind the A rider. So a fast start from Fares Ramadan this time, but surely Jin Shulin really putting on the spurt of it round the outside to get alongside Jan Travnicek. So fantastic stuff. Adam Kolar into P5, closing up on Fares Ramadan to try and go for the top 5 once again. Straight into the long lap for the man in 3rd position. That is Alexander Lana, who decides, I'm going to be tactical. He goes for the long lap. The Swede is pushing hard here as the race leader is now the Chinese star, Jin Shulin, ahead of Jan Travnicek. And what a commanding performance so far from the Chinese, who almost goes nose first down into the drink. So Jin Shulin leading the way. There is the hard-charging Alexander Lana, having come off the long lap. So he drops to the back of the field for now, but it very much is for now. If he's decided to go long lap that early, he could make up quite a big bag full of time later. As into the long lap goes Jin Shulin. And also going with him is Jan Travnicek. So that is going to move a couple of riders up the order as Jan Travnicek eats up the inside apex of the buoy. You're allowed to strike it, that's okay, but you're not allowed to run over it, and you're certainly not allowed to go the wrong side of it, because that will be a penalty. It's technically classified as a missed buoy. So Adam Kolar really pushing here, having already taken his first long lap. We've seen already how amazing he can be in the comeback as he goes for long lap number 2 now. So Adam Kolar is putting all his eggs in the early basket to see if he can salvage another strong run. But Jin Shulin, having done the hard work here to get around the outside of Jan Travnicek. Sensational stuff racing here at Macau. And the Chinese racer has absolutely stormed his way to the front. Great work from the Chinese star. And Jin Shulin really putting on the speed. I'd love to be able to see a replay of that move on the first lap between him and Jan Travnicek again, because that was so close. Maybe we'll get a chance to see it at the end of the race as Jan Travnicek puts his hand in the air. He goes to the long lap. which is exactly what Jin Shulin has already done for the second time. So they go onto the long lap once more. Jan Travnicek trying to stay with Jin Shulin. But it really is exciting stuff to see how they continue around the course. But there's obviously a lot of hard work to do as Jin Shulin rejoins the fray in front of Fares Ramadan, I think that is, who had already taken both of his long laps. So I think Ramadan has been able to leapfrog ahead of Jan Travnicek into second position. So now it is a straight fight for the victory now, essentially between the two men who have taken their long laps at the head of the field, Jin Shulin and Fares Ramadan. But Fares Ramadan is trying to get back on terms with Jan Travnicek, who's got back ahead of him. So Jan Travnicek has managed to get himself back through. And that's because we've got a couple of riders down in the water, and I do believe that one of them is Fares Ramadan. Yes, it is. Ramadan's gone into the water at the slalom and recovered. So that is very unfortunate indeed for Fares Ramadan. He was looking good for second position at one point there. And of course, Alexander Lanner is the last man to go through the long lap a second time. And Alexander Lanner rejoins behind Jan Travnicek, so that's going to be third place for the Swede. But they've still got a full lap to navigate before this race is over. There is the man in second, Jan Travnicek, working hard to work his way further forward, but into the final lap comes Jin Shulin, the Chinese rider, who really stormed his way to the victory after his magnificent run around the outside of the final boy of the lap on Jan Travnicek. My apologies on the first lap for thinking it was Adam Kolar. I couldn't quite see in the far side, but Adam Kolar has definitely done a good job to make up progress. Is that him in front of Alexander Lanner now? Yes, it is. He's got ahead into third position. Another good comeback from Adam Kolar. It's not going to be the win, but it's certainly going to be third position. A great return on the investment for Adam Kolar. So out of the final turn will come Jin Shulin, and the checkered flag will be in the air. Brilliant run from the Chinese star. An excellent race from Jin Shulin. Superb, absolutely immaculate race from Jin Shulin. Second place for Jan Travnicek, who's actually really acquitted himself well here in Macau. And third position behind him is going to be the hard-charging Adam Kolar. Big points on the board here in Macau. And a very good race indeed too from Alexander Lanner. Considering the Swede really made a mistake in preparation. He was telling me yesterday that during his qualifying run, he actually had an asthma attack. And that is partly because he accidentally left his medication at home. I said to him, how are you going to cope if an attack comes in the middle of the race? He went, I'm not sure. That's going to be interesting. I've never found out. Well, the result is that Alexander Lanner has come through the day, despite the difficulties and the occasional double vision that gets blurry if things get too difficult. Alexander Lanner has come through the race day with some very strong results. Good effort from the Super Swede. But the victory goes the way of Jin Shulin, 4 seconds ahead of Jan Travnicek. An amazing push from Adam Kolar ahead of Alexander Lanner. Fares Ramadan recovers to P5 after the fall in the mid-slalom. Kim Min-jun in 6th ahead of Ismail Kaptanoglu and Mai Xiaoliam. Then Kitai Kim is the last rider home. Natapash Kanchanapur not restarting after his incident in the initial start, but he is in the safe hands of our medical team. Good chat there between Jin Shulin and Jan Travnicek, who really enjoyed that scrap for the victory. Excellent performance so far from them. And they really gave us great entertainment all day long. Excellent final run there from Jin Shulin, the Chinese rider, really giving us an amazing showcase. And now for the last time, the stock riders in Group C will head out into the South China Sea. Leaving the shoreline from Hansar Beach on the island of Koh Lawang in the special administrative region of Macau, just on the border of Hong Kong and China. So the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau will continue for our riders in Group C of the Stock and Stock Rookie Merlin Plus categories. And we'll get some more super talents to come out onto the course. And it's going to be a neck-and-neck Superman fight between two of the best of what China has brought to the MACAO Grand Prix. Zhang Maozhu versus the teenager Feng Shanghao. Then Adam Janosek, along with Han Tae-hee. Sung Jang, the ever-impressive Korean, ahead of Maxim Gavdanov. Kaman Lepops and Thunvapar. And then David Kuchka will be fighting back from P8. Behich Jorgen Schiele completes the field. So expect a very strong charge from this man, Zhang Maoxu, 24 years of age, from China. Really has been immaculate in terms of raw pace. And he really has put on an exceptional display over the course of the first few heats. It's been an exciting battle for him. And he really has given us plenty to talk about. And so now we're going to get to see just how amazing the battles are going to continue to be. But certainly for the Chinese rider in pole position, I expect nothing less than fireworks from this incredible competitor. In Heat 1, we obviously had victories for Anthony Squire, Jin Shulin and Zhang Maoxu in the Heat 1 battles of Group A, B and C in the stock category. Heat 2, well, that was Anthony Squire, Dan Kim and Jan Travnicek. Now it's going to be fascinating to see who gets it done in the third heat this time. We obviously had some great performances as well from the stock Rookie Merlin Plus category. Michailidis, Kolar and Kuchka got the wins in Heat 1. And then, incredibly, they did so again in exactly the same rotation of Heat number 3. So it's stalemate in their competitions thus far. But there is still so much to do across these 6 laps, with 2 long laps being included within it. And the Chinese duo, Zhang Maoxu and Feng Shanghao, are going to be racing to the first buoy, with Janosek, Han, Xiong, Gavdanov, Thunvapar, Kuchka and Jorgen Schiele giving chase. So now it's time to see who is going to hit the front at the start here. We know how strong the Chinese riders are out of the blocks. But if it's timed wrong, Adam Janosek of the Apex Pilots is going to be right there to try and storm ahead. All of the riders come through in close proximity then, everybody wanting a strong start. And it is going to be a very tall mission. We wait for the flag to drop, and for the third group of the third heat, we're under starters orders in stock. Perfect start for Zhang Maoxu. No quarrels from anybody as he hits into the lead of the race. Little bit of pressure from the Chinese teenager behind him. Feng Shanghao is going to try and move his way further forward, but it's perfect for Zhang at the moment as the Chinese boy wonders charge their way forward. The 24-year-old versus the 19-year-old, Zhang Maoxu and Feng Shanghao. And it is Zhang who comes out of the slalom first, but Feng has definitely found a little bit more pace. So it's going to be very tight in the midst of these first couple of boys. Janosek going well in the third position still, and up into fourth position. That is the hard charging number 8. A very good start from David Kuchka to move into fourth position and looking good for another victory in the stock Rookie Merlin Plus class. So still the riders give us plenty of entertainment as we storm forward. There is Adam Janosek deciding tactically to battle in with the Chinese rider up front. As on the long lap, we have got Feng Shanghao, the teenager, deciding he's not going to mix it with Zhang Maoxu. He's going to go onto the long lap and drop to the back of the field. But everybody's got to do it twice over. So an absolutely superb start to proceedings then from Zhang Maoxu, who really has been an absolutely superb contender here for China. But he's still got pressure from Janosek and Kuchka, who are trying to gain as much from this race as they possibly can. Certainly for David Kuchka, it looks really strong indeed for him to put another 18 points on the board. And then, of course, we'll get the stock Rookie Merlin Plus finals tomorrow. That'll be fantastic to see who gets the benefit. But Zhang Maoxu is now on the long lap for the first time. Adam Janosek has decided to go too. David Kuchka remains for the moment. We've had a faller in the slalom. Now, who is that making a recovery, or at least trying to make a recovery? It's going to be a tricky one. Is that the 8 that's gone in? That would be David Kuchka if that's the case. Kuchka has already taken a long lap by the look of it. I want to double check and see whether that was Kuchka who went down or whether that was someone else. That might actually have been Maxim Gavdanov. I'll double check as he comes past my position. And I feel I may have to correct myself. Yes, indeed I do. It was Maxim Gavrilov that went down there. So now we find the two Chinese riders have come back together after their first long lap. Zhang Maoxiu is only a boy ahead of his teenage rival, Feng Zhenghao. Just a boy between them at this point. And so it really is game on in the fight for this third heat of Group C. And now we'll see which one of the two riders from China blinks first in the quest for the long lap. It's going to be very tough indeed as they run in close proximity on the far side of the course. There is Han Tai-hee. The Korean has gone on to the long lap, and he's being hunted down there by Maxim Gavrilov just in behind him. So those two are on the long lap, but these two Chinese stars are still absolutely nose to tail, just a boy apart after 4 laps of racing, and they've still got 1 long lap each to take. So who's going to go first? Will it be Zhang Maoxiu or will it be Feng Zhenghao? And of course the man right behind them is Adam Janusek of the Apex Pilots. Can he hoodwink one of them to get up into second place? We'll see who goes first. Is it Zhang Maoxiu? No, he carries on, so Feng Zhenghao does the opposite. So Feng Zhenghao goes for the long lap. Adam Janusek commits to the slalom as well. So both Zhang Maoxiu and Adam Janusek are going to take the final long lap on their last rotation. So can Zhang Maoxiu be vanquished? Feng Zhenghao was only 1 boy behind him as they went into the long lap. So now Feng Zhenghao has got to keep the pressure up. Last lap begins for Zhang Maoxiu. Feng Zhenghao rejoins the course. But naturally, it's going to be systems reversed for Zhang Maoxiu and Feng Zhenghao. When he returns off the long lap, Zhang Maoxiu is going to have a very hard pressure cooker bubbling over from the 19-year-old from his fellow China. On to the long lap goes Zhang Maoxiu for the last time. It really is now or never. Make or break for the title fight in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau in the stock category. It's only for a heat win, but it sets things up nicely for tomorrow. And Feng Zhenghao really is pushing in the first couple of boys to try and get this gap down to his countryman, Zhang Maoxiu. It's going to be close as they come off the boys together. It's going to be Zhang Maoxiu. He's out in front of Feng Zhenghao. So close between the two men. But Zhang Maoxiu has got it done. It was so tight at the exit boy. And now they're going to go opposing ways in the slalom. One last bite at the cherry for Feng Zhenghao. Can he overcome and get past his 24-year-old rival? The answer is no. He's given it everything he has, but he's not going to make it. Zhang Maoxiu will take the checkered flag for the second time today. A brilliant heat victory for the Chinese rider Zhang Maoxiu, with Feng Zhenghao directly behind him. It was a great duel between the countrymen. Adam Janusek following in pursuit. It was close, it was tense, it was tight all the way, but Zhang Maoxiu was not going to be defeated. Excellent battle between the two men from China, who really have put on a great showcase here on what is practically their home event. It is the special administrative region of China after all, Macau. Technically not a separate country, but it does do things very differently here, as it also does in Hong Kong. And Adam Janusek doing a fair job there in third position to fight his way back into prominence. A really exciting competition coming to a conclusion then in the stock category. They'll be back tomorrow. Well, they've certainly given us plenty to get excited about here in Macau. So there are just 2 races to go. They will both be in the Masters category. But a fabulous battle concludes in fine style here for Zhang Maoxiu. From the top spot, he gets the job done in front of Feng Zhenghao and Adam Janusek. So the top 3 finishes as they started, but it certainly wasn't dull. They gave us plenty of good battles leading up to the scrap for the victory. And certainly for the Chinese ace, Zhang Maoxiu, that is now his 2nd victory in 3 starts in the stock category. It's going to be very tight indeed tomorrow. If he can get a 3rd, then that is going to put him on the maximum 54 points, and that will put him on a par with Anthony Squire. So it's very much game on for tomorrow. And there's a lot of confidence from the Chinese fraternity here. Anthony Squire may be the champion in the stock category 2025, but he's going to have it hard to beat the locals in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau if Zhang Maozhu can get another win tomorrow morning. Feng Shenghao in second, Adam Janasek in third from the hard-charging David Kuchka, ahead of Han Tai-hee, Maxim Gavranov, Kamanlapop Sunthornvapart of Thailand, and then the retirements, Bahij Yorganchila and Xiong Jiang, who rather sadly didn't get the chance to take the start. So to the water we go then for the penultimate time tonight as we get the riders coming through for the hard charge of the Masters. This is a chance once again for Kim Down to demonstrate his authority. He was already crowned the Masters champion coming into the weekend because his nearest opponents, David and Petr Fudacek, were not here for this round of the championship, and with Arkadiusz Janora of Poland already 73 points back, there was no one to take it from him. So this man, Kim Down, is already the Masters champion back-to-back in 2025. Something that is clearly on the mindset of both Matthias Novotny and Eliska Maruskova, who have the chance to become back-to-back world champions tomorrow in the same way that Kim Down has already achieved in the Masters. But Kim Down goes into pole position for this particular Masters heat 3 Group A, ahead of Michel Hulard, Jano van Gersbilk and Stanislav Genichkin. Then it is Yun Chun ahead of Abraham Tibor, Chae-Hyun and Chung Tsuwei ahead of Andrei Atanasov and the Japanese rider Paul Tori. So keep an eye on the locals, who will obviously want a very strong battle to finish off their brigade. But it's certainly looking very exciting indeed for Kim Down. He's not had it his own way in the stock category, and he's just had to bail out of the championship fight, essentially, even though he still has a heat to go tomorrow and the final to win. In reality, he cannot overhaul the point score of Anthony Squire after he managed to get 3 heat wins in a row. The American is all but champion officially, and he will certainly get to put his hands on the championship title tomorrow night at the end of season gala dinner in downtown Macau. But that's something that Kim Down can do in the Masters category. He's here to end the championship fight his way, to be the absolutely undisputed, undefeated Masters champion in 2025. The flag will drop and we'll go racing. Good charge forward from Kim Down, but a big charge forward as well from Jano van Gersbilk, and I think Yun Chun trying to come around the outside there to put on a bit of spurt of speed as well. Not the best of starts from Jano van Gersbilk. He finds himself down in 4th of the slalom. So Kim Down is obviously leading here. Big challenge from the... Kim Down! Kim Down has gone! Kim Down has gone from the lead! The Masters champion, back-to-back, has dropped it into the water from the lead of the race in the slalom. It must be getting very choppy indeed out there, because you do not expect a mistake like that from the 2-time Masters champion. Well, Kim Down really feeling the pressure then, and the leader of the race all of a sudden is Jano van Gersbilk, the Electric Challenge champion. This is how it happened. You see the board got a tiny bit airborne, and once you get that little bit of elevation off the waves, just even by half an inch, that's enough to displace the board, stuff it nose first into the ocean, and that's it, you're gone. But Jano van Gersbilk is taking full advantage of the opportunity. He's got a real chance now to elevate himself to a race victory. He said he was always going to find it tricky here in Macau, but Jano van Gersbilk really starting to find that A-game solution to put him on the top step. Past the line, and Van Gersbilk is stretching the advantage. There's a bit of a war going on for second place behind him, as we've got the number 2, Michel Hulard, riding behind Stanislav Genichkin. So Genichkin is trying to get away from Michel Hulard. We've already had Kim Down going on the long lap for the first time, along with Abraham Tibor and Andrei Atanasov, the Bulgarian. But Jano van Gersbilk, the Electric Challenge champion in 2025. That's the competition that only takes place in the European categories. But he still has all of the pride of Belgium behind him. He represented his nation in the Nations Cup of the World Games 2025. And he is a fantastic ambassador of the sport of MotoSurf, governed by the UIM. And a fabulous performer. Here he is, leading the way after 3 laps of unblemished style. Now he's got 3 laps to go, 2 of which have got to be the long lap. Meanwhile, further back, it looks to me as though Stanislav Ganichkin has taken the long lap, and that's put Michel Loulard into 2nd position. A lap in front of the 6th, that is Abraham Tibor. So only Van Gisbelck and Ular have not taken the long lap yet. I speak too soon because now Jano Van Gisbelck has done so. And Michel Loulard goes with him. Well, Kim Down is trying to get himself back into the action. The Korean now finds himself in 3rd position. The only way to get back on terms with Van Gisbelck and Michel Loulard is full on attack. He's only 2 boys away from the exit of the long lap. Van Gisbelck nearly falls to the edge of the slalom, and that's going to be enough for Kim Down to get alongside, and he's taken it back. Oh my goodness. Van Gisbelck going board to board as they come through to the slalom, and Kim Down has taken back the lead after the fall on the first lap. He has absolutely charged forward, and even Van Gisbelck cannot stop him in his charge. Just the slightest twitch from Van Gisbelck is enough to concede the lead from the ever impressive Kim Down. 41 years of age, from Seoul in South Korea. Kim Down, the Masters champion of 24 and 25, and now it's not hard to see why. Oh, Kim Down very nearly catching a wayward Paul Torre there, I believe that is. Yes, it is indeed. The Japanese rider who's had a very nasty fall there on the 3rd buoy, and he has decided to retire. So Paul Torre will take no further part in this 3rd heat. But that was a fairly scary moment there for Kim Down. But what a resurgence from the Korean superstar. How did he go from falling on the first lap to taking back the lead on the 4th? That's just Kim Down all over. The master of the Masters. Out of the 2nd long lap, he drops further back in the field, but when he's on the resurgence, nobody can touch him. Absolutely amazing from Kim Down. That's why he's the king of the Masters. Through the slalom for the penultimate time, Jano Van Gisbelck has already gone into the final lap. He's got 1 more chance to get back on terms with Kim Down. He's got 1 more long lap to take as well. And so he's got to remain upright. The Belgian has put on a good effort here, but the water is so choppy. And Kim Down has that incredible intense upper body strength and just the natural air that puts him into a strong position. Mind you, having said that, Kim Down is looking a little bit leery. Even the Masters champion is struggling to find the most from the board, and he's got traffic in front of him. He's got to be careful here that he doesn't trip over. But he has still been able to get through without losing ground to Jano Van Gisbelck. If anything, he's pulled away from the Belgian. And so through the slalom for the last time, the man who is the champion of Masters in 2025, as he was last year, even this man, Jano Van Gisbelck, can't quarrel with that. He's given it everything he can, but Kim Down, when he's on his A game, is unbeatable. Checkered flag for Kim Down. Monstrous pace. Absolutely euphoric from Kim Down. Even when he falls on the first lap, he will never back down. He will never quit. He will never slow up. 2nd place for Jano Van Gisbelck. He's going to be frustrated, I'm sure. But Kim Down is just such a difficult man to beat. And that was absolutely monstrous. Kim Down, just the best man in the category. Jano Van Gisbelck comes over and shakes his hand. I can't believe you caught me. I can't believe you caught up that much time. You really are the best. Kim Down is just not going to slow up anytime soon. Still competitive in the stock category, 2nd in the point standings against competitors anywhere between 10 and 20 years younger than him. Just an amazing athlete. Kim Down really is the #1 in the Masters category. So Ganichkin, Yun and Jay finish off in the top 6. But Jano Vangersbilt could still be happy. That's 14 points to his tally. That's a great end to his season for the man who is already the Electric Challenge champion. Kim down, 13 seconds clear of Jano Vangersbilt at the end. Michel Ular third from Stanislav Konichkin and Yun Chun. Jae-hyun ahead of Andrei Atanasov. Abraham Tibor in 8th place in front of Chung-Tse Wei and Paul Tori of Japan retiring. So now we come to the last race of today's competition. That is going to be the Masters category in Group C. And it really has been a fantastic day at the races. What a superb effort from everybody. And we're going to see an amazing sensation for all of the competitors. As the last riders head to the ocean once again, leaving Hansar Beach on the island of Colwyn and moving into the South China Sea to go to battle one last time today. The final Super Saturday of the UIM MotoSurf World Championship in the stock category. So it really is going to be a fascinating charge forward. So to the Masters for the last time today, it is going to be Kim Young-bum on pole position, the Korean rider alongside Arkadiusz Yonora and Yeri Blahar, Jaime Hunkache and Murad Yoganchila, Eunji Cho-hong of MACAO, and Pavel Motoska from Yunjin, Park Jin-young and Lee Duk-dong. So everybody is now resolutely pushing to get that final race completed. And with a victorious fashion, there's problems on the shoreline for Murat Yoganchila as the Turkish rider is slow to join the rest of the competitors. But he does look like he's now going through the waves. Oh, problems. 2 riders coming down there. One of them looks like Yeri Blahar. So Yeri Blahar just double checking that his opponent is okay. And is that Yunjin, the Korean rider? I think it might be. So Yunjin recovers and returns. And so too now, hopefully, will be Yeri Blahar. But the Czech rider really cannot afford a DNF at this phase of the competition. So he's going to try and start the board again. Could be a delayed start here. And yes, Yeri Blahar is on the move again. That's good news for the Czech rider. We're going to see a replay of what happened. Yeri Blahar checking his foot clamps. And he just crosses paths with an unsighted Yunjin, and they tangle together. Well, that was a scary moment. And Yunjin trying to get the board started again and falls over Yeri Blahar's board. That was a bit of a cross wire of communication between the 2 riders there. Unfortunate, but it looks as though both are okay and both are able to take the start. Although, I think it's going to be a bit of a worry for Yeri Blahar at the moment. I wonder if that collision of the boards and the fall onto it might have done the interior some damage. There's not a lot of room inside these particular boards, but there is enough room for the engine and quite a bit of water if it gets flooded. So the safety team's giving the command to poleman Kim Young-bum to get the field up into position. So Kim Young-bum, the Korean rider, will lead the field around with Arkadiusz Yonora of Poland and Yeri Blahar of the Czech Republic in the top 3 positions, led around by the Korean. So now let's see how it is going to go to battle. A very tough run as they make their way forward. We wait for the command signal. All of the riders are in position, all 10 of them. So this is going to be a strong start if it all goes according to plan. The riders are trying to put themselves into the neat position. Looks like one rider is out of line there. That is Park Jin-young, who now gets himself into line. And we're going to go around for a false start by the look of it. That took a little bit too long for Park Jin-young to settle himself back into the rhythm. So we're going to get a false start. So tomorrow is going to be a really exciting charge to end the season, as the competitors are now ready to let it all happen. And the competition is going to be a fantastic conclusion here. The end is going to be a fantastic one for everyone. But certainly the way these championships have played out, it's going to be a great conclusion to a great UIM MotoSurf World Championship finale here on the Hansar Beach on the island of Coleraine in Macau. So as the riders come around, led by Kum Yong Bum, Arcadia Tsunoda and Yedi Blaha, from Jaime Hincache, Morad Yogachila, Unja Chiohong, Pavel Motoska, Yun Jin, Park Jin Yong and Lee Duk Dong. This time it looks so much more formed, and so the riders are hoping for a good starting point. The flag is raised in the air. Are we going to go to starters' orders? We are! For the final time today, it is the Masters in Heat 3 Group B. And it's a great start up to the inside line from Kum Yong Bum, but he's going to have a lot of pressure as Arcadia Tsunoda washes out from second position. Arcadia Tsunoda, what a disaster from the pole. He drops to the tail of the field as through in a second comes Yedi Blaha. Well, that is disastrous for Arcadia Tsunoda, who's going to try and get himself back up to race pace, but I think he's got more than a few problems with his board as Kum Yong Bum is leading the way for Korea, and he's got a big lead already in front of Yedi Blaha. And there's two riders down in the slalom, so we've got two more riders desperately trying to get going again. I think one of them is Unja Chiohong. So problems there for the Macanese rider, and I think one of the Korean riders is also in the drink. We're going to see a replay of what happened to Arcadia Tsunoda. There he is, riding behind Blaha, and then bang! Just clips the boy on the inside, and that's game over for the victory, at least, for Arcadia Tsunoda. You're never going to win from that. Lost a lot of time. As back up and racing again is Unja Chiohong. The other rider involved was Lee Duk Dong. And there is Lee Duk Dong trying to get going again, but I'm not entirely sure he's going to manage it. I think that's game over for Lee Duk Dong. And that pretty much takes away any chance he had of qualifying for the finals tomorrow. Big shame. But for this man, it's exactly as he wanted it to be. Kum Yong Bum absolutely charging away and having a fantastic ride in the lead. 2 laps completed, no long laps for him so far. Quite a few decided to take them on the first lap. Jaime Hincache, Morgan Yogachila, Park Young, and also Unja Chiohong after his fall. Makes sense. It's definitely a good decision from his point of view. Meanwhile, we've got Lee Duk Dong unable to complete the first lap. He's out of it. And now the safety team are just going over to make sure he's okay. But certainly up front, it's all good news as far as Kum Yong Bum is concerned. Up to second place now. That is Pavel Motoska. So everybody just trying to keep themselves in good position. And that's Yedi Blaha. Yedi Blaha has gone down now. So Yedi Blaha in trouble. I'm not sure how that one undertook, but for Yedi Blaha, that is pretty devastating. He didn't need that. He was currently in 4th position. How close was that for Kum Yong Bum, the race leader, somehow managing to gather it up at speed and not fall into the drink himself. Great work from the Korean, who leads after the first long lap that he has taken. 3 laps completed now, one of those being a long lap. 3 laps to go. One of those will need to be a long lap. But Kum Yong Bum is the leader. Second place now, I believe, is now Arcadia Tsunoda again. Well, no, sorry, it is Jaime Hincache. So Jaime Hincache from Jet Surf Orlando finds himself in second place, and up to third is Arcadia Tsunoda. But of course, Morgan Yogachila and Park Jin Young have both gone onto the long lap for a second time. But Yedi Blaha is in big trouble here, and I think Yedi Blaha is going no further. No, he's not. Yedi Blaha is out of this race. Lee Duk Dong is being recovered back to the shoreline, but so too is Yedi Blaha. It's game over for the Czech, and that will be a non-points finish for the Czech rider Yedi Blaha. Well, that is devastating at the end of his season. He really didn't need that. And so Yedi Blaha will retire from the last race of the day. No points, and that's devastating for his title attack. So Kum Yong Bum leads the way here. Arcadia Tsunoda, there he is, up to second position again. What a comeback from the Polish star. Pavel Motoska finds himself in third place, but then we have got Hincache, Yogachila, Park, Unja and Yun, all having taken their long laps twice. Speaking of which, Kim Young-bum is now on his second long lap. And Arkadiusz Janoda can't be too far away from taking his second long lap, nor can Pavel Matoska. So we wait to see how these riders will finish off the day, but certainly for Kim Young-bum, it's all pressure off. He's got such a big advantage over Arkadiusz Janoda, 24 seconds. Just needs to keep it nice and tidy for the last lap and a half, but we've said that before, and it's all gone away. So certainly for the moment, the Korean rider just keeping it nicely in check to finish off the race as the dusk sets in here on the beach of Hansar, on the island of Colwyn in the special administrative region of China known as Macau. Out of the final turn and into the final lap for Kim Young-bum. The Korean rider having a sensational path to victory here. Boy 2, boy 3. Very wide berth through that particular corner. In through 4. Very difficult to make it work as everybody is pushing on to get the job done, but it looks like it's going to be another Korean victory in fine stead here, as up at a second place has now come Jaime Hincache. The second push forward from Arkadiusz Janoda, but it looks as though into third position now. Arkadiusz Janoda is still going strong. Unja Cho-hong is still going strong to try and finish this race. The man who proposed to his fiancée Irene on the shoreline in Fujairah. But this man has been absolutely unstoppable. Kim Young-bum is going to come through for the victory. And in fantastic fashion too. He comes out of the slalom for the last time. The checkered flag is in the air and it's Kim Young-bum. The Korean has done it in superb style. Excellent victory. And a very strong ride to the victory indeed in the Masters category, as Kim Young-bum is victorious. A great path to glory. Second place is going to be Jaime Hincache. There he is. And third place, despite the fall on the first lap, is going to be the hard-charging Arkadiusz Janoda. That's a great comeback for the pole. Good points scored then for all the riders in the top 3. And important to take into tomorrow as well. But certainly an epic performance of very strong performances indeed there from Kim Young-bum, who takes the victory in the very final race of the day's activity. Exciting stuff all the way as the competitors are really showcasing a fantastic battle to conclude the day's activity. So for the last race of the day then, it is Kim Young-bum who takes the victory in the Masters category. Heat 3, Group B. And he does so by 15 seconds in the end. So there's going to be a very strong ride from him tomorrow. There he is, taking the plaudits and the handshakes from his opponents back in the holding area. And a very exciting start to Kim Young-bum. Saturday goes well. How will Sunday fare? Well, we'll find out shortly. In a few hours' time, they'll go to battle again. So let's conclude with the final results then in the Masters Heat 3 Group B after a very tough challenge that has certainly left Kim Young-bum exhausted after 6 intense laps of keeping the pressure sky high on his opposition. It was always going to be very tricky, but he's done what he needed to. So victory for Kim Young-bum, the Korean talent, 6 laps completed and 2 long laps in fine formation. Jaime Hincache, 15 seconds back in second from Arkadiusz Janoda in third place. Munir Yogachila in front of Pavel Matoska, then Park Jin-young, Unja Cho-hong, Yoon Jin, and the 2 retirements. Yeri Blahar, devastating, along with the Korean, Lee Duk-dong. Well, tomorrow is going to be another great day at the races. We're going to see some very exciting situations for the contenders. But Macau has certainly delivered in the juniors, the women, the masters, the stock rookies and elite. And guess what, folks? We're not done yet. We're going to get to do it all again for the last race day of the season. The MotoSurf World Championship, governed by UIM, here at the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau, will conclude in fantastic fashion. From me, Jake Sanson, we'll be back on the shoreline tomorrow to do it all again and crown our 2025 champions. Bye for now.